The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
It is October the 1st, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 331 BC, Alexander the Great defeats Darius III of Persia in the Battle of Gaugamela. In 1688, Prince William of Orange accepts invitation to take up the British crown. In 1814, opening of the Congress of Vienna redraws Europe's political map after the defeat of Napoleon Bonaparte. In 1867, Karl Marx publishes Das Kapital in Berlin, a description of the capitalist system, its instability, and tendency to self-destruct. In 1908, Henry Ford introduces the Model T car. Costs $825. In 1918, World War I, combined Arab and British forces under Lawrence of Arabia captures Damascus from the Turks. In 1988, Mikhail Gorbachev becomes chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, effectively head of state of the Soviet Union. In 1968, cult zombie film Night of the Living Dead, directed by George A. Romero, starring Dawn Jones and Judith O'Dea, premieres in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In 1982, Marvin Gaye releases his last studio album, Midnight Love, featuring single Sexual Healing. In 1975, the Thrilla in Manila, Muhammad Ali stops Joe Frazier in 14 rounds in Quezon City, the Philippines, to retain his WBC WBA heavyweight title. Born on this day were Charles VI, William Boeing, Bonnie Parker, Jimmy Carter, Fessa May, Richard Harris, Julie Andrews, Brie Larson, Oso Nadar, Peter Blake, Gret Wiltz, Rod Carew, Mark McGuire. Dying today were Pierre Corneille, Mungkuk, Lucy Lakey, Walter Austin, E.B. White, and L. Orator. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 20, regarding the murder of a young woman on 99th Street. Suspect unknown. That's all. Rosenquist.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following conversation was overheard at a school crossing the other day. A young lady, aged 10, was being escorted across the street by Officer Murphy.
Howdy, Mary. You're all smiles this morning. Something special going on at school today?
Yeah, we was going on a picnic up in the mountains over Saturday and Sunday.
Ah, that's right. Whereabouts?
Oh, Mount Wilson. We're going to see the stars through the great big telescope.
That's a pretty big, steep climb, Mary, for a little girl.
Oh, we don't mind climbs anymore, because Dad uses your gasoline.
By your gasoline, Mary meant Rio Grande Crack, the official police gasoline. The fuel that powers more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and motorcycles in Southern California and Arizona than all other brands combined. Again, Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department, through whose cooperation these programs are broadcast, has a message for you. Chief Davis.
Good evening. Unfortunately, the general public knows all too little about the stupendous task successfully achieved each day by the police of our large population centers, such as Los Angeles. The public learns through the press and by radio of but a few of the intricate workings of a large body of men and women whose duty and responsibility it is to enforce the laws and protect our citizens against the loss or injury of persons and property. The dramatic and sensational witness, usually incident to criminal cases, naturally attracts a great deal of public attention. It is therefore fair and almost a necessity for all persons giving information concerning the work of our law enforcement agencies to stress the fact that cases given wide publicity constitutes but a small fraction of the work done by your police department. The story I have chosen for you tonight illustrates how necessary it is for our men to be trained and experienced, intuitive and alert in the investigation of crimes, particularly those where but few clues to the identity of the person committing them are available for the police to work upon. The crime we are to portray for you tonight was one of the most brutal and cold-blooded in the history of our local police work. The man that conceived it worked carefully and almost successfully in building up an unbeatable alibi. The man who actually committed the crime as a tool of the man who planned it was by circumstances far removed from any suspicion and might have evaded justice were it not for the intelligent manner in which the case was handled.
Billy, what on earth are you doing up at this hour of the night? Come in around here. What's the matter, child? Why are you crying? Why, that's this... What's this? On your sleeping jacket. It's wet and sticky. There now, let's see. Oh, my God, it's blood! There's your mother, Billy. Mary! Mary, are you all right? Wait until I turn on the light in here. Oh, Mary! Oh, my sister! Oh, speak to me! Simon, Herman, get out! Oh, get out!
What's wrong?
Herman, Merle's dead!
Dad, you're dreaming, Florence.
Oh, Herman, look! Oh, she's been murdered! Shot through the neck! Oh, Herman!
Mr. Cannon frantically calls for the police. Shortly after the discovery of the body, Inspector Detective Davidson arrives at the scene of the crime.
In here, Inspector. Nothing's been touched.
Buckshot wound, eh?
Yes, sir. Fired point blank, apparently.
Yes, looks that way. Well, here's the gun that did the work. Double-barreled, sawed-off shotgun. One barrel exploded.
Cool guy, whoever he was, leaving the gun there.
Yes, he must have been pretty sure that he didn't leave any prints on it. However, take it in, Hickey, and have it examined for prints and get the photographer to come out here and take some pictures of the scene.
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house at the time of the shooting?
The sister and brother-in-law of the murdered woman.
Where are they now?
In the next room.
Good. I want to talk to them. Good morning. I'm Inspector Davidson.
Cannon's my name, Inspector, and this is my wife.
How do you do?
Oh, it's horrible. Oh, my poor sister. Poor little Merle.
Mrs. Cannon, have you any idea who might have killed your sister?
Find Emery, her husband. He's the only enemy Merle had.
Emery. Is that his last name?
No, his full name was Emery Ells.
Where can we find him?
I'll go with you, Inspector, and show you where he lives.
Emery Ells, his brother Alfred, and a friend of theirs named Ralph Moulton, found by the officers at Ells' house, are taken into custody. Brought into headquarters, Emery Ells is questioned first.
How old are you, Els?
26.
What do you do?
I'm a waiter
Where?
at Hancock's all-night restaurant. Tell us exactly what you did yesterday from the time you got up until you went to bed. And speak slowly so the stenographer can get it.
Well, that's easy. My day begins at 6 o'clock in the evening, when I report for work at the restaurant. Yesterday, I got up late in the afternoon, stopped by my mother's house for a few minutes, then went to the restaurant. I wasn't out of the place until 6 o'clock this morning when I went home.
Can you prove that?
Sure. All you got to do is ask Harry Hancock. He's my boss. We'll find him at the restaurant.
From all indications, your wife was killed sometime after midnight. Are you sure you didn't leave the cafe at any time during the night?
Of course I'm sure. Besides, why should I want to kill my wife? She's not my wife anyway. We're divorced.
Well, I understand that you threatened her life on several occasions.
That sounds like Herman Cannon talking. Well, it ain't so. Sure, we had our share of arguments, like anybody else, that's all. I'll tell you, you got the wrong guy if you think I killed her. I can prove where I was all day and all night yesterday. And what more do you want?
The truth. You had a possible motive for wanting her out of the way. It's true, isn't it, that you kidnapped the baby after the court gave your wife custody of it?
I took him to Arizona with me. Then he got sick, and I brought him back to his mother. Listen, you guys are all wet on that score. I get to see my baby whenever I want to. You're barking up the wrong tree. I didn't have any motive for wanting to bump Merle off.
All right. That's enough for now. Take him out, Sergeant, and bring in his brother.
Yes, sir.
We'll have to investigate that alibi of his.
Right.
Certainly is cool about the whole business.
Yeah, and so's his brother. Did you hear that crack when we pinched him?
No, what was it?
Well, he asked me if the gun we found, and I told him it was being examined for fingerprints. And he laughed and said, well, that'll tell you who the murderer is.
They're both a little too cocky to suit me. Sit down, Els. Now tell us, Where were you last night?
Making my rounds.
What do you mean, making your round?
I'm a deputy counsel out in Maywood. I spent the night patrolling my district.
Who do you think killed your sister-in-law?
How should I know?
Why did you laugh this morning when I told you that the shotgun was being examined for fingerprints?
Did I laugh? I don't remember laughing.
Well, no fingerprints were found on the gun. Is it possible you knew that the murderer wore gloves?
I don't know anything about it.
Take him back to his cell, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Call in Moulton.
All right, Eddie. Ready in motion.
Sit down.
No, thanks. I'd rather stand.
What's the matter? You're shaking like a leaf.
Damn if I know, but this thing's got my ghost.
You've been living with the Elves boys, haven't you?
Yes?
Well, how come?
Well, I've been out of work, so they let me stay in the garage and eat with them in return for doing odd jobs around the place.
Where were you yesterday and last night?
I rode around with Alfred in his car before he went to work. Bought some groceries, and then went back to the house. I didn't leave again all evening.
Did anything unusual happen during the evening?
No. I sat up with Donald, Al's kid brother, till about 1 o'clock, listening to some hillbillies on the radio.
Did anyone else come in?
Not a soul.
What do you know about this murder?
Nothing. Honest to God, Inspector. I don't see what you're holding me for. I've got nothing to do with it at all.
Well, how about Emery Ells? Did you ever hear him say he wished Merle was dead?
No, I never heard him say anything like that. I don't know anything about it at all.
Okay, Moulton.
Can I go now?
Well, we'll have to hold you a little while longer.
Well, it won't do you any good, because I don't know anything about it.
All right, take him back, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
He's holding something back.
Yeah, and he hasn't the guts to hold it back long. Either he did the job or he knows who did it.
He'll crack before long. All he needs is a little time.
Opinions at detective headquarters vary on the identity of the killer. Some feel that Emery L's ironclad alibi, substantiated by testimony of his employer, still can be broken, and Emery proven to be the slayer. Others feel that Alfred had ample opportunity during the night to commit the crime, although a motive for Alfred seems to be lacking. In contrast to the cool self-assuredness of the Ells brothers, Moulton's nervousness and protestations of innocence lead others of the officers to consider him the killer. Scores of witnesses are questioned, and from their testimony is revealed that although the explanations of the Ells brothers regarding their whereabouts on the fatal night seemed to eliminate them as suspects, nevertheless, Emery Ells had been heard to remark that he would hire somebody to kill his wife. Following this trenchant bit of information, the officers questioned another sister of the murdered woman.
Yes, Inspector. Merle has told me several times that she feared Emery would kill her.
Why? Had he threatened her life?
Yes. Well, that is, I've heard him tell her that he'd get her sooner or later. And I've seen him strike her.
When was that?
Well, last summer, Merle and I were running a hot dog stand down at the beach. And one night, Emery came down there and told her he wanted her to take a walk with him so that he could talk to her. I heard him say, "Come on, so I won't have to hurt you."
Did she go?
Yes. A little while later, she came running back crying. And she told me that he'd tried to push her over the palisade. She was awfully bruised from fighting him off. And then later in the evening, he came back and tried to drag her off in his car. Then we called the police, and they took him away.
But why should Ells want to kill his wife?
Well, he wanted to get her out of the way because she knew too much about some of the jobs he pulled.
What kind of jobs do you mean?
Just jobs.
You'd better tell us what you mean.
Oh, listen, Lieutenant. I don't want to get into any trouble. Just leave it at that. I don't know any more about Emery, and I don't want to.
The next day, a blood-flecked flashlight is found in Alfred L's automobile. He admits ownership of it, but is unable to account for the blood spot. On the clothesline behind the L's house is found a pair of freshly laundered corduroy trousers, bearing dark stains that might be blood. Bolton admits that these are his, but claims the stains are a grease spot. That evening, another officer was added to the investigation when Detective J.T. Bilkis, completing a previous assignment, joined his brother officers in an attempt to unravel the mystery. He interviews the three suspects, and as the others had done, decides to concentrate on Moulton.
Now, look here, Moulton. You've admitted those trousers are yours. And that brands you as a murderer because the stains on those trousers are blood.
No, you're crazy. I told you they're grease. Just grease spots from the last time I worked on Alfred's car.
Moulton, you're lying.
I swear I'm not.
You know more about this case than you're telling us.
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't. I don't know anything about it.
Listen, Moulton, you'd better come clean because that's the only way you're going to save your own neck.
I tell you, I've got nothing to confess.
Look here, Moulton. Blood's thicker than water. And those Elves boys will stick together. And you may find yourself in a hot spot before you get through with it. Those trousers are being analyzed right now. And we'll soon know whether you're telling the truth.
I had nothing to do with the murder.
But you do know who did it.
No, I swear to God I don't.
Is that the truth?
Yes.
Well, you know, I'm kind of glad that you're not the man that we're looking for. Have a cigarette?
Oh, thanks. Gee, and I need one.
Have a light?
Smoke tastes good.
Have you been out of work long, Moulton?
Yeah, about 6 months.
Pretty tough going these days, isn't it?
And getting worse.
Oh, I don't know. It could be a lot worse.
Well, there don't seem to be no hope in sight.
Well, there's no use being pessimistic about it. All things will come out all right.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Moulton, who killed Merlin?
I told you I don't know. Don't scare us.
Sorry. Say, you're as nervous as a politician. What do you think, Moulton? You figure the Hoover will lick the depression?
I don't see how. He ain't done me good yet. It's bigger than he is.
Well, he's got 2 years more in the White House, though.
Yeah, but what this country needs is a Democratic administration. That'd fix things up.
A Democratic administration? You're crazy.
No, sir. I know what I'm talking about. Now, listen. With a Democrat in the White House...
Who killed Merle Elves?
Listen, Philkis, I told you I don't know anything about it.
You too, Moulton. Now stop holding out on me.
Well, maybe I do have my suspicions, but they wouldn't help you much.
Anything would help. Now, come on, let's have it.
Well, Emery traveled with some pretty tough guys. You might look some of them up.
And now who, for instance?
Listen, I don't want to put the finger on anyone.
You'd better talk, Moulton.
See, I don't even know the fellow's name.
Yes, you do.
Well, I don't know his first name.
What's his last name?
His name's Brown.
What does he look like?
He has sandy hair and a mustache.
Where does he live?
He hangs out at a coffee joint in Huntington Park.
Anything else?
That's all I know. And I'm through talking. And I don't know anything else about it.
And Moulton refuses to talk anymore. Philkis reports the results of his interview to Inspector Davidson.
Do you suppose it's worth anything, Inspector?
Well, it doesn't sound like much. Brown's a pretty common name.
Yeah, I know it is, but I'd kind of like to run it down, though.
I don't know how much it'd good do you looking for a sandy-haired man by the name of Brown. You'll probably find plenty of them in Huntington Park.
You know, I'd like to take Moulton along with me, and we'll check all the hotels and coffee joints. And then Moulton could identify him. That is, if there is such a guy.
He's taking a long chance. Moulton might run for it.
Why should he? I've treated him white. Why should he double-cross me?
Well, okay, if you want to accept the responsibility, you know what it means if your prisoner gets away from you.
Accepting the serious responsibility of escorting an unshackled prisoner, Philkis takes Moulton with him to Huntington Park. After hours of searching the restaurants and hotels of the suburban city with no success, they are climbing the stairway of a rooming house on Randolph Street.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Come on.
I'll wait downstairs for her.
Why?
Well, I think it's the guy up there by the desk. I'll see you later.
Don't you try to run out on me.
I won't, I promise.
Okay, now I want to get a look at him. I'm going to have a talk with the clerk. Is there a man named Brown living here? Why, no. What does he look like? Oh, he's a middle-aged man. First name's Harry. Nope, nobody here by that name. Okay, thanks.
see him?
The guy by the desk?
Yeah.
Well, I got a glimpse of him. He walked down the hall just as I came up the steps. Was it Brown?
I don't know whether it was or not. It looks something like him from the back, but I'm not sure.
But Moulton will say no more. Silkus takes him back to jail. But that night calls on him again in his cell.
Now listen here, Bolton. I'm sick and tired of this beating around the bush. Was that Brown or wasn't it?
Well, it looked a lot like him.
Was it or wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So fine. That's what I've been waiting to hear.
Wait a minute. I'm not saying he did it. Maybe he's as innocent as I am.
What's this? Well, you were pretty suspicious of him before, and now you're laying off. What's the big idea?
Well, all I know is that I overheard him and Emery talking one time, and this fellow Brown said he was a gunman, and that he knew how to handle a machine gun. And then later, Emery and I went down to the riverbed and tried out Emery's old 12-gauge shotgun. But mind you, I'm not saying he did it, though.
I know you're not, but we look into this guy, Brown, just the same.
A little past midnight, Silkus, accompanied by 2 Huntington Park patrolmen, returned to the rooming house on Randolph Street. They roused the clerk.
Well, what do you want? I'm a police officer. What room's that guy in that I saw up here this morning?
Why, he's over there. Second door to the left.
Thanks.
Better be careful. Knock first and tell him what he says. All right.
Thanks, I'll do that. Come on, boys. A friend of Whitey's. Let me in.
Oh, just a minute till I get something on.
Okay. All right, boys. I'll just hold it. Don't make a move, Brown. Have you got a gat around here?
What? You mean a gun? No, I haven't any.
Well, get your clothes on. You're coming with us.
Hey, what is it?
You're under arrest.
Under arrest? What for?
Suspicion of murder.
Unresisting, Brown accompanies the officers to headquarters. Questioned, he talks freely, but on the subject of the murder, he is convincingly ignorant and claims that he has met the Elves brothers only once. After 2 hours of questioning, the detectives are no further ahead than when they started. Then once more, Silkus visits Moulton in his cell.
Awake, Moulton?
Yeah. Did you get Brown?
Yeah, he's in the office now. He claims he only met those Elves boys once. Now listen, Ralph. I want you to do something for me. Just tell me something, anything, that'll tie him up with those Elves boys. Will you do it?
Give me a cigarette.
Here, take this whole pack here.
Thanks. Look, reminded the time he was over at the house and him and Emery were talking about holding up that theater in Huntington Park.
Thanks, old man. That's all I need.
Armed with this information, Silkus returns to Inspector Davidson's office. For 10 minutes, he listens to the relentless grueling of Brown, and then...
Oh, for God's sake, lay off of me. Will you give me a break? You're driving me crazy. I tell you, I don't know a thing about
Look me in the eye, Brown. Now, have you told all the lies that you can think of? Are you ready to tell the truth?
Why, what do you mean?
What about the time that you and Emery Ells were over at his house planning that Huntington Park Theater holdup, huh?
Oh, no!
Well, what about it? And what about the murder of Merle Ells?
All right. I did it. Give me a pencil. I'll write a confession.
That isn't necessary, Brown. Just talk. The stenographer will take it down.
Well, I killed Merle Ells, all right. Emery hired me to do the job. You see, we talked about the deal for a long time. A couple of months, I guess. Then Emery told me finally the other night that I'd get $2,000 for the job. Well, he took me over to the house on 99th Street and showed me the layout. He pointed out the porch where the dame slept. When we were all set, Emery gave me the gun and a flashlight. And I stole a car and drove over there. I figured it'd be a lead pipe finish. So I sneaked up to the sleeping porch and looked in. There was a woman with the kid sleeping right beside her. Gee, I hadn't figured on them being so close together. And Emery had told me that he'd kill me if I hurt the kid. Boy, I didn't know what to do. Finally, I figured if I got the danger sit up, I wouldn't hit the kid when I let her have it. So I flashed the light in her face and said, "Merle, wake up." Emery had told me her name was Merle. Well, she opened her eyes kind of sleepy-like and says, "What's the matter?" Oh, then I lost my nerve. Yeah, I didn't have the guts to shoot it. It was too easy. So I beat it back to the car and drove off. I guess I rode around for about, half an hour trying to dope out whether I should do it or not. Then when I felt like I could go through with it, I went back. But I lost my nerve again. Gee, she looked so young and sweet, like a little girl sleeping there. Well, I rode around some more, and I damn near made up my mind to bump myself off. I hated myself, called myself all sorts of names, and I drove like the devil, almost hoping I'd wreck the car and kill myself. And suddenly, something inside of me snapped. Everything went red and yellow behind my eyes. And I went back and let it have it. Oh, thank God I didn't hurt the kid.
Did you get the $2,000 for the job?
No. Emery double-crossed me. Just before the bump-off, I told him I was broke, and he gave me 22 dimes. Tips, I suppose. That's all I ever got.
$2.20 for a human life. Cut-rate murder, and it'll cost you your neck.
A few moments later, Emery Ells is brought in to face the slayer, whose confession has entangled him in the net of the hideous crime. As he enters the room and sees his hireling, not a flicker of recognition crosses his impassive face.
Ells, you've met this man before, I believe.
Not that I know of.
Well, you can't have forgotten this valuable friend who did you such an unusual service a few nights ago.
I never saw him before. I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, perhaps this statement Mr. Brown here has just made and signed will help make it clearer. Read it. I think it'll interest you.
Why, the dirty double-crossing.
Well, Ells, what do you say now?
Nothing. He said it all.
Are you willing to sign the statement that what Benjamin Brown has confessed here is true?
I guess so. That's about the way it happened.
Good. Here's the statement. Just sign your name here. There's one thing I'd like to know, Ells.
Haven't you got enough on me as it is?
Plenty. But I'm interested in the motive. Why did you want your wife out of the way?
Because I wanted the custody of the kid.
Not because of what she had on you?
No, she didn't have nothing on me.
Oh, well, it won't be necessary to prove that. This confession will be enough to send you up.
However, in spite of their signed confession, Ells pleads not guilty when brought to trial. And Brown pleads not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. Ells is tried first. His attorney jumps to his feet when Emery's confession is introduced into the record.
Your Honor, I move that statement be stricken from the record.
Upon what grounds do you base your motion?
My client was starved, kicked, and beaten over a period of 4 days in order to sweat that confession out of him. This is no document of truth. It is a scroll of torture.
Are you prepared to prove your statement?
I am, Your Honor.
Working fast to meet this unexpected move on the part of the defense, Prosecutor Bonner Richardson subpoenas George White, a reporter for the City News Service.
Now, Mr. White, will you tell the court the circumstances of your interview with the defendants?
I interviewed Ells and Brown a few minutes after they had made their confessions to the detective.
Where did this interview take place?
In Inspector Davidson's office.
Well, what was the attitude of the prisoners?
Both of them talked freely, voluntarily admitted to crime.
Were there any marks of violence upon the defendant when you interviewed him?
None whatever.
Absolutely positive?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Your witness,
With the aid of the newspaper reporter, L's confession was admitted to the record. And with the aid of the newspaper reporter, L's confession was admitted to the record, and on January the 8th, 1931, he was found guilty of first-degree murder by a jury which recommended life in prison. On January 12, 1931, he was sentenced to San Quentin for life. Brown, although he threw himself on the mercy of the courts with a plea of guilty, received the death penalty on January 16, 1931. And on July 14th that same year, he was hanged by the neck until dead. Spring in the Pacific Southwest. Nature is now most lavish with her beauty in Southern California and Arizona. Now is the time to enjoy your car. But be sure that your car is properly conditioned, properly fueled and lubricated. Why not rely on the proven performance of Rio Grande Crack with Tetra Ethyl, the official gasoline of police and fire departments? You'll enjoy those easy, flowing miles at a lower cost with Crack. Lubrication is very important now. Why not try Rio Grande Crack's companion product, Sinclair Opaline Motor Oil? While Sinclair Opaline Motor Oil costs no more than ordinary oils, it is of superior quality because it has been subjected to certain refining processes seldom used by other manufacturers.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 20. Suspect in the cut rate murder, now in custody. That's all. Rose and Crisp.
Tonight's episode of Calling All Cars was prepared by Madeline Kelly from the files of the Los Angeles Police Department. This is Frederick Lindsley speaking for the Rio Grande Oil Company. This is the Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Tonight, the 24th century begins.
Welcome to the Enterprise.
In a special world premiere movie, Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Ready for departure, sir. Engage.
78 years have passed since the days of the original USS Enterprise. Now a new Galaxy Star ship has been designed with a new team of highly skilled Federation explorers. Starfleet Captain Jean-Luc Picard, Commander Riker, Executive Officer, Chief Medical Officer Crusher, and her brilliant son, Wesley, Lieutenant Commander Data, an android, the telepathic Troy, Geordi, a man with unique vision, Security Officer Yar, and Klingon Officer Worf.
Shields and deflectors up, sir.
Go to yellow alert.
Their first mission, investigate a new star base on planet Deneb 4.
Thou art directed to return to thine own solar system immediately.
A hostile alien threatens the crew.
Now go back, or thou shalt most certainly die.
But they're determined to finish their mission.
Aft photon torpedoes. Place them on ready status.
Hostile is now beginning to overtake us, sir.
Together, they stand trial before a merciless court.
You will now answer to the charge of being a grievously savage race.
Now, they have 24 hours to uncover the secrets of a strange world.
They're firing on farpoint, sir.
The classic legend begins an all-new adventure.
Let's see what's out there.
Star Trek, The Next Generation.
After you take away the bread, cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and mayonnaise, what have you got? Well, with Oscar Mayer bologna, you've got meat, and lots of it. Cuts from the beef brisket, chuck, round, and flank. Cuts of pork side and shoulder, never cereal or filler. Oscar Mayer bologna. The beginning of a beautiful sandwich. How many bacon packages do you look at before you find one you like? Well, Oscar Mayer knows just what you're looking for. Bacon that cooks up like this, with nice, even slices and the best balance of fat to lean. At Oscar Mayer, that's the way we select our bacon, too. Before you ever see it, you get consistently high-quality bacon every time because we do what you do before you do it. Oscar Mayer, America's best-selling bacon.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Oh, enjoyed your show, Gary and Durwood.
Those chaps do a good job, don't they?
Always interesting, always incisive. Say, do you want me to lead off here, Rosie?
Please do.
I feel a song coming on, and I'm warning you, it's a victorious, happy and glorious new spring. Song coming on. It's a melody full of the laughter of children out after the rain. You'll hear a tuneful story ringing through you, love and glory, hallelujah. And now that my troubles are gone, let those heavenly drums go on drumming, 'cause I feel a song coming on. You'll hear a tuneful story ringing through you, love and glory, hallelujah. And now that my troubles are gone, let those heavenly drums go on drumming. I feel a song coming on. What have you got there, Rosie?
Some color slides I took out at the beach last week.
Let me take a peek into the viewer. Yeah, that's nice.
A girl in a bikini, I suppose.
You wrong me. I meant I see a lot of people on the beach with soft drinks in no-return cans.
Oh.
And since we've been telling everyone how wonderful canned soft drinks are for our sponsor, U.S. Steel, it's just nice to see that the good word is getting around.
Well, Bing, taking canned soft drinks on picnics into the beach is the most natural thing in the world. They're simple to pack, they save space in your cooler, they get cold quickly, and they're nice and light to carry.
Light indeed. Now, here's a picture of a little girl standing on her head with 3 canned soft drinks in her hands.
Bing, I think you have that picture upside down.
Oh, whoops. But you know, Rosie, there's one thing a picture can't show.
What's that?
How good natural canned soft drinks taste.
Bing, this is a case where one sip is worth 1,000 pictures. There goes my heart. There goes the one I love. There goes the boy I wasn't worthy of. There goes my happiness. It couldn't be. There goes somebody else in place of me. Goodbye, romance. It couldn't last somehow. I had my chance, but it's all over now. I never thought that he could pass me by. There goes my heart, and here am close my heart and here am
A brief moment here now, and a moment which should prove highly profitable to you, I really feel.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment.
With the biggest little treat in all the land.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley's Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Says Buddy ready with the number there?
Sure, and the number is Love Me or Leave Me.
Oh, that's a good one. Wunderbar, Buddy and chums. I want to tell you something. You brightened up the whole network.
Now, Bing, how about you contributing something to the festivities here?
Oh, I really can't think of a thing I'd rather do right now. And here's one of my favorites. I see your face before me, crowding my every dream. There is your face before me. You are my only theme. It doesn't matter where you are. I can see how fair you are. I close my eyes and there you are. Always. If you could share the magic, if you could see me too, There'd be nothing tragic in all my dreams of you. Would that my love could haunt you so, knowing I want you so. I can't erase your beautiful face before me. If you could see me too, there'd be nothing tragic in all my dreams of you. Would that my love could haunt you so, knowing I want you so. I can't erase your beautiful face before me.
You know, Bing, before long we'll be skiing in the summertime.
You mean the climate is changing? Soon summer will be winter, winter will be summer. Is that it?
No climate change. I mean skiing with artificial snow.
Artificial snow? We make snow now, don't we, with the snow machines?
But this is different. What I mean is glass snow. Artificial snow made of tiny glass beads.
Think of that. Skiing on glass beads. But skiing on little round beads, that's actually rolling, isn't it?
Yes. As I guess you could say a skier would roll along in these beads.
Well, then I must insist that this is an entirely new sport.
A new sport?
Sure. And because of the rolling principle involved, I make a motion that we call this form of skiing, let's call it screeing.
Screeing?
Yeah.
Oh, now I've heard everything.
Fine. A clever utilization of the R, old chap.
You see what I've done there? It's a hybrid.
Yes, I see.
Combination of skiing and rolling. Screeing.
Screeing it is.
Another point, weather means nothing to these new glass beads. You know, snow gets slushy and kicked around, scuffed up. Well, these little beads are going to eliminate all that.
Imagine that. Skiing the year round now.
Imagine skiing in a bikini.
Yeah, you can ski barefoot, too, with this new artificial snow.
Sure, it's neither cold nor wet.
It's going to be wonderful. I may take up skiing.
Oh, right now they've got a ski run over in Japan that has a roof. Well, when the weather's bad, they ski under a cover. It's a covered ski run.
Do you suppose they'll have screeing in Japan?
Oh, you know they will.
Well, they have it now. But you know you can even scree when it's raining with this new glass snow.
Scree the year round.
Oh, boy, you can break a leg now 12 months a year. Think of that.
Wonderful age we live in.
Wonderful, especially for the splint business.
And glass snow.
And music.
Oh, yes. How about some music?
When you want a true lover, send for me, send for me. You'll never want any other. Send for me, send for me. I promise you I'll be true. Send for me, send for me. Anytime you just tell me your problem and you'll find out, baby, I'll solve them if you're late one morning. Don't hurry if you got big trouble. Don't worry, just depend on your friend. Send for me, send for me. Morning, noon, and night, in the early bright. Don't you fret, my pretty pet, I'm gonna treat you right. Don't you dare raise a hair. I'm gonna share your every care anywhere. Oh yeah, send for me, I'll be there. Anything that upsets you, send for me, send for me. I'll be there to protect you. Wait and see, wait and see. Don't delay, right away. Send for me, send for me. It's gonna be Tweedledee, yes sirree. You and me, faithfully. Send for me, send for me.
You know, I'd like to sing now, but honestly, I just don't feel a whole song. Would you take halfers with me, Rosie?
Sure, I'll take halfers.
Well, then let's go, buddy.
Someday we'll go places, new lands and new faces, the day we quit punching the clock.
The future looks pleasant, but at present, let's take a walk around the block. You're just the companion I want at Grand Canyon for throwing old blades down the rock.
The money we'll have will go for travel.
Meantime, let's walk around the block. Gangway, we'll begin when our ship comes in. You sit on my lap,
all over the map.
to London in Maytime, to Venice in playtime,
To Paris in time for a fry. To Boston in bean time, darling, meantime.
let's take a walk around the block. In winter at Christmas, we'll visit the Isthmus, see how they lock up a lock.
And then in Mexico, on a burro,
We'll take a ride around the block. I give you my promise, we'll visit St. Thomas, and then at Hawaii we'll dock.
Hawaii can wait, sir. It grows late, sir.
Let's take a walk around the block. Onward to Cathay,
Then to Mandalay.
then Vladivostok.
Where Bolsheviks flock.
We'll send the folks cables, accumulate labels. We'll buy souvenirs till we're in hock.
Right now we are flat in old Manhattan. Let's take a walk around the block.
Well, now, we got it done for today.
We hit the road now?
Righto, but we'll be back here same time, same station on Monday.
Have a nice weekend, everybody.
Bye now. You drive carefully, you hear?
Foreign visitors touring America this summer for the first time are likely to be awed by some of the most beautiful scenery anywhere in the world. They're also likely to be dismayed at the way some careless Americans litter it up. Don't turn a lovely spot into a trash heap or a highway into an eyesore. Help keep America beautiful.
At the edge of the universe, 400 men and women are probing the immeasurable blackness of space. Their leaders are an Earthman with no fear and a stranger with no heart. Travel beyond our time and solar system, into new galaxies, into worlds beyond your dreams. Star Trek, every week, in color on the NBC television network.
My baloney has a first name, it's O-S-C-A-R. My baloney has a second name, it's M-A-Y-E-R. Oh, I love to eat it every day, and if you ask me why, I'll say, 'cause Oscar Mayer has a way with B-O-L-O-G-N-A.
Oscar Mayer, the first name in Bologna.
How's that?
What's behind the brand of hot dogs you buy? You know you're getting solid value with Oscar Mayer and quality trusted for generations. There's wholesome meat protein from solid cuts of meat. The only meat Oscar Mayer uses. U.S. government inspected. Oscar Mayer selected. Oscar Mayer wieners and beef franks in handy twin packs. The flavor's as good as the good meat itself. Oscar Mayer, America's #1.
Now, here is a corn lover, and there's nothing more gratifying to a corn lover than to know that her mother has given her delicious Del Monte family-style corn. More people eat it than any other corn like it. It's a special strain developed to be sweet and tender. And when a corn lover is eating Del Monte corn, she probably doesn't need to hear me talking about how good it is, right? Well, then I'm just going to go into the living room and talk about corn to the sofa.
Nothing's too good for Daddy and me. Mom brings Del Monte home.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts, Mounds don't. Almond Joy's got real milk chocolate, coconut and munchy nuts too. Mounds got deep dark chocolate and chewy coconut. Ooh. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Peter Paul, Almond Joy's got nuts, Peter Paul, Mounds don't. Because sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
Look out for mystery with Candy Matson. Coming up next.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Do you have a little unsolved murder in your home? Got some blackmail you want to unload? Are you the victim of some vulgar extortionist? I know a girl you should meet. She may not be the greatest private eye in the world, so what if it does cost you $300 or $400? She sure is sweet. She's Candy Matson. Like to meet her?
Hello.
Candy Matson?
Well, I wasn't sure when I looked in the mirror this morning.
Had a rough night, eh?
Oh, there have been rougher ones. Look, boy, before you get caught with my receiver down, who are you and what do you want?
As to who I am, you'll find out very shortly. What I want is you.
How romantic, and over the phone yet.
Let me finish. What I want is you to lay off that cable car business.
Oh, that? Well, I'm afraid I can't. You see, I was sitting beside him when they discovered his transfer had been punched sort of permanently. That's how things happen with me. I get into the craziest routines. You see, I used to be a model. I've been told I have the proper displacement for such a career. But I found there wasn't enough money in it. A girl has to maintain a nice apartment on Telegraph Hill, keep enough clothes to highlight the displacement I mentioned, and also eat, doesn't she? Sure. So I turned private eye. You meet a better class of people, mostly named Rigger or Mortis. Now take this cable car deal. It's positively fantastic. But after all, this is radio, isn't it? Like to hear how the whole thing happened? Leave us trip along to Act 1. I wanted to get downtown that morning, but I couldn't take the F car on Stockton. They were ripping up about 87 streets, which is par for the course. So I walked down Telegraph Hill and up to Mason. That's where the Bay and Powell cable car stops.
All aboard! Come on, Lana, show that shapely ankle. We gotta make the Fairmont by Whitsuntide.
The car was loaded, and so was the character next to me. I tried to budge into the seat between him and a Fisherman's Wharf dowager, but I couldn't quite make it. I'd forgotten my shoehorn. Say, pardon me, but would you mind reading your Wall Street Journal over that-a-way a bit? I'd like to sit in here.
Oh, if you insist.
A knight of old. He budged his hips a quarter of an inch, and I slipped in, ready for my rocket ride over the hill and down into town. The trip, as usual, was uneventful. 3 smashed fenders and several choice words I'd never heard before, but I wrote them down. By the time our prairie schooner reached the turntable at Market Street, the crowd on the car had thinned out. But Buster was still beside me, his head buried in common and preferred.
Market Street.
I started to get down.
Hey, lady, take your boyfriend with you. We're heading back up the hill.
Boyfriend? I'll sue. He looks like the advance man for Lewis and Clark.
How do you like that? He fell asleep over his stocks and bonds.
I looked again. Hipsy wasn't asleep. Hipsy was stone cold dead on Market. What a twist. I, who always went on the prowl for a whodunit, get one literally tossed into my lap. He just hadn't gone out of this world serene-like. Oh, no. There was a steady slurp of blood trickling down his vest just north by northeast of the equator. After a half-hour wait full of questioning by homicide legmen, I knew my morning shopping tour was rained out. And after all, I was only going to buy an emerald clip to match the glint in my eye. Well, that would have to wait. I knew the next step. I grabbed a cab home. I wasn't long in waiting. Right on cue. And if it was the right cue, it would be Lieutenant Ray Mallard from headquarters, daintily pressing his cuticles against my apartment buzzer. I was right.
What?
I've been expecting you. Come on in, Mallard.
You've been expecting me. Why, Candy?
Naive little rover boy, you. Have a drink?
No, I'm not in the mood. Just make it a double.
Sit down, Mallard, and let's be civilized. Take off your hat.
It is off.
Oh?
Candy, for once I'm puzzled.
You're just saying that.
Yeah, because it's true. I've checked and rechecked. No matter how many loose ends I tie together, I still get no connection between you and Dwight Ellsworth.
Dwight who'sworth?
Ellsworth, your extremely limp traveling companion on the cable this morning?
Mallard, I can give you an angle on that.
Yeah?
Yeah. The angle being that I didn't know him from Adam.
Level?
Straight. Oh, look, honeypot, this mediocre dialogue is getting us nowhere. What did you haul your size 11s in here for?
Oh, frankly, I don't know. Here, fill it up, will you?
Well, you're not just going around in circles, Mallard. You're going around in doubles.
Yeah. Like I've said before, Candy, you've got a pretty view from here.
Oh? Wait till I turn around.
I mean from your window. Look at that ship down there, just docking.
Where?
Down there. There's romance for you. Probably just in from the Far East.
Here's your drink.
Oh, thanks.
You know, it is sort of romantic. Don't you think it'd be fun to jump on a tramp like that and whisk off to the South Seas? On a honeymoon?
No.
That's what I thought. South Seas. Mallard.
Don't call me Mallard.
Why not? We're just playing for ducks, aren't we?
Very crisp. Playing for ducks. No, Candy, we aren't. Not in this case. We've got a dead man in our hands. Rudy Toot shot right through the heart. And you were sitting next to him.
Sure. Go on now. Get out of here.
What?
You heard me. Lift your hindquarters and get back to headquarters.
Candy, I don't like that look. You've got something on your mind.
Yeah, but you wouldn't recognize it if I told you about it.
One word of warning. Don't dabble. You're in deep enough. Got it?
Got it. Here's your hat. Grab it. So long, Mallard. See you around a jailhouse sometime. Fi-fo-fum. 'Twas then I smelled a big fat fee. That great, big, kind of attractive Mallard. He missed the boat. Oh, he saw it, but he missed it. It was that ship he saw docking. That was the first time I came out of the dark since my Tunerville ride down the hill in the morning. I needed help, so I called an old friend of mine, if you can call that help. Rembrandt Watson was his name. He was a photographer and other things. He spent most of his life in the darkroom dabbling with bottles. His negatives and prints were sharp. His thought processes not quite. But he'd given me assistance in the past, so I called him.
Rembrandt Watson speaking. Photography, portraits, and camera work.
Yes, Rembrandt, I know.
Also available for gardening, janitorial service, and babysitting.
Rembrandt, it's Candy.
Especially if they're over 21. Who? Candy?
Now you're tuned in.
How dare you, baggage. I was experimenting with a new type of formula.
90 proof or 100?
100. And Candy, it works beautifully. There's a delightful little pixie in a pink ballet skirt in my living room.
Well, leave her there and get over here immediately to my place. Take a cab. I'll pay for it.
I'd much rather have a handsome carriage with a brace of chestnuts.
You've got 'em in your head. Now just do as I say and get over here. Float in, Rembrandt.
Gadfrey. Where's the man to take me cloak, gloves, and topper?
You're wearing a sport coat and slacks, and you know I have no man.
And therein lies your basic trouble, my dear. You have no man.
Now, Rembrandt.
Every man should have a woman. Every woman should have a man. It's the incontrovertible law of the universe. Candy, you should have a man.
You?
Sure. I'm no longer a man. I'm a sprite transcending the world.
Well, stop transcending a moment and come down to earth. We've got a job to do.
How poetic. How idyllic. We've got a job to do. For money?
Eventually.
Oh, one of those. Very well, my dear. Bring me up to date.
Well, I don't really know if I can or not.
Good. And I shall leave and return to me formula.
Oh, no. What I mean is, the whole story's so fantastic you'd never believe it.
I might. Try me, Candy.
Well, I get on a cable car and sit next to a character reading the Wall Street Journal.
A strange coupling. A cable car and the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. And when we get to the end of the line, my friend next to me is dead.
Probably the ride down the hill frightened him to death.
Uh-uh. He looked like a used punch board. He had a neat little bullet hole through his heart.
Candy, my little ballerina friend in the pink skirt is more believable than what you just told me.
I told you it was fantastic, but none of how it happened. Now, sooner or later, Mallard is going to come out of his fog. And when he does, I'm going to be out of a fee.
A fee that so far doesn't exist, my pretty.
It will, if my hunch is right. Now, here's what I want you to do. Go down to the Chronicle and get all the back files you can on Southern Islands Steamship Company.
The Chronicle? A pleasure. I have a few questionable companions there who indulge in formulas.
Stay away from those companions and just do as I ask.
Very well, my dove. I go, but entirely against my will. And where will you be?
Around town, Rembrandt. I've got to do some legwork.
Let me assure you, Candy, you have just the right equipment for it, too.
What a joint. I'll bet they mount slit gullets on the walls instead of deer heads. Well, come on, Candy. Get your tools out and screw up your courage.
Yeah, miss, what'll it be?
Nothing right at the moment except information.
Information, water, both free. What do you want to know?
Well, I'm looking for the purser off the Dwightsonia. I hear he does his shore duty in here.
That's right. Name Campbell. That head on the table over there belongs to him.
Thanks. Hello, sailor. Hey, Campbell. Wake up.
Oh, leave me alone.
Come on, snap out of it.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Candy Matson. I want to ask a question.
Oh, I'm only drinking.
Go away.
Not until I find out what I want to know. Dwight Ellsworth was murdered this morning.
What?
I thought that would bring you to.
Huh? Well, that's the nicest news I've heard since VJ Day. What do you want to know?
Where does his brother live?
That stooge. He's got about as much spine as a water eel.
Never mind. I want to find him. He seems to keep his whereabouts as secret as an atomic stockpile.
The whole family ought to be knocked off. He lives out in Seacliff, 25 Dashel Road.
Good. Bartender, buy my friend a little reward. And one for yourself, too. Well, so far, so good. Oh, how did I know about Campbell, the purser? Well, you see, I have quite a few friends, most of whom my pal Mallard doesn't approve. So I grabbed a cab and navigated the driver out toward Seacliff. It was so foggy I couldn't see the meter. But I paid him anyway, gave him a neutral tip, and dismissed him. There it was, 25 Dashel Road. An austere-looking cabana, one that dared you to ring the front doorbell. I dared. I had the awful feeling I should have been around at the side door delivering hand laundry.
Good evening.
Well, except for the fog, yes. Is Mr. Ellsworth in?
Yes, he is. But I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. There's been a death in the family.
I know. That's why I'm here.
Come in, please.
Thank you.
Walk this way, please.
Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't, even if I lived to be 100.
Mind your tongue, young lady. You're in the house of an Ellsworth.
Oh, hoity-toity. The old babe had delusions of grandeur. Well, no need to get uppity with me. I've mingled with royalty. I once played a bit part in a Rita Hayworth picture. But this old gal was really something. She couldn't have been more than 45, yet looked like something out of the Barretts of Wimpole Street. She ushered me into a large-ceilinged living room, and there on the divan was my boy, his head lowered into his hands and quite obviously touched. Quite obviously.
Roger, this young lady is here to see you. I don't believe you mentioned your name.
Candy Matson.
Matson? You in shipping, too?
Of a sort.
Oh, this is my wife, Miss Matson. You'll pardon me if I don't seem hospitable, but my brother was murdered this morning.
I know. I was sitting next to him when it happened.
You were?
Don't talk to her, Roger. I don't trust her. This whole thing is a threat of some kind.
No, it's not a threat. It's a business proposition. I'll come right to the point. You see, I'm a private detective.
Oh, one of those persons.
Put your nose back down, Mrs. Ellsworth. I want to get the show on the road. Yes, I'm a private detective, and I'm in a spot, too. The police think I'm connected with the case in some way, so I'm here for a double purpose.
I'm listening, Miss Matson.
Roger, I forbid you to speak with this woman.
Too late, Mrs. Ellsworth. Now, this is it. I'm in this business to make money. Give me a check now for $300, and I'll find out who killed your brother. And I'll also clear myself.
Roger, I'm warning you.
Naturally, you want to see the killer of your brother brought to justice, don't you, Mr. Ellsworth? Don't you?
Yes. Here, I'll make a check out right now.
Thank you. Just make it out to Candy Matson. Payable today. A lovely collection of guns you have, Mr. Ellsworth. You hunt much?
Oh, yes. My wife and I are quite fond of shooting. She's an excellent shot. There you are.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with you sometime tomorrow. Mr. Reed didn't say a word. She just stood there against the fireplace and shot sparks through me. After I waved the check in the air a few times to dry the ink, she showed me to the door.
Very clever, aren't you? Taking advantage of a weak-willed man.
I wonder who made him that way.
Don't cash that check. I mean it. Don't cash that check.
Mrs. Ellsworth, $300. I need the money, badly. I need some new rolls for my player piano. I buzzed back downtown. I wanted to cash that check in a hurry. I knew of only one person who would give me the crisp green at that hour of the night. Uncle Charlie, the honest miller who ran the chase room. Uncle Charlie, in the strict sense of the word, was a gentleman. So with a tender little pat on my cheek, he cashed the check, and I went up Telegraph Hill and home. All of a sudden, my eyes did a couple of inverted loops. Oh, my lights were on. Who's in here? All right, speak up.
Oh, Candy, the light of my life. Come join our party.
Oh, Rembrandt, you gave me a scare.
You don't scare easy
What?
either, Candy. Got something on your mind?
And Mallard. Well, how ducky, a midnight soiree. What goes on here?
Well, that chicken you had in the icebox is delicious.
Was delicious. Looks like you've done everything but eat the bone.
Your vintage is superb, too, Candy. Have a little formula?
No. Now, come on, what gives?
That's my line, Candy. What gives? You're in on something, and I want to know about it.
Oh, Mallard, believe me, it's nothing. I'm just trying to parlay a couple of hunches.
Tall hunches. Look at all those clippings on the South Sea Island Steamship Company. What are they for?
I meant to tell you, Candy, I had remarkable success down at the Chronicle. There's everything you want on that steamship line.
Oh, Rembrandt, did you have to tell the whole world?
Candy, you chide me unnecessarily. I merely had the clippings on the table when Hawkshaw here walks in on me.
Okay, Candy, take it from there.
I can't tell you yet, Mallard. Nothing makes sense yet. I've got about 4 loose ends that need tying off.
If I'd only put 2 men to following you, I'd save myself a lot of grief.
2 days, that's all, Mallard. Just give me 2 days. I think I'll have it for you.
All right. But don't forget, the boys down at Kearney Street headquarters don't love you the way I do. 2 days. No more or less. I gotta go. Thanks for the fowl, chicken.
Very gay. Here, Rembrandt, here's $50 for you.
50? My word. What's all this talk about a recession?
Go on and take it. Go someplace and stabilize the economy. I whipped through the old newspaper clipping. It was all there. Fire at sea on Ellsworth ship. 2 seamen lost off Ellsworth ship near Honolulu. South Sea Island line ship loses rudder in storm. On and on it went over a period of 3 years. I threw the papers back on the table. Helped myself to some of Rembrandt's formula. Turned down the lights and went out on the porch. The bay was dark except for an occasional path of light from a passing freighter. I sat down to think and think. Then, click, just like that, 2 little tumblers in my mind fell into place. Only one thing to do, and that was to do it the hard way. The next morning, just as the ferry building siren was announcing 8 o'clock to downtown San Francisco, I got Rembrandt on the phone.
Candy, what on earth are you calling me for at this hour?
Can't help it. There's work to be done.
I did my work last night so extremely well that I'm just going to bed now.
Sorry, you'll just have to delay your sack time. Meet me at the corner of Mason and Union in 10 minutes, right where the cable car stops.
Now, what are we going to do?
We're going to take a cable car ride.
What? One of those bouncing, jerky little contraptions? Not the way I feel this morning.
Oh, yes, you are. Union and Mason in 10 minutes. All right, Rembrandt, get on.
This is the silliest thing you've ever done, Candy.
Maybe. We'll see. Dwight Ellsworth was already on the car when I got on here, and alive.
How could you tell?
He mumbled something when I asked him to move over.
Sounds logical, although I once remember stumbling into a corpse who mumbled for hours after it had been liquidated.
Rembrandt was in one of his rambling moods, so I let him alone. The car pulled over Mason Street, down Washington, and then swung on to Powell and up the hill. Now I watched the buildings and apartments carefully. There was a little red brick building, now a big apartment house, a woman's residence club, and so on. Then over the hill, more apartments, and the possibilities petered out at Bush. Well, only one thing to do. Canvass all those blocks between Washington and Bush. Okay, Rembrandt, off the car.
The strangest corpse I ever did see. What'd you say, Candy?
Off the car, come on.
Now what? I just want to get to bed.
Well, not for a long time, Boy Blue. Now, here's the pitch. You take this building, and I'll take the next. We'll alternate as we go along. Ask if a tall woman with a horsey face and dressed something like Queen Victoria ever lived around here.
Oh, Candy.
I know it sounds wild, but it's got to be done.
A horse with a tall face and dressed something like...
Oh, Rembrandt, look at me. Get that smoke out of your brain. A tall woman with a horsey face and dressed something like Queen Victoria. You got it?
Got it.
Okay, get going. It was slow and tiresome. And the answers I got.
A tall gal dressed like Queen Victoria? Oh, sister!
That was about par.
Nope, nobody like that ever lived here.
Are you positive?
A dame who fits that description? Yeah, I'm positive.
The morning wore on, and so did we. We were over on the other side of California Street now, so we stopped and had a bite to eat. I had pickles with mine, and Rembrandt had olives on toothpicks in a glass. And again, we picked up the hunt. My heart was suddenly making with a rumba. There, just on the other side of Clay, in front of a 3-story red brick house, was a police squad car. There was a little knot of people gathered around. Daintily lifting my crinoline, I did a Mel Patton down the block and up the front steps. I didn't have any trouble finding the room. The door was wide open, and there was a body on the floor. 4 representatives of the law were buzzing back and forth. One of the buzzees was Mallard.
Well, my little ambassador of violence. Why is it you're always around the extremely dead, Candy?
I've got no time to brandy the ad-libs, Mallard. Who is it?
I don't know yet. No identification.
Let me see.
Oh, a pen pal, maybe.
I was right. I knew it.
Knew it? Knew what?
You're right, he was a pen pal. He wrote me a check last night for $300. His name is Roger Ellsworth.
Very interesting. Must be open season on Ellsworth. Okay, Candy. Time you filled in the blanks. Start.
Wait a minute. I want to look at the window over here. Mallard, there are a couple of younger Ellsworths living around town here. I'm sure you'd like to see them stay healthy.
Yeah?
Get out to 25 Dashiell Road and pick up an old crone also named Ellsworth. 5 will get you 20. She's the one you're after.
All right. But you get back to your place and stay put, understand? I want to have a more illuminating chat with you.
Oh, Mallard, I'm just like putty in your hands. The moon was coming up over Diablo and spraying a path of silver on the bay. Still no Mallard. I wondered what could be wrong. Well, this was it. This was the showdown.
Have you seen a tall face with a horsey woman?
Oh, Rembrandt.
Candy, I'm so mad at you I could... Oh, what's the use?
Now what's the matter?
What's the matter, she says. I've been roving all over Powell Street ringing doorbells. Where did you go, you traitor?
Oh, Rembrandt, I'm sorry. And in the excitement, I forgot all about you.
What excitement?
There's been another murder.
In a moment, there's going to be another. I'm looking right at you, Candy.
Oh, cool off. Have some formula and stop snorting steam. What was that?
Your window, Candy. It just shattered.
What? Oh, wait a minute. That window didn't shatter by itself. Quick, get the lights, Rembrandt. Now duck down here.
What sort of a silly game are we playing now?
This isn't a game, believe me.
Candy! Candy, are you all right?
Yikes, it's the gumshoe.
Yes, I'm all right. Where are you, Mallard?
Over here. 2 houses over. We've got your girlfriend trapped on the roof next to you. Don't move and stay covered.
Okay.
All right, Mrs. Ellsworth. Are you coming down peacefully, or do we have to play cops and robbers?
I'm not coming down until I get that Candy Matson. She did it. She forced me to kill my own brother-in-law.
Have it your own way. Okay, loosen her up a bit, boys.
Better than the 4th of July.
Keep your head down, Rembrandt.
Oh, is that what was up?
Ready to come down, Mrs. Ellsworth?
No, I'm not. That hateful woman. She's ruined my whole life. All my plans. Just because of her snooping and prying. She's going to die, I tell you.
It was a miracle, Candy. You must have moved slightly just as she shot at you.
Well, it was too close, I can tell you. She's dead?
Oh, decidedly. I think she was dead before she hit the ground. That one shot got her. We went out to her house, and she was just driving off when we got there. We trailed her up to North Beach, lost her for a block, and then spotted her car at the top of the hill here. We arrived just as she was getting on the roof next door. Okay, now you tell me your little dream.
Well, it was that ship docking that set my wheels going around. The name Ellsworth started burning in back somewhere. You saw the clippings we dug up.
Yeah.
The South Sea Island steamship lines were slowly being sabotaged. I did some checking, and I found that the insurance companies weren't going to renew.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't tie that in sooner.
It's just that you have too many things on your mind, Mallard, dear. I went out to the place on Dashiell Road, and when I left, I was pretty sure the old girl had knocked off her brother-in-law.
Why?
Well, for several reasons. One, she was a venomous old witch. Two, you've never seen such a collection of guns in all your life. And her husband admitted she was a darn good shot. I also saw one little pot gun that was very interesting. It had a silencer on it.
Uh-huh. That was the one she used on you tonight.
And also the one she used on Dwight Ellsworth from the window of that apartment where you found her husband.
How do you know?
Go back there. You'll see a nice little bullet hole in the curtain with burned powder all around it.
Now, don't tell me that...
Yes, I'm telling you that she rented that place knowing that her brother-in-law always went downtown on a certain cable car. She waited that morning until we were riding by, and she plunked him.
I have now heard everything.
And the reason? Dwight Ellsworth, rather than fighting the insurance companies, had decided to sell his steamship line. But the old gal thought she'd beat him to the punch by knocking him off. The steamship company would then fall into her husband's hands.
Yeah. What about her husband?
Well, after he gave me the check and I left, they evidently had a fearful row, and she spilled the beans. Somehow she lured him down to that place on Powell and gave him some lead poisoning, too. And that's all there is to it.
Candy, I wish you'd have told me all these things earlier. We might have been able to save the life of Roger Ellsworth.
No, it wouldn't do any good. Because if she hadn't killed him, I was going to.
What?
Mm-hmm. While I was waiting for you to get here, the phone rang. It was Uncle Charlie, the honest miller. That no-good Roger Ellsworth. His check bounced like a brand-new golf ball. What's so funny, Mallard?
Listen in again to the further adventures of Candy Matson, Girl Sucker.
Well, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. In this case, nobody did, except Rembrandt. He'd stocked his darkroom with $50 worth of formula, and not the kind you use on negatives either. Let's see. Murder on a cable car, Dwight and Roger Ellsworth done in as well as the old gal. One check that bounced. It really does sound fantastic, doesn't it? But I told you this was radio, didn't I? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I did come out ahead at that. On the way out, Mallard leaned down and kissed me. The first time it ever happened. You know, at times it's kind of fun to be in the arms of the law.
Listen again next week at the same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial...
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were Helen Cleve, Jack Cahill, and Harry Bechtel, Jack Thomas as Rembrandt, and Henry Leff as Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. This has been a presentation of NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Danny, it sounds like you've accidentally invented a thermochemical energy source.
A scientific wonder becomes a nightmare.
Someone's walking around with enough explosive to turn the city into a pancake.
A power that could mark the beginning of the end for the $6 million man. America's classic thrillers come to life. The Hardy Boys' Nancy Drew Mysteries. An adventure into suspense.
There's got to be a way out of here.
You used to go with her?
Forget that.
Oh, Professor, do ghosts leave footprints?
The adventures of America's favorite young detectives come to television.
Follow that ghost.
The Hardy Boys' Nancy Drew Mysteries.
It's happening all around the house, right about now.
I'd like a Triscuit.
I'd like a Triscuit. I'd like a Triscuit. I know my family, and when they'd like a snack, they'd like a Triscuit wafer.
Great with cheese.
Or with a dip. Neat with jam. Or just by themselves. They really are good. Triscuit wafers, they're made from 100% natural whole wheat. And that's good, too.
A Triscuit, baked only by Nabisco.
There's one thing that Pete would just as soon eat every day of his life. He really goes for those noodles, so I give him the Campbell Life. Steve, the perfect lunch is any lunch with Campbell's Chicken Noodle-O Soup. There's lots of chickeny flavor and little round noodles for him, but not a lot of work for me. That's noodle okay. Give me the Campbell Life.
It's the first show of the new year, and the Captain and Tennille do it right. With their guests Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., John Biner, Muhammad Ali, and Joe Namath. It's the new 1977 Captain and Tennille.
You are the apple of my eye, yeah. Forever you...
Come on, you guys. The sun's already up. It's going to be a golden day.
Let's eat.
Oh, those golden grahams. Oh, those golden grahams. Crispy, crunchy graham cereal, family breakfast treat. Oh, those golden grahams. Oh, those golden grahams. Golden honey, just a touch with Graham's golden wheat.
It's a great tasting part of a complete breakfast for the whole family.
Try those golden grahams and have a golden day.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. For the past 3 weeks, a strong-arm hold-up man has been terrorizing the downtown area. You've got a description of the thief and a method of operation for him. Your job, find him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, May 3rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detective Thad Brown. My name's Friday. I was on the way back to the office, and it was 4:02 p.m. when I got to room 27. Robbery.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. Jim, how's it going?
Pretty good.
What do you got here?
It's a new gimmick they're trying.
What's it do?
Suppose let all of us in the room hear what comes over the hotshot phone?
You mean without picking it up, huh?
Yeah.
Hmm? How's it work?
Look, I'll show you. See, this knob here is the volume control.
Mm-hmm.
You just turn it on, put the phone on it, like this. You have to adjust this little gizmo so it fits the earpiece. That's all there is to it.
Mm-hmm. Where do we hear it?
Through that speaker over there.
Uh-huh.
We got another one hooked up in the squad room.
Well, we ought to be able to hear it any place then, huh?
Yeah. You don't have to get up and pick up the receiver. You can hear the whole call.
Should make it a lot easier. We going to keep it?
We're just trying it out. The way it looks, we'll leave it in.
Ought to save a lot of steps. Yeah. Called a phonodeck, huh?
Yeah, works good. Lot better than trying to juggle a phone on your shoulder and write at the same time. And the desk man doesn't have to repeat what's said to everybody in the room.
That's all right. I only got one question.
What's that?
Wilson and Market Street, southeast corner, 211 and Slugging.
Never mind. I just got the answer.
Huh?
It works.
Wilson and Market Street, southeast corner, 211 and Slugging.
Frank, Jim Austin, and I left the city hall. There was no way of telling from the hotshot call if the suspect was the one we were looking for or not, but either way, we had to check it out. It took us 3 minutes to get to the scene. An ambulance was in the area, and they'd answered the call. The attendant was giving the victim first aid. She was a woman in her late 50s or early 60s.
Please. Oh, do something. I can't stand much more. Oh, please do something.
All right if we talk to her?
Oh.
Yeah, make it brief. We got to move her in as soon as we can.
All right. Lady, I'm a police officer. I've got to talk to you.
Oh, go away. I can't talk to anybody. Can't you give me something? Please, it hurts so.
Oh, we'll take care of it. We'll just try to relax.
Did you get a name on her?
The cards there, Myra McFadden.
Ms. McFadden, can you tell us who did it?
No reason. I'd given him the money. He didn't have to kick me.
Was it one man?
As soon as he asked for it, I'd given it to him.
Did you see who it was?
I can't stand it anymore, please.
What's wrong with her here?
The leg's broken, bad fracture went through the skin.
Can you tell us what happened, Miss McFadden?
He tried to grab my purse. I didn't know. He tried to take it away from me.
Yes, ma'am.
I wouldn't let him have it, and then he kicked me in the back, and I fell. Something happened to my leg. Oh, please do something, please.
Just a minute, Miss McFadden.
Oh, God, please help me.
Excuse me, Sergeant. I'll have to give her morphine injection.
Sure, go right ahead.
Oh. Oh.
Was it a man?
Yes.
Was he tall?
Yes.
About 5'8" to 5'10", maybe?
I don't know.
Or was he dark?
Yes.
Did he say anything to you at all?
No. He just kicked me and I fell down.
Was he wearing a coat?
What?
Was he wearing a coat?
Coat?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I don't know. He just kicked me and I fell down. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. I can hardly feel it. Not anymore. It doesn't hurt now. No.
We'll take her in now.
Right. What'd you find out, Jim? Anything?
Talked to the newsboy on the corner.
Did he see it?
Not at the beginning. Heard the woman scream, turned around, saw the guy bring his knee up into her back, dropped her on the sidewalk.
Did he get a look at him?
Yeah, fella took off down that way. Newsboy ran after him. When he realized he couldn't tag him, he came back, called the ambulance.
How about a description?
Gave that to the other fellas. They got it out.
Uh-huh. Well, how's it line up to you two?
All the way. It's the guy we're looking for.
Well, he switched his M.O. He's hitting in the daytime now.
Yeah.
Something else, that old lady.
Hmm?
He's getting braver all the time. We talked to the witness. From what he told us about the suspect, it was the same person we were after. There was only one change in his method of operation. Instead of waiting for darkness, he was now hitting in the daylight hours. During the time we'd spent on the case, the stats office had made several runs trying to give us some kind of a lead. Everything about the suspect had been checked and rechecked. Special show-ups were arranged, and possible suspects were shown to the victims. In spite of all our efforts, the suspect continued to run free. Wednesday, May 5th, Frank and I stopped for dinner across the street from the city hall.
It's a big thing now.
What's that?
Mambo. Mambo. Dance step. Faye's been trying to get me to learn. She sees it on TV all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Faye says a man looks sophisticated when he does it.
That's what she says, huh?
Yeah. You think it would?
Would what?
Make me look sophisticated.
Well, you want me to be honest?
Sure, Joe.
I don't think anything could do that for you.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it, old buddy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell Faye. Keep her off my back about taking them lessons.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Joe.
Oh, hi, Dick. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good. Donahoe said you was over here.
Uh-huh. This is my partner, Frank Smith. This Dick Blake writes for the L.A. Examiner.
Hi. Haven't seen you for a while, Frank.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Dick.
Want a cup of coffee?
No, thanks. I just had dinner.
You looking for something special, Dick?
I'd like to get a story on the strong-arm man you fellas are after. Anything you can give me?
No, you got about all of it.
What about the McFadden woman? She gonna be all right?
Well, I haven't heard anything.
I called the county hospital this afternoon.
Yeah?
Said her leg's been set. Gonna take some time to heal. They're giving her a new kind of serum.
She gonna be all right, though, huh?
They're not sure yet. They don't know if there's any injury to her spine.
Yeah, sure a rough one.
Well, that's the way this guy does business.
We've been getting calls for the last 10 days, letters to the editors, everything.
Yeah, we can get in line, Dick. It's been coming at us from all sides.
What do you got on them?
Well, we ought to put out a mimeographed answer to that.
We can take a lot of paper.
Is there anything I can have?
It's no secret. Most of the victims have told us the same story. Guy comes up to him and starts a conversation.
About a ride someplace, cup of coffee, anything to slow the victim down from leaving.
Uh-huh.
First chance he gets, he slams the victim into a wall and asks for the money.
Now, before the McFadden woman, he worked at night, didn't he?
Yeah.
What about his choice of victims? A possible tie in there?
Mm-mm. Not that we can find. Anybody on the street is right.
You got a description on him?
Yeah, white male American, around 30, dark hair, dark eyes, 165 pounds, 5'8", 5'10".
That's a couple of thousand people.
Yeah. Now, what about the area he's working? Is there anything there?
Well, seems to make most of his pickups down around the plaza.
And what about the victims themselves?
What do you mean?
Well, they usually look like they're carrying money or
No,
what?
not all the time. Last week he beat up a serviceman in civilian clothes. He took $44 from him. Kid didn't look like he had a dime in his pockets.
Yeah.
Nothing about this guy fits a pattern, Dick.
There's only one thing we can drop in a pocket. He's mean. The way it works, the kick he gets out of beating up a person, it's got to mean more than just money to him.
Yeah. Well, one more thing. How close are you?
Outside a country mile.
Yeah.
Half the division's been on his tail. This keeps up, and Metro's going to ask for an increase in budget to hire more men. We got the area covered like rain, and he don't get wet.
Well, I got to get back to the office. Write something.
Try to take it easy on us, will you?
Look, we're on your side. Now, thanks for the help.
Okay, see you around, huh?
Right. So long, Frank.
Take it cool, huh?
Yeah. Anything comes up, let me know, huh?
We get something, you'll hear about it.
Sure like to get a break on the story.
Well, we're both even there.
Huh?
So would we. For the next week, the patrol of the streets continued. The strong-arm bandit hit 3 more times. Each time, the victim and the witnesses gave us the same description. It matched the suspect we were looking for. Thursday, May 13th, 7:52 p.m. We got back to the squad room.
Anything come in?
Yeah, kick back on Whitey.
How's it look?
No good.
What do you mean?
Well, according to Brereton, he's been in jail for the last 2 months.
Yeah?
He's waiting for trial in Stockton.
What does it say what he fell for?
Armed robbery.
Graduated, huh?
Well, looks like it. I get it. Robbery Friday. Hello? Yeah, well, could you speak up? I can't hear you. Yeah, that's better. How's that? Well, what was that name again? Yeah, well, now give me your name. No, we can't do much with that.
What do you got?
Fellow says the name of the strong-arm bandit's Benny Jessup.
Well, what about the person who called?
Hung up.
Anonymous, huh?
Yeah.
What do you think?
That was one way to find out.
Yeah?
Ask Benny Jessup. After we checked the name through R&I, Frank and I went out to Benny Jessup's address.
Yeah? Who is it?
Benny Jessup?
Yeah, what do you want?
You Benny Jessup?
Yeah.
Police officers want to talk to you.
You looking for something special?
A couple of questions we want to ask you.
Sure, I got no beef with the cops. Appreciate it if you keep it short. I got big trouble. Thought this seltzer might help. Must have got a hold of some bad food. Really. Excuse me.
Yeah.
What's it all about?
You ever been arrested, Jessup?
Yeah, look, it'd be a lot easier and faster if I started off telling you I've been in the route, huh? You guys checked the record before you came up here. You know I fell once for burglary. You know I'm free now. Don't owe nobody nothing. Let's go from there.
All right, you got a job?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I'm a candy butcher.
What's that?
I sell candy.
Where?
One of the theaters downtown.
When do you work?
Nights.
Name them.
Monday through Saturday.
What hours?
Check in at 4, work till 11, 11:30.
How come you're not there tonight?
I told you, I'm sick.
How long you had the job?
Oh, a couple of years.
Anybody at the theater to back that up?
What do you mean?
Well, anybody will say you're there.
Look, you better tell me what this is about, huh? I'm not hung up on anything. I got no part of any action you guys are in on.
Well, it comes down to one thing. If you can prove you're working every night, you're clean.
Yeah, I know that now.
How do you sell this candy? Where are you in the theater when you work?
All over, storeroom, lobby, all over.
You got a regular stand or you work in the aisles?
Stand in the lobby.
Somebody there to take the tickets?
Yeah.
Well, he ought to be able to tell us then, shouldn't he?
Tell you nothing. I've been working since I got out of the joint. You go down there and start asking a lot of questions, you're going to cause a lot of trouble.
Is that right?
Liable to get me fired.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, easy to say. You haven't got the job.
Better call and check, huh?
Yeah. You got a phone?
You see one around?
Give me the number.
I don't know it.
You work there, but you don't know the phone number.
I forgot.
Where is the place?
Corner 3rd and Weller.
What's the manager's name?
You got to talk to him?
Now, look, I can do it on the phone or we can go on down there. How do you want it?
Name's Woodrum.
I'll check it, Joe.
Look, you tell me what this is about.
If it fits, you'll know.
Who turned you on me?
What?
Look, who tried the box job? You got reason to come up here. I don't know what you're digging for, but I'm not around. Somebody gave you my name, didn't they?
We heard it.
Who?
If we told you the truth, you wouldn't believe it.
Somebody I know?
It's hard to say.
You just need 2 words.
What's that?
First and last name.
We got a call. We don't know who it was from. Person said we were looking for you.
And you barrel up here and roust me?
You got no rousting. We had to check it out.
What is it, a burglary?
No.
Well, then I'm home free. Only thing I ever fell for. I learned.
How about it?
You talked to Woodrum?
Yeah.
What about my job?
His alibi hold?
He's been there every work night for the last 4 months.
I told you that.
All right, you're out, but somebody's on your back.
Nothing new. I've been carrying a lot of people.
All right, Jessup, we'll leave it right there. Keep your nose clean.
Thanks a lot, cop. I'm not sure I want you on my team.
Huh?
Look, what about my job? What did Woodrum say?
You got no trouble.
What do you mean?
He says take care of yourself.
Yeah?
Be at work tomorrow night.
We'll see you around, Jessup.
I didn't tell him everything.
What?
I talked to the manager on the phone. He filled me in.
Yeah.
You know the guy who called you?
Yeah, what about him?
He's an usher down there.
Yeah.
He wants to be a candy butcher.
Frank and I left Jessup and went downtown to talk to the theater manager in person. He verified the fact that Jessup had been at work during the hours of the robberies. Other people who worked in the theater were questioned. Their statements ruled out Jessup as our suspect. Another day went by. There were several strong-arm robberies in the downtown area, but none with the same viciousness used by our suspect. Saturday, May 15th, Frank and I got back to the office.
Hi, Joe. Frank.
Jim?
Hi.
What do you got there?
Talked to Skipper this afternoon. Had a meeting with Chief Brown.
Yeah.
They drew the line, said we got to come up with something.
Well, we got half the men at Metro working on it now. All the streets are covered. There's not much more we can do.
The guy's got to make a mistake. All we need is a little time.
Skipper just cut off the supply.
Well, you have any ideas?
Yeah, I've been going over it. Take a look at this map.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the strong arms have been taking place in this area.
Yeah.
We've had cars here, along here, and covering the alleys in here.
Mm-hmm.
But suppose we put our own men in that area on foot.
Decoy system, huh?
Yeah, only thing we haven't tried.
Well, it might work.
Something to do.
How do we set it up?
Guy makes most of his pickups around the plaza, right?
That's right.
Then we start from there. Each night, one of us walks around the streets, try to pick the guy up. Other two follow in a car.
And what's the captain think of the idea?
Haven't talked to him yet. He can't beef. It's a possibility.
When do we start?
How about tonight?
Well, let's go.
Wait a minute. Who's going to do the walking?
Doesn't make a lot of difference.
How about flipping a coin?
All right.
Odd man?
Fine.
That's one you didn't get, Joe.
Yeah.
I win.
I hope so. For the next 2 days, the plan was carried out. The thief didn't hit. They began to wonder if he'd quit his operation. Monday, May 17th, while Frank and Jim Austin followed me in Unit 1K80, I acted as decoy. 12:47 a.m. It looked like another wasted night.
You got a match?
Yeah.
How about a cigarette?
Sure.
All right, how about a light? Come, give me your wallet.
Try and take it, huh?
Sidney! Sidney!
All right, fella, where are you going?
Let me go!
Okay. Get up there. Get your hands against the wall. Come on, move. All right, now get your hands in back of you. All right.
Come on, don't shove, cop.
Just do as you're told. It'll save you a lot of trouble.
Jim?
Yeah, here you go.
All right, you. Hands down. Turn around. What's your name?
Why don't you find out?
We will. We want to save time.
Giles Schaefer.
What's your name, fella? What's your name?
You're not going to do any good with him.
What do you mean?
He's deaf. His hearing aid's broken. You're not getting through at all.
Is that so? Well, then you tell us his name.
Sidney Remler.
Just the two of you in this?
You see anybody else?
I ask you a question.
You got an answer? What'd you tell him? I can't hear what you said. Never mind. I told you wouldn't get through to him.
You got it wrong.
Huh?
We'll get through.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Frank, Jim Austin, and I took the suspects to the city hall for questioning.
You guys got nothing on us.
You're sitting in the wrong place, fella.
That right?
We got you made on tonight. Time we get through, we'll tag you for at least 10 more counts.
You better stick to coffee. Isn't anybody going to let me know what's going on? Can't you fix that thing
We'll
for
get
me?
it taken care of.
Where do you guys live?
Big cop, that's what you pay
All
for.
right, we can do it the hard way if that's how you want it.
You're getting no help from me.
That works both ways.
Oh, you're whistling anyway. You maybe got us for tonight, that's all.
What's going on?
Oh, shut up.
Be careful what you tell them.
You guys work alone?
You got a reason to think there's anybody else?
We want you to tell us.
You're off your rocker, cop.
You better put a button on that mouth, Schaefer. The way you've treated people doesn't give you a soft ticket.
Doesn't make any difference how I got it. I'm going to ride it all the way.
Yeah, well, you stick with that and see where you land.
You're really off your rocker.
Isn't anybody going to tell me what's going on?
All right, take everything out of your pocket, Schaefer.
What?
Come on.
Just put it right there on the table. A lot of paper there. You always carry that much money?
Yeah.
How much is there?
I don't know.
You must have some idea.
All right, maybe $300-400.
You work for a living?
No.
Where'd you get the money?
From a bank.
What'd you use to take it out?
What?
A gun or a pen?
I didn't steal it, if that's what you're trying to build.
A lot of money.
How'd you get it?
My old man left it to me.
Well, you don't work at all then, huh?
No, I don't believe in it.
How about him?
No, he doesn't work either.
What did he say about me?
He wants to know if you work.
Huh?
He wants to know if you work.
No, none of us do. Giles, Dave, and me have incomes. None of us work.
Shut up.
Who's Dave?
I don't know.
Now, look, we're about through playing games with you. You come in here like you're 12 feet tall and try to throw your weight around. Well, it isn't going to work. The sooner you realize it, the better it's going to be for you. Now, how about it?
Who is he?
You know we'll come up with it.
How much do you think he'll do to get you out of here?
What he can.
No, that's not going to hold. You're stuck. You can call it two ways, easy and yours. Now, which is it going to be? How about it?
What do you want to know?
This Dave, what's his full name?
Santel.
Was he with you in all the robberies?
Yeah.
What about tonight?
Stayed on.
Why?
He set up all the others. We figured we'd pull this one by ourselves.
Where's he now?
I don't know. Home, I guess.
Where's that?
An apartment out on Fountain.
That's in Hollywood?
Yeah.
What's the phone number?
What are you going to do?
Just give me the phone number, will you?
Hollywood 98844.
I'll dial it. You just talk.
You going to use the gadget, Joe?
Yeah, we might as well. We can all listen. It's Hollywood 98844.
Yeah.
And when he answers, you just talk right into that thing.
Hello.
Hello, Dave?
Yeah, this you, Giles?
Yeah.
Sydney with you?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Pretty good.
You coming home right away?
Yeah.
I'll go out and get some beer. I should be back by the time you guys get in.
Okay, Dave. We'll see you.
As soon as you get home, we'll have a celebration, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, I tell you what, I'll give the girls a call. Sound all right to you?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, one thing, though.
What's that, Dave?
You know that Helen always got a couple of crow girlfriends around her. You better stop on the way home, huh?
What for?
Well, see if you can pick up a couple more guys.
We ran David Santel's name and description through R&I, and we found that he'd served a term at the county jail for violation of the State Narcotics Act. There was no record on either Giles Schaefer or Sidney Remler. Remler was taken to the main jail, and Frank and I, along with Jim Austin and Giles Schaefer, drove out to Santel's apartment. It was a large place in the Hollywood area. While Jim Austin stayed with the suspect, Frank and I checked with the manager. He told us that Santel had left a few minutes before we got to the place. The four of us went inside. All right, now you go on over there and sit down.
You guys sure throw muscle around.
Yeah, we got a long way to catch you.
All right, what am I supposed to do when Dave comes back?
Just sit there and keep your mouth shut.
You know, it's going to be pretty interesting.
What's that?
The expression on your face when the judge turns us loose.
Well, don't make book on that.
The place is clean, Joe.
All right.
You guys never do one honest day's work, and you always live high, don't you? Stay there, Schaefer.
Aren't you all set?
Yeah.
Watch it,
Are you? Now, is there anything else you want to throw?
No.
You cause me more trouble, I'll make a hole in you big enough to walk through.
All right.
Turn around.
Nice, clean. Put your hands down.
You don't need those. I'm not going to give you any trouble.
Let's make sure.
I told you not to put those on me. Try to muscle us, cop. I got a lawyer. You're going to be on the carpet for this. Time we get through with you, I'll have you walking the beat so far out, you'll be lucky to get home on weekends.
You know, you punks make me sick to my stomach. You lean on some old man or woman, you strong-arm a serviceman, you got about as much guts as an underfed worm.
Why don't you save it for the court,
You sit on your mouth, fella. I'll let you know when I'm through. I'm going to tell you something. You remember what happened to you tonight. You put it on the wire and get it around to the rest of the two-bit bums that work this same filthy operation. You tell them every time they put the arm on an old man, every time they slug a serviceman, they're never going to know. It might be a cop, and if it's not, there'll be 4 of us waiting in the next doorway. So before you roll that next victim, you think about that, will you?
You got it all off your chest now?
No, I got one more thing for you. You're going to jail, and we're going to drop every book we got on you. There's a mirror in the car. On the way in, you look at it and smile.
What for?
Be happy you still got all those teeth.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 14th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Giles Herbert Schaefer, David Arthur Santel, and Sidney Thomas Remler were tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree, 14 counts, and received sentence as prescribed by law. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 5 years on each count. Because of the viciousness shown by the suspects, their sentences were set to run consecutively.
Dragnet is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Introducing the Kodak Instant Camera with a twist. Meet the Crank.
Can you feel a brand new day?
Imagine instant pictures with color. Color by Kodak. Just crank, 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 and in minutes you get bright, colorful, instant pictures with a textured satin luxe finish. See your photo dealer and shake hands with the Crank. The Kodak Instant Camera with a twist.
What you're about to see is the world's most revolutionary telephone switching invention. We call it Super Switcher. It has almost no moving parts, yet handles 4 times more calls than its predecessor. It required an investment of $400 million, but should ultimately save $1 billion a year. And soon, every major American area will have one. Looks dull, eh?
Well, imagine that each of these cars is a long-distance call. This new invention can handle over 500,000 an hour. That's 5 days' traffic on a busy Los Angeles freeway. Super Switcher. It should go a long distance to prevent traffic jams on your long-distance calls.
The Bell System. People using technology to help keep down costs and improve service. Keeping your phone system the best in the world.
Tuesday, a lucky shot makes Richie an instant hero.
Want to go up to Inspiration Point with me? I'll show you my fake.
Oh, Richie, you're such a jock.
Then...
Buns. Hiya, Pinky. How you?
It's the love story that shook the world.
And love what?
There's drama, action, and romance. Fonzie loves Pinky right after Happy Days.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts, Mounds don't. Almond Joy's got real milk chocolate, coconut and munchy nuts too. Mounds got deep dark chocolate and chewy coconut. Ooh. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Peter Paul, Almond Joy's got nuts, Peter Paul, Mounds don't.
Plus, now there's also a new Mounds with creamy rich milk chocolate.
This is a cubic foot. There are 5 more of these inside the new Chevrolet than there are inside this year's older style full-size cars of Chevy's nearest sales competitor. That's based on U.S. government estimates of vehicle interior size as reported in the 1977 EPA Guide for New Car Buyers. The new Chevrolet with 5 more cubic feet of room. It stacks up beautifully. Now that's more like it.
Now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Cass Daly, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you leave me to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Cass Daly. Well, she's sort of a Martha Ray, a Betty Hutton, and a Judy Canova, all rolled up into a Marjorie Main. Yeah, one of them hotshot dames, Duffy, full of vim, vigor, and vitality. In fact, they tell me that when a vitamin pill is feeling low, it takes one of her. And what a voice. You ought to hear her new phonograph record, All Right, Louie Dropped the Gun. Yeah, she sings it so loud Louie could shoot the gun and nobody'd hear it. What does she look like? Well, let me put it this way. You know them trick mirrors down at Coney Island? Well, on them, Cass Daly looks beautiful. Worse looking than your daughter? Well, it's hard to say, you know. It'd be kind of a Mexican standoff. Huh? Well, why do you ask that question? You think it's time Miss Duffy got married? I could have told you that 20 years ago. Huh? You want to put up a dowry of $500 to get her a husband? Really? Duffy, your daughter's got an agent. Did you hear that, Eddie? Duffy is offering $500 to get a guy to marry Miss Duffy.
Marry Miss Duffy? Well, that shouldn't be too tough.
You don't think so?
Oh, they split the atom, didn't they? Hey, look, why don't you marry Miss Duffy and collect the money yourself?
Ah, no, Eddie, her and me ain't got enough in common. You see, I'm a man and she's Miss Duffy. No, I don't mind a dame being homely looking, but she makes a fetish of it. I wonder who we could get to marry her.
Yeah, she might be a pretty good wife for somebody.
Yeah, but who though?
Well,
let's see.
Well, guess that exhausts the possibilities.
Yeah, but there must be some crackpot that'd marry her, though.
The only trouble is, if he's a crackpot, the chances are he's already married.
That's true. Now, let's see, who could we get? Of course, in a pinch, there's always Tommy Manville.
Naughty Shaw.
No, I think he's already bagged his limit. Besides, guys like that is too sophisticated and too choosy, you know. We got to get somebody, as I say, somebody more on the crackpot side. Oh, hello, Finnegan.
What?
Hello, Finnegan.
What?
I said hello. What are you trying to do?
Nothing much. Just jockeying for position.
Eddie, I think this might be just the man. Finnegan, How would you like to get married?
Arch, I didn't know you cared.
Then again, I ain't speaking on my own behalf.
Oh.
What I meant was, how would you like to marry Miss Duffy?
How would you like a punch in the nose?
Now, just a minute. She ain't that bad. Besides, her father's got a lot of dough.
Oh, yeah? Then why don't you marry her yourself?
How would you like a punch in the nose? Why don't you think about it, though, Finnegan? You know, marriage might be a good thing for a guy like you. It might bring you a lot of happiness.
Arch, what good is happiness?
What good is happiness?
Yeah. Can it buy money? Besides, me father has always been very much against me getting married.
He has, really? Well, why does he feel that way?
I don't know. Something about civilization.
I see what he means. But I still can't help feeling that there's something that, that you and Miss Duffy was meant for each other.
How do you figure?
Well, it's a cinch you two wasn't meant for anybody else.
Very sorry, Arch, but you'll have to get another guy.
Yeah, but who? Who can I get?
Oh, wait a minute. You think she'd be interested in a dentist that owns his own Cadillac?
That could be.
A guy that has a yacht and about $1 million.
$1 million? She certainly would be. Do you know such a guy?
No, but I'll keep my eyes open.
Then again, I think maybe it'd be better if you kept your mouth shut. Now, let me alone. I gotta get that $500 figured
well,
out.
if you're gonna get it, you better get it fast. That gal ain't getting no younger.
You ain't kidding. In fact, she's reached the age where she ain't even getting older. Hey, wait a minute. Ixnay on the conversation. Hey, here she comes.
Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Guess what?
What?
I'm thinking of getting engaged.
Engaged? What'd you do? Lie about your face? I mean, who are you? Who are you engaged to? What's the guy's name?
Elmer.
That figures. This Elmer sounds like just the right man for you, Miss Duffy.
But you haven't even seen him.
No, but I've seen you. Tell me, what's Elmer's last name?
How do I know? We're not married yet.
Oh. Well, what makes you think that the guy's intentions are serious?
Last night I had to slap him 3 times.
He got fresh?
No, he didn't. That's the thing about him, Archie. He hasn't tried to kiss me or make love to me. He hasn't even tried to hold my hand.
Well, then you're in.
What do you mean?
Already he's acting like a husband. I think you better grab this guy off quick, Miss Duffy. A dame like you don't get too many chances.
Oh, yeah? You should have $1 for every time I've been proposed to.
Miss Duffy, being asked to play shortstop by the Pitkin Avenue Tigers can hardly be called a proposal. Now tell me, when are you going to see this Elmer again?
Oh, he's coming down here tonight.
Oh, good. Excuse me a minute. Eddie, could you let me have a $10 advance on that $500?
Now, wait a minute. Now, she ain't married yet.
She's as good as married. She says she's going out with him.
So what?
Any guy dumb enough to take that dame out is dumb enough to marry her.
Friends, brush your teeth twice a day with Ipana toothpaste. That's the Ipana way for healthier gums, for brighter teeth, for a sparkling, more beautiful smile. That's what dentists all over the country say, too. 8 out of 10 dentists say the Ipana way works. Try the Ipana way yourself. It's professionally approved dental care. 1, between regular visits to your dentist, brush all tooth surfaces with Ipana toothpaste at least twice a day. 2, massage gums the way your dentist advises to stimulate gum circulation. That's all. But see the difference Ipana toothpaste can make to your teeth, to your smile. Notice Ipana's wonderful flavor, too. How it leaves your mouth fresher, your breath cleaner. You'll really like Ipana and what it can do for you. So get a tube first chance you can. Remember, a good dentifrice like a good dentist is never a luxury. Make the Ipana way your way to healthier gums, brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile. The Ipana smile, the smile of beauty.
Well, Eddie, it won't be long now. We get this Elmer guy to marry Miss Duffy, and I collect $500.
Yeah, but getting the man to marry ain't gonna be easy.
What do you mean?
Well, look at it logically. A marriage license costs $2, don't it?
Yeah.
Well, for the same investment, the man could get a license to marry Hedy Lamarr.
Well, so what? Maybe Elmer wouldn't know the difference. You know, the old verboten, Eddie. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Hey, wait a minute. I think I got something in my eye.
Something in your eye?
Yeah, ain't that Cass Daly that just come in?
Well, it ain't Hedy Lamarr.
Cass, welcome to the tavern. Here, let me look at you. You know, you ain't changed a bit.
Thanks, Archie. Let me look at you. You haven't changed a bit either.
Yeah, so much for insults.
So this is Duffy's Tavern, huh?
That's right.
You know something, Archie? It reminds me a lot of the inside of the Brown Derby.
Inside the Brown Derby, huh?
Yeah. A sweatband.
Jokes like that's going to bring back radio. But tell me, Cass, what's new in Hollywood?
Well, things are pretty bad.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, you know, we actresses are beginning to feel the pinch.
What's new about that? But things are really tough out there, huh?
Yeah, Archie, you know, it's getting so bad in Hollywood that the agents are getting jobs for each other.
They ever get them for anybody else? But, what have you got to worry about? You know, you're full of pep and vinegar. You'll always be successful.
Well, thanks.
Tell me, how do you get all that energy and vitality?
Oh, clean living.
What a price to pay for success. And from what you told me, Cass, I guess I gave up my movie career in the nick of time. Looks like I'm just as well off being just a plain bartender.
You know something? That's what I could never understand, Arch.
What?
Well, why you gave up a big movie career just to be a bartender?
Well, I took a long-range viewpoint. You see, I figured that long after MGM and Paramount have crumbled into the dust, there'll still be drunks. Another thing that I feel...
Say, Arch, I was just... Well, Zazu Pig!
Finnegan, this is Cass Daly.
Oh.
Cass, this is Clifton Finnegan.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I had known how to send flowers.
Just a minute, Arch. Who is this dame? What's her racket?
She's a singer.
Oh, some racket.
You've heard her. It so happens her success ain't only due to her singing, though, Finny, and she's very clever in a lot of ways.
Oh, yeah? Tell me, sister, can you hold your breath till your face turns purple?
No.
Can you recite Gunga Din backwards?
No.
Can you whistle Swanee River through your ears?
No.
Boy, you sure gone a long way with no talent.
Finnegan, please stop annoying the customers, will you?
Pardon me, Miss Daly, but didn't I see you in the snake pit?
Yes, Duffy, please.
Archie.
Yeah?
The one that just left.
Yeah?
Is this his brother?
Yeah. Look, sister, you know you're no Ray Milland yourself.
Wait a minute. Stop this argument here, girls. Hey, wait a minute. The one on the left should have a razor blade on her heels. Let me take a look at you two dames a minute. Them faces. Eddie, has the clock stopped?
Not only stopped, it lost the hour.
Well, this gives me an idea, though. Excuse me, girls. Eddie, take a gander at them two tomatoes. Look at them both at the same time.
Yeah.
You focused? Tell me, did you ever see Miss Duffy look better? You see, as Einstein says, everything is relative. So when Elmer gets here, one look at Cass Daly and anything will look good to him.
You mean...
Yep, even her.
Now, look, fun is fun, Archie. How do I get out of this place?
Wait a minute, you can't leave yet, Cass.
Well, I have to. I'm sorry. I have an appointment at the beauty parlor.
That's the last place you should go. I mean, sit down and have a bite to eat. Keep your face around.
Me? Eat here? In this proving ground for ulcers?
Well, at least you can try. Here, look over the bill of fare.
Well, I guess I'm stuck. Okay. I think I'll start out with some oysters.
I'm sorry, but you're out of luck with the oysters, sir.
But it says right here on the menu, oysters.
I know, but we only got 2 of them, and we're saving them for breeding purposes. Perhaps our maitre d' can suggest something else. Oh, gargoyle. Gargoyle.
Yes?
I'm talking to Eddie. Eddie, our guest is ravished. What would you suggest?
Well, Miss Daly, how would you like some nice golden brown southern fried chicken?
Gee, you mean with candied yams covered with rich country gravy?
Yeah, and hot biscuits and honey.
Boy, that sounds delicious. Have you got it?
No, but we were really living there for a minute, wasn't we?
Look, kids, how about a hamburger?
Well, okay, let's get it over with. I'll take a hamburger.
Will you take it home or let it eat you here?
Eddie, please.
Well, here, one hamburger coming up.
Go ahead, Cass. Take a bite. Well, what do you think of it?
Well, I don't know whether it's a burp or weenie.
Oh, honey, you did practically all of them, huh?
Now, look at here, Arch. I gotta get out of here.
Where you going? Wait a minute. You can't leave yet.
I gotta get out of here.
You gotta remember your public, Cass. You can't leave yet. A customer just requested a song.
Oh, really? Well, who requested it?
Some drunk. Please, Cass, sing something. At least sing something until Elmer gets here, huh?
Till Elmer gets here.
Well, that's an old expression around here. Let's sing till Elmer gets here.
Yeah.
Maddie, the music, please. Now, go ahead, sing something, Cass.
Okay, Arch, okay. Stand back. Here I go. Well, all right, Louie, drop the gun, boy. You're not fooling anyone. Get your horse, it's time to run.
Yes.
All right, Louie, drop the gun.
Yes.
All right, Louie, drop the gun, boy.
How can she yell like that with nobody beating her?
So get your horse.
Yes, please. Please,
Right,
stop
Louie.
the music. Stop the music. Look. You see, it's nothing personal, Cass. Nothing personal, but that voice of yours, you see, this is a very old building, and... Have you anything a little softer?
A little softer?
Yeah.
Well, I might have. Listen.
Okay. Here.
Now here's a story with a moral. And all you gals better pay some mind. 'Cause if you find a man worth keeping, be satisfied. Make sure to treat him kind. 'Cause a good man is hard to find. You'll always get the other kind. Just when you think that he's your pal, you turn around and find him messing around some other gal. And then you rave, you even crave to see him land
morning. Kiss him every night. Give him plenty of loving. Hurry to ride because a good man nowadays is hard to find. Yes, sirree, girls, you know, once I had a man of my own. Yeah. And since he's gone, boy, I really miss him. You see, most girls have to kiss a man to hold him. But me, I have to hold him to kiss him. He wasn't much of Mr. Culture, and he had a funny pan. As a matter of fact, he wasn't much of anything, but at least he was a man. And if he comes back to my little grass shack, I'm gonna hug him in the morning. Kiss him every night. Give him plenty of loving to read him right, because a good man nowadays is hard to find. Yes, sirree, folks. He said an opportunity knocks but once. And when that once is gone, sister, it's gone forever. So, girls, if you get a man, there's just one but. Keep a smile on your face and keep your big mouth shut. I've learned my lesson now, and everything's fine. And if he comes back, I'll never, never step out of line. 'Cause I know what to do when the day's through. Gonna hug him in the morning. Kiss him every night. Give him plenty of loving. To read him right. Because a good man nowadays is hard to
Yes, that was wonderful.
Well, thank you, Archie. Now let me get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. Yes, please, come back here.
I'm sorry, no more arguments. This time I'm leaving.
Look, you can't kiss. I'll come clean with you. You see, there's a guy coming down here tonight, an eligible bachelor, you see.
A bachelor come down here tonight? Well, how peachy. What's he like?
Well, he wears pants, and he's alive.
Well, that's good enough for me, boy. And he trot out another hamburger.
You know something? Summer's just a bud and a breeze away. And to a lot of fellows, that means tennis, golf, swimming, and dry, unruly hair. Because that's just what happens when sun, wind, and water get working on your hair. But it needn't, you know. Not when you protect your hair with Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout. No hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking hair of head you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Miss Archie, this poor Elmer.
What do you mean, poor Elmer?
Well, I don't think it's fair to a guy trying to get him married to Miss Duffy.
But, Eddie, she could make the guy happy. Just picture it. He comes home from work at night, and there she is, waiting for him with his slippers and his pipe and his blindfold. And she folds his paper and... Wait a minute. Look what just arrived here.
Archie, I'd like you to meet my new boyfriend. Elmer, this is Archie.
Howdy do, bub.
He could get B.O. plenty. Well, glad to see you, Elmer.
Thanks.
Have a cigarette?
Thanks.
Elmer, when you light it, be sure you don't hold the match too close to that collar. Tell me, what do you do for a living, Elmer?
Elmer has his own farm.
Farm, huh?
Yep.
He raises hogs.
This I could have told you when he came in. Well, make yourself to home, Elmer. What can I offer you? A beer, a bourbon, a bath?
Never touch him.
Tell me, Elmer, this farm, is it a pretty big farm?
Yep.
Run it all by yourself, do you?
Yep.
Must get pretty lonesome sometimes, don't it?
Yep.
Especially nights.
Yep.
This guy sounds like Gary Cooper. Elmer, you say you raise hogs?
Mm-hmm. Hogs, cows, chickens, horses.
Elmer, have you ever thought of completing this menagerie?
Archie, this is very embarrassing.
Now, look, young feller, be you hinting for me to marry this gal?
I do be.
Well, nothing doing. I ain't figuring on getting hitched.
Miss Duffy, get out of sight for a minute. I'll handle this. Look, Elmer, what you need on that farm is a woman. A woman to cook your meals, put up the preserves, darn your socks, pull the plow.
Pull the plow? I got a horse for that.
Don't you ever feel that you'd like to give the horse a day off? And think of them hogs, Elmer. Them hogs need a mother's love, too. Why don't you consider, Miss Duffy?
No, son, I'm getting on in years. I ain't got long to go. I think I'll just finish it out with the hogs. Besides, I always figured if I got married, I'd like to have something around the farm that looked better than animals.
But look at her over there, Elmer. She's real healthy, you know. Good, strong set of teeth. Not too sway back. From what I hear, she ain't had a spavin in years.
Sorry, nothing doing.
Oh, well, I guess I gotta play me ace. Cass?
Yeah? Yes, Archie?
Come here a minute. Elmer?
Yeah?
You know how when you're in a cow pasture, the cow pasture on the other side always looks greener?
Yep.
Then when you get over to the other cow pasture, the first one looks better to you?
Yep.
Elmer, I'd like you to meet the other cow pasture.
Well, hello, Elmer. Say, you're kind of cute.
Well, rotate my crops and call me dizzy if she ain't a looker there. Say, sister, are you single?
Yep.
You think I'm kind of cute?
Yup.
Do you like farms?
Yup.
I like the way she talks.
Holy cat. I think I have created a Frankenstein. I gotta break this thing up. Elmer, tell me, do you like good music, do you?
Uh-huh, love it.
I thought you might. Kiss, why don't you sing a song to Elmer? You know, one of them nice square dance type of songs like Louis Dropped the Gun, you know?
Sure, well, all right, Archie. Would you like to hear me sing, Elmer?
Yep. Will you do it?
Yup.
Okay, Cass, let him have it.
Well, all right, Louis, drop the gun, boy. You're not fooling anyone. So get your hump and drop the gun. Hold there now. Drop the gun. All right, Louis.
Hold there.
I knew that song would do it. Well, Elmer, what's new?
Well, Archie, I've made up my mind.
You gonna get married?
Yep.
To Miss Duffy?
Nope.
You mean you're gonna marry Cass Daly?
Yep.
After hearing her sing that song?
That's just it. As I told you, I'm getting along in years, and my lungs ain't what they used to be. Someday I'm going to need a voice like that for calling hogs.
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Ben-X brushless shave cream. Thousands are discovering that Ben-X gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Ben-X. The new Wonder Shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Ben-X brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Ben-X doesn't clog or razor or drain.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Ben-X yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex brushless or get a big 25-cent tube free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Look, Linda, I just bought a new seamless support bra that's so beautiful. I have to show you. Oh, better show you this way. It's the Playtex Support Can Be Beautiful bra, and it's seamless. Don't you love these pretty details? And these smooth, seamless cups. Plus this secret support designed for real support. And you know, it's so pretty. It makes me feel pretty. The new seamless Support Can Be Beautiful bra from Playtex. Support can be beautiful.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
In the last episode, Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson outwitted the desperate bandit gang and succeeded in again getting possession of the precious aircraft plans, saving them for their own government. That night, you may rest assured Jimmy had a long and well-earned sleep. But it is now the following morning, and the young flying student has just entered Speed Robertson's room on the airport.
What are you doing, Speed? Figuring out how much money you spent on your new ship?
No, I'm making a few entries in my logbook, Jimmy, to bring my flying time up to date.
Oh, do you keep track of all your time in the air?
Oh, just about. It's a good habit to form. I hope you're keeping your time straight.
I sure am.
In later years, Jim, the record of your flying is going to be one of your most cherished personal possessions.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Sure is. Every once in a while, I get out my old logbooks and run through the pages. Reminds me of trips I made, places I visited, and people who flew with me. Well, that's that until I do some more flying.
Say, Speed, did they get any trace of the transport with the gang in it?
I just talked to Captain Sweeney over the phone before you came in.
Oh, yeah? What did he have to say?
Well, not a whole lot. They finally learned that late yesterday afternoon, a transport without any identification marks on it landed near a little town in southwestern Oklahoma, picked up some gas, and then flew south.
Oh, boy, those fellas sure have plenty of nerve. They seem to stop at nothing.
There's no doubt about it, Jim.
Oh, gee, Speed, I wish we could have captured him yesterday.
Yeah, but we would have taken too great a chance. What we wanted were the plans, and we got them, thanks to you. Well, what do you say we go down on the line now and do a little flying?
That suits me. I'm ready anytime.
Okay, I'll call Flash Lewis to have the ship warmed up.
I guess Flash feels pretty good now that everything...
Hello, Flash? Well, this is Speed Robertson talking. Flash, get her ship warmed up. Jimmy says he feels like flying today. Okay, we'll be right there. Let's go, Jimmy.
Okay.
Morning, Flash.
Howdy, boys. How are you feeling after your big scrap down in the country?
Oh, we feel great, Flash. But how are you?
Well, I don't have no excitement like you guys, but that ain't the half of it. I don't want none. I think I'll get out of this aviation business and get me a chicken farm or something.
Yeah, I can just see you nursing a brood of chickens, Flash. You know, if my memory doesn't fail me, about 10 years ago you told me you were through with aviation.
Yeah, but I mean it this time. Well, this kite's all ready.
Okay, Jimmy. I don't see much sense to my flying around with you today.
Oh, gee, Speed, do you mean you want me to solo it?
Can you get it around all right? I'll go with you if you want me.
Oh, no, I don't want you to go with me.
Oh, you don't want me to go, huh?
Well, I don't mean that, Speed. What I meant to say was, well, I can solo it all right. I know I can, Speed. It's a good day, and, well, I just know I can fly her. Will you let me take it up alone?
Sure, kid, you can handle it. Now, I'll tell you what I want you to do. Let's see now. The wind's from the south. Taxi out on that north-south runway and take a real good look around for any ships landing or taking off.
Well, sure, I'm careful about that.
And remember this. A transport or mail plane always has a right-of-way in landing or taking off.
Yeah, I know, Speed.
All right. Now climb up to 500 feet, make a left turn around the field, and then come in and land. Are you all ready?
All ready. Here goes.
And say, Jimmy, look out for them cloud worms up there. And if you see something that's gold and blue, stay out of its way. It's a cone of silence.
All right, Flash. I won't forget.
Will a kid get away with it all right?
Sure, he won't have any trouble. And, Flash, this is one of the great days in every pilot's life. The day he makes his first solo hop.
You said it, Speed. It's like getting married for the first time, but not quite as dangerous.
Oh, now, that depends on the pilot, Flash.
Yeah, well, I'll take my chances with an airplane. If I had a crack-up, I at least wouldn't have to have no lawyer tell me how to fix it up. Uh-oh, there goes Jimmy down the runway.
Ah, that's a nice takeoff. Look at that. Straight down the runway and into the air with a nice, gentle climb.
Oh, that kid's all right. I bet he's been itching to go up in the air alone.
He's a natural, Flash. He takes to flying like some people take to watermelon. He just naturally has the feel of an airplane. Well, who's this coming up in the car?
Looks like that sister of Dick Crofts.
Oh, yeah, sure enough.
Her brother was learning to fly, but I ain't seen him around the last few days.
Good morning, Mr. Robertson. Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Morning. Morning, Barbara. We were just watching a friend of yours making his first solo.
Yeah, that's him just making a turn now over the river.
Oh, how wonderful. I noticed the ship taking off as I was driving in. Who's the pilot?
Well, I'll give you 3 guesses who would bring Speed Robertson out here on the line.
Oh, it must be Jimmy Allen. Oh, I think that's splendid. Aren't you thrilled, Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, of course I am. He made a very nice takeoff, too.
My brother Dick told us that Jimmy was the best student in Central Flying School, and I'm sure you're proud of him.
Yes, he's all right. He'll make a good pilot, too. Well, he's making his turn into the field. Let's see. Now we'll see what kind of a landing the kid makes.
He started his glide.
Yeah, he cut his motor at the right spot.
Oh, dear, I hope this landing's all right.
Don't worry about him. There he's flattening out. Now hold it off, Jim. That's a boy. Now down with the tail. That's fine.
Oh, yes.
That's okay.
A good landing, Speed. Your student's all right.
A good landing? That was simply grand. Why, that ship didn't even bounce.
He must have remembered some of the things you told him, Speed.
That boy didn't need much instruction. He could have soloed after an hour's duel if he'd had to and got by with it, too.
Look at the big grin on his face. I'll bet he's sure tickled.
He ought to be. He made a better landing alone than he ever did when I was with him.
Was it all right, Speed?
That was fine, Jim. That was just grand. Your takeoff was good, and the landing couldn't have been better. Say, Flash, taxi the ship back in the hangar. That's all I want him to do today.
Shall I try a few more landings? I think I can do better.
Now, Jimmy, that'll be all today, but you can do some more air work tomorrow. I have to be running along now. Flash will take care of your ship.
Jimmy'd fly that ship all day if you'd let him.
Yeah, that's just the trouble. They want to crowd too much time in right at the start.
Oh, hello, Barbara. How are you?
I'm just fine, Jimmy, and very thrilled over your first solo. It was just perfect.
Well, gee, thanks. I didn't think it was so good, though. I can do a lot better.
It looked all right from where we stood, kid. Well, how do you feel now that you're a great, big, full-fledged pilot, huh?
I'll feel a lot better when I get my license.
That won't take long.
You'll have it in no time at all.
Oh, but gee, I have another surprise for you.
What do you mean, another surprise? What was the first one?
Well, I got down without breaking anything.
Oh, I'm sure we won't count that as a surprise, Jimmy.
Certainly not. But what's the other one?
Well, you see, today's my birthday, so I'm sure glad you wanted me to solo.
Why, Jimmy.
Why, you old rascal, and you didn't say a thing about it. Well, how many times do I get to paddle you, huh?
18 times. Oh, but you'll have to catch me first.
Congratulations, Jimmy, and many happy returns of the day.
Thank you, Barbara.
So you're 18 years old today, eh, Jim? Okay, you come up to my office later, and I'll have that pedal all ready. I must run now.
Gee, thanks, Speed, for all the trouble you're taking with me.
Forget it, kid. You did a good job, and I'll be seeing you all later.
Bye.
Okay. Oh, gee, there's a great fella for you.
Yes, he is, Jimmy, and he's very fond of you.
Oh, I wouldn't want a better friend, I can tell you that. But say, Barbara, what's become of Dick? I haven't seen him around the field the past few days.
Well, I'm down here looking for him now. You know he's had to give up his flying course.
What? No, I didn't know that. What's the trouble? He was so interested in flying.
Yes, he was, and still is. But you see... Oh, Jimmy, I shouldn't bother you with family troubles, especially on a day like this, when you have every reason in the world to be so happy.
Oh, nonsense. Maybe there's some way I can help Dick out. I know you'll be terribly disappointed to give up flying.
Yes, that's made it twice as difficult. But you see, well, we all talked it over and... Oh, Jimmy, here's someone who must be looking for you.
Hmm?
See? The girl in the blue roadster.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that must be Miss Hammond. Oh, but I don't think she's looking for me.
Good morning, Jimmy. What are you doing on this perfectly gorgeous day?
Good morning, Miss Hammond. Well, may I present Miss Croft? Barbara, this is Miss Hammond.
How do you do?
How do you do? You must have been flying, Jimmy.
I should say he has been flying. He made his first solo flight this morning.
How interesting. And was it successful, Jimmy?
Well, I got down without breaking the airplane. I guess you'd call it successful.
Oh, it was just wonderful. A smooth takeoff and a perfect landing.
Oh, well, congratulations and all that sort of thing, Jimmy. Now you can take me riding. I intend holding you to that promise, you know.
Well, you see, I'm not ready to take passengers yet. I've got to get my license first.
Oh, Jimmy, you're so technical. Why bother about licenses and things?
Well, maybe Mr. Robertson wouldn't approve of your violating any rules, Jimmy.
Oh, yes, Speed Robertson. He is a dear thing, isn't he? Maybe I should get Speed to take me flying. Or arrange to have his pupil do it.
Well, Miss Hammond, maybe we better wait a while. You see, the government's very strict. But Speed would take you for a ride, I'm sure, when he gets his Bluebird racer finished.
Oh, that would be rather thrilling, wouldn't it? To ride with Speed Robertson in his racing plane. However, I'll wait for you, Jimmy. But I'm very impatient.
Oh, Jimmy, I must run along and find Dick. Glad to have seen you, Miss Hammond. Goodbye, Jimmy.
Goodbye, Barbara. And thanks.
Goodbye. It's been a pleasure.
Barbara's brother, Dick, has been a student with me in the school.
Oh, yes. And does Miss Croft fly?
Oh, no, she doesn't fly, but, well, she's mighty interested in aviation.
Did you say aviation, Jimmy? Or, aviators?
This has been a great day for Jimmy. His first solo flight and a birthday. And we have a sneaking idea that Speed's quite proud of his student. But there's much excitement and many thrills in store for Jimmy. Don't miss his next flying adventure.
Coca's life, it's got the taste and the feeling you like. Coca-Cola, come on, girl, gotta share a Coke with you. Let the feeling through. You wanna live a little bit more. That's what the taste of Coke is for. Coca's life, everybody wants a little life. Coca-Cola, Coca's life, everybody wants.
Hey, man. How about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Bea Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. A listener writes to say that she found an unfamiliar-looking package of Johnson's Wax on her pantry shelf. The price wasn't even marked in American money. It seems her daughter bought it some time ago in England. Johnson's Wax gets around, doesn't it? It's used all around the world to give homes that lovely wax-polished radiance. Johnson waxed floors, for example, have a lovely satiny sheen. Furniture, when protected with Johnson's Wax, glows and sparkles brightly. In fact, when you use wax regularly, your whole home is cleaner and brighter and infinitely more beautiful. Equally important, Johnson's Wax provides a wonderful lasting protection against dirt, wear, and spilled things. And you yourself won't have nearly so much work around the house. A quick dusting soon makes things look lovely again. Make a note on your shopping list right now, will you? Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream. month of March is usually pretty windy in Wistful Vista, and every time a big breeze blows, somebody brings up the subject of kite flying. In fact, here's a big breeze blowing about kites to his wife right now, as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
I could see right away that this kid didn't know anything about flying kites. He was going at it all wrong, you see.
He probably wasn't used to pulling strings the way you are, dearie.
Right. So I ankles over to him and I says, "Look, sonny," I says, "you're flying that kite all wrong," I says. And so I grabs the string out of his hand.
Why, you had no business doing that, Magee. It was his kite.
I was doing it for his own good. He wasn't flying it right.
If more people did fewer things for the good of more people would like more people more. So, what happened?
I lets out more string, and whammo, the kite peeled off like a seagull diving on a shrimp and gets hung up in a sycamore tree.
Fine. I hope you paid the lad for his kite.
I gave him $1, but he wouldn't stop bawling, and then his old man come running out, and he seemed to take his side.
Prejudiced, was he?
Definitely. I don't take that stuff from anybody, no matter whose father they are that I bust their kids' kites. So I walks up to this guy and I says, real deadly and quiet, like George Raft, I says, "Take off your coat, Buster," I says.
You're rapidly approaching the world's record for doing too many wrong things in the shortest time, dearie. Did the man take off his coat?
Did he take it off? Woo! I haven't seen a coat come off so fast since it rained the day I painted the garage. He come out of that coat like he had bees up his sleeves.
And then?
Well, then I could see we'd both catch our death of cold standing there with our coats off in that March wind. So I hopped onto a beer truck that happened to be passing at the moment and left.
Very discreet of you, I'm sure.
Well, my gosh, I didn't want to beat the guy up in front of his own kid.
Well, tell me one thing, sweetheart. How did you get to be such an expert on kite flying in the first place?
What do you mean, get to be? I always been an expert. Remember the kites I used to fly back in Peoria, up on top of Kickapoo Hill?
Heavenly days. Is that what all you boys were doing, yelling and screaming all the time up there on Kickapoo Hill?
Yes, sir. The best place in the United States for kite flying. I never yet been up on top of Kickapoo Hill but what there was a big wind up there.
Well, I'll say it anyway. I've heard other people say the same thing.
And I made some of the best and biggest kites that ever flew, too. I made one once that was...
Come in. Hello, Dr. Gamble. Nice to see you.
Hello, Molly. And how are you today, knucklehead?
Thanks to the fact that I never take any of the medicine you give me, I'm fine, butcher boy. You want to see me about something, or are you just hiding from the police?
You know, I should like to see you treat Dr. Gamble with a little more respect, dearie. They say he's one of the finest surgeons in the country.
In the country, that's quite possible. But here in the city, he's just another palooka with a mail-order stethoscope. And he just uses that as an excuse to get your coat off so his nurse can go through your pockets. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fatso.
Correcting you when you're wrong would be a 24-hour-a-day job, zebra face. Was I interrupting some profound discussion when I came in?
Oh, no, Doctor. Magee was just telling me what an expert kite flyer he was as a boy back in Peoria.
I was not only expert at flying them, but I was also expert at also making them.
That's a lot of bilbo, drip-lip. Kite making is a delicate process, and you're about as handy with tools as a moose with a flute.
Did you ever build a kite yourself, Bucklewort?
Why, you leaky little bagpipe. I've made kites that would have you hiding your head under a passing streetcar.
Oh, yeah, I suppose you could still build a kite that would fly, sharpshooter.
I could indeed, bug brain. I haven't touched a kite in 40 years, but I can still build one that'll fly so many rings around you you'd be even dizzier than you are.
For dough?
For any amount.
$10.
Done.
No, boys, that's gambling.
Well, my gosh, we got to have some incentive.
Well, make it for $10 then and give it to me.
Huh?
And I'll send it to the National Society for Crippled Children for Easter seal.
Fine.
Great. What's the deadline, Magee?
4 o'clock.
It's a deal.
Put it in writing, boys. Who's got some paper?
Not me.
Not me.
I know where there's some. Right here in the hall clerk. No, Molly, not in there. I have a look.
Jackson, his name was Ray. He had a careless habit. He always ran away. When I told him he'd regret it, no attention did he pay, and I saw a lady wearing him just the other day. Oh, boy, this is really going to be a kite. Doc Gamble might just as well pony over his $10. He's washed up like a handful of seaweed.
Oh, now listen, don't underestimate the doctor, dearie.
Hmm?
There's a lot of gray matter in that bald old skull of his.
But take away his brains and education, and what has he got? No more personality than a trout. My gosh, he's so...
Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in.
Thank you, my dear.
Hi, Carsty. Fling the furs on the floor and flop the fragile frame on our fine furniture. You don't mind if I go on working?
Not at all, Mr. Magee. May I ask what you're making?
He's making a kite, Millicent.
A kite?
Yeah, I and Doc Gamble are both building kites, Carsty.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else to do until the marble season, I presume.
They have a little wager, Millicent, to see which one of them can fly their kite the highest.
And you can take it from the Iron Duke girls that old Fumble Thumb Gamble has got less chance than a tightrope walker with the hiccups. Ever fly a kite, kid?
No, Mr. Magee. Although I was a bit of a tomboy when I was a girl. I was shortstop on the softball team, forward on the basketball team, high diver on the swimming team, and ran the mile in 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
Heavenly day.
Now, just a minute, Millie. Running a mile in 2 minutes and 7 seconds is impossible. Nobody's ever run the mile in even 4 minutes.
Possibly no one else ever had a caterpillar drop down the neck of his tracksuit just as the stalking gun went off.
Well, my goodness, I never would have thought of you as an athlete, Millicent. Did you ever play any tennis?
Badminton was my game, my dear. I shall never forget the trophy I got for my first championship game. They gave me the bird.
How about boxing, Carsty?
Oh, not now, thank you, Mr. Magee. Perhaps later in the... Oh, good heavens. I simply must be getting home. I'm expecting a baby.
What? Well, listen, you didn't tell us about it.
Please, my dear. I'm expecting a baby grand piano delivered this afternoon. And I must be there when it arrives. Good day.
Now, back to work, kiddo. Hand me that piece of 2x4 there, will you? Thanks. Yeah.
Just what is that you're making now, dearie? A box to carry your kite in?
No. This is my kite. It's a box kite.
Oh, seems awfully heavy for a kite.
Oh, that's because I haven't got the paper on it yet. I use a very lightweight paper.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I had a little goat, and his name was Pete. Didn't dare bend over or he'd knock you off your feet. If I only had him now, I'd never gripe or grouse, 'cause it's wonderful to have a little butter in the house.
It's your turn to say come in, Magee.
Okay. Come in.
Oh, well, for goodness sakes, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks.
Have a chair, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, I can't stay but a minute, folks. I'm just delivering a message for Sweetie Face.
Whom to, Wimp?
To me, Mr. Magee.
Oh, what is the message, Mr. Wimple?
Get out of my sight for a while, Worm.
Just what was the cause of this little misunderstanding, Mr. Wimple?
Well, Sweetie Face wanted me to give her breakfast in bed this morning. So, about 8 o'clock, I tippy-toed down to the kitchen and made some nice scrambled eggs and hot coffee and cinnamon toast and took it up to her. And when she ate it, she had tears in her eyes.
Oh, she really got sentimental about it, eh, Wimp?
No, I'd put dry mustard on the toast instead of cinnamon. By mistake, of course.
Oh, well, Nat.
So Sweetie Face leaped out of bed and chased me all over the house. She finally cornered me in the fruit cellar. Do I smell a little bit of pickled beets?
I can't say you do, Wimp. However, I seem to detect a slight aroma of grape jelly.
Well, I'm getting even with her, believe me. I sneaked out into the garage and left all the lights burning in the car. Now, when she goes downtown, she'll have to crank it by hand.
Oh, well, she's strong enough to do it, isn't she, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, yes. But I left it in gear.
Left it in gear? My gosh, Wimp, the car will ram her clear through the garage.
Oh, I don't think so, Mr. McGee. It's solid concrete. But I'll go and see. Goodbye now.
Mr. Wimple.
What do you mean, poor little Mr. Wimple? He thinks up twice as many dirty tricks to play on her as she does on him. She's got the muscle, but he's got the brains.
He has until he gets home, at least, but if she ever...
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Happy birthday. I hope you don't mind if I go ahead with my work.
Ah, what's all the lumber for, pal? Building a doghouse?
Kite, Mr. Wilcox.
Kite, eh?
Yep. Building a kite, Junior.
Gee, I wish you were working out in the kitchen, pal. Then if you spilled something on the linoleum...
Yeah, but he isn't, though, Mr. Wilcox.
No. No, he isn't. What kind of kite is it you're making, pal?
Box kite.
Box kite, eh? Yep. Box kite.
No help, Mr. Wilcox?
I'm afraid not, Molly. Let me see now. Are you making this just for fun, Fibber? Kind of filling up your leisure time, of which you have plenty because your housework is so...
No, I'm not.
Not, eh?
He's in a competition with Dr. Gamble, Mr. Wilcox. They've got a wager up as to who can build the best kite.
Wager, eh?
Hi, George, I never thought I'd live to see the day Junior got stuck for an opening. Get Racine on the long-distance phone, Molly. Tell him to get in touch with Harry Von Zell.
Excuse me, pal. Look, about this kite of yours, what are you going to do with it?
My goodness, he's going to fly it, Mr. Wilcox. Didn't you ever fly kites when you were a lad?
Sure. Did Fibber?
You're darn right I did, boy. Up on the top of Kickapoo Hill in Peoria. Used to fly kites every day there was a wind. Made him do acrobatics, sent messages up the string.
Ah, messages, eh?
Oh, McGee, you shouldn't have done that.
Gee, I know a message I'd like to send up the string of your kite, pal, if you don't mind.
Now, wait a minute, Waxy. I didn't mean...
Write this down. Quote, Housewives, why is Johnson self-polishing glow coat like a kite? Because it tops everything. Everybody looks up to it. It's effortless. And thereby hangs a tail.
There's no tail on a box kite, Mr. Wilcox.
Using self-polishing glow coat is like flying a kite. It's a breeze. Pour a little out on your linoleum, spread it around, let it dry 20 minutes or less, and presto, new beauty, new life to your tired and worn linoleum.
That's enough.
No rubbing, no buffing. Save yourself hours of housework. Have fun. Go fly kites. Gee, I've talked myself into it. I'm going home and make one, too. See you later.
There. I thought we had him there for a minute.
Oh, not him, dearie. He's as hard to pin down as a sunburnt wrestler. Well, I guess I'll go upstairs and let you get to work. Let me know now before you leave the house.
I will, Mommy, I will. Ah, there goes a good kid. She thinks I know what I'm doing building this kite. And is she wrong? She was never more wronger in all her born. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, Teeny. Now, look, sis, I'm a very busy man today. Scram, will you? Take a powder. Beat it. Hit the grit. Vamoo. Spade.
You mean you want me to go away, mister,
That might roughly be construed as my general idea, sis. Look, will you scram out of here if I give you a quarter?
I will for $2, I bet you.
$2? Why, you little...
Too much, huh?
Yeah.
Too much, huh? Okay. You come up a little and I'll come down a little.
50 cents.
$1.
75 cents.
I think you will find, mister, that according to the OPA, that the ceiling price for getting little children to hit the grid is $1. Anyway, I gotta have $1.
Why?
Well, gee, I was going to go out with Willie Toops and fly my kite, but there isn't any wind today, so I thought I'd get one of those balloons.
What balloons?
One of those balloons a man is selling down on the corner, and they cost $1, and they're full of helium gas.
Helium, sis.
Sure, they're full of helium gas.
Helium. Yum.
Gee, is it good to eat,
I was just saying that.
Okay. Anyway, these balloons are full of helium gas, and, gee, if you ever let go of the string, they go right up in the air.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Helium gas, eh? Got a powerful lift to it, eh? Look, sis, I think we can make a deal, you and me.
Okay, mister. I'm sure that any business relations we will have will be fundamentally satisfactory, and I know...
Never mind the sales pitch, sis. Now, listen. Here's what I want you to do, see? Take this $1 and get one of those helium balloons, and then come back...
The King's Men, and money is the root of all evil.
Money is the root of all evil. Money is the root of all evil. Money is the root of all evil. Money is the root of all evil. Won't contaminate myself. Take it away, take it away, take it away, take it away. If a woman call a man honey, and it's on account of his money, honey and the dough will soon be gone. Take it away, take it away, take it away. I got the one I love. I got the moon and stars above. I got my youth and health. What do I want with wealth? Money is the root of all the evil. Money is the root of all the evil. Money is the root of all evil. Money is the root of all evil. Won't contaminate myself with it. Take it away, take it away, take it away. Money, 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 money. Take it away, take it away, take it away. Haven't got a cent, but don't worry. Gotta pay the rent, but no hurry. Legal tender has no charm for me. Take it away, take it away, take it away. Money is the root of all evil. Money is the root of all evil. Won't contaminate myself with it. Take it away. Take it away. Give it away. Give it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. Take it away.
Gotta get them brakes fixed. Well, here's the fairgrounds, Molly.
Yeah, but I don't see anything of Dr. Gamble. Say, what happens with your wager if he doesn't show up?
He'll show up. He don't think any more of $10 than Heifetz does of his left forefinger. Come on, let's get out.
I'll bring your kite for you,
Oh,
dearie.
no. Nix. I'll bring the kite. I don't want anybody handling that kite but me, Tootsie. And anyway, hi, Latrivia.
Hello, Magee. Good afternoon, Mr.
Hello,
McGee.
Mayor Latrivia.
Dr. Gamble told me about this little contest of yours, and I wanted to catch you before it started.
Why, Mr. Mayor?
About our campaign to remind people to remove their car keys, Mrs. McGee, to cut down car stealing and consequent juvenile delinquency.
What about it, Latrivia?
Oh, I thought you might be interested to know that the campaign is going splendidly.
Oh, isn't that grand?
The Girl Scouts are working on it also, bless their hearts. It's their birthday today, you know.
All of them? Gosh, ain't that wonderful? Imagine getting that many kids together of the same age on the same...
It's the birthday of the organization, McGee.
Oh. Yes. Well, I thought you'd like to know about the campaign, McGee. I'll be getting back to the office. You haven't much wind today for your kite flying, have you?
There's as much for me as there is for Doc Gamble, Latrivia. Anyway, with my flight kind technique, I don't need much wind.
Don't know much about it myself. I went in more for baseball when I was a boy.
Oh, so did McGee, Mr. Mayor. He was the little pitcher with the big ears.
Center field. You know, I often get the urge to smack the old horsehide again, Latrivia.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You always carry a whip when you ride, McGee?
Ride?
Horseback, McGee.
Huh? My gosh, I haven't been on a horse for years, Latrivia.
Oh, in that case, I can understand why you'd want to use a whip. One is inclined to lose one's mastery of a horse in
Who
time.
loses mastery of what horses?
The one you said you'd like to smack the hide on.
You said that, McGee. You said you'd like to smack the old horsehide again.
Look. Any dunce knows that a horsehide is used to cover baseballs with.
That's no excuse for whipping the hide off a live horse, McGee. Personally, I think that anyone who would abuse a dumb animal like that...
What is this, anyway? I never done treated any maltry animals. I mean, I never horsed a whip in my... I never said... You
Now. Don't get excited, McGee. My goodness, suppose you did lose your temper once or twice and spank a horse. Nobody'd ever...
But I didn't, I tell you. Latrivia said
Just a minute, McGee. When you said you liked to smack a horse's hide, I presumed you meant a whip. But when you said with your hand...
I never said that. I said I like to smack a horsehide with a ball bat.
My goodness, with a ball. How terrible. terrible.
This is worse than I thought, McGee. Anyone who would strike a horse with a ball.
That's better. I never said I'd hide a hit from a whole horse. Hit a ball horse with a hide bat or a ball hide. You said when I hit the bat or smack the junior, you. Oh. The trivia?
Yes?
Now I know how it feels.
You didn't mind my pitching in on the mayor's side, did you, McGee?
No, I didn't mind. I had it coming.
You certainly did.
Yeah. And to think that you've put up with this for so long, the trivia.
So long, McGee.
Gosh, I wonder what's keeping Doc Gamble. If he expects to win that $10, he'd better be...
there he is, McGee. Yoo-hoo! Dr. Gamble, here we are.
Look at him with his two-bit kite. Plastered together with adhesive tape and surgical sutures. Oh, hi, Doc. You ready for the contest?
Hey, look, McGee, what do you say we postpone this thing? There's no wind.
There's enough wind for me, Fatso. Put up your kite or put up your $10.
I don't see how you can fly a kite on a day like this either, McGee.
Particularly that kite he's got there. I never saw a box kite before that was closed on all 6 sides.
We ain't paying off on appearances, Rum-Dum. We're paying off on performance. Now, what do you want to do? Forfeit your sawbuck or get that lumpy-looking Valentine up in the air?
But we can't fly kites today, you little guppy.
Why not?
There's no wind.
You boys are making enough to start a small cyclone.
Well, I don't know about you, Aerosmith, but I'm flying my kite. One side there. Here I go.
Heavenly days, Doctor. Would you look at that?
Well, hypodermic. Right straight up in the air. It's amazing.
Goodness.
I have a feeling that goodness has nothing to do with this.
Well, how about it, Doc? Satisfied? Mine is 100 feet up. 100 feet up and nary a tail waggle.
Okay, McGee. I don't know how you did it.
Oh.
Well, I never seen a kite yet that didn't now and then.
Say, Mr. McGee.
Yes,
Mr. McGee, are you through with my helium balloon yet? Are you, Mr. Meyer?
What was that, little girl? Helium balloon?
Why, Fibber McGee, did you actually
Now,
do
look,
it?
Doc, now, look. This was all a gag, see? The money went to charity either way,
And
so...
you deliberately put a helium balloon inside your kite, did you, McGee? So now you're crooking with gas.
Sure he is, I bet you. The same balloon you tried to buy from me, Dr. Gamble. Only he paid for it first.
Oh-ho. McGee, I think you're right. I think this kid is a midget.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
I saw in a newspaper the other day asks this question. In which part of the house does the average homemaker spend most of her time? Well, as you might expect, the answer is the kitchen. You do use your kitchen a great deal, and that's why it's so nice to have Johnson's Glow Coat to keep it fresh and new-looking. I'm only guessing that you use Johnson's Glow Coat to keep your kitchen floor clean and sparkling, but it's a pretty safe guess because more women use Glow Coat than any other floor polish. It's not surprising either when you realize that with practically no work at all on your part, Glow Coat makes your kitchen floor look simply beautiful. All you do is spread it around on the floor and let it dry. There's no rubbing or buffing. In only 20 minutes, your whole floor has a lovely clean polish. You save money, too, because your linoleum lasts longer. You see, Glow Coat is a wonderful protection against dirt, wear, and spilled things. Try it, won't you? Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Well, now that the contest is over, clean up the mess in this living room, will you, dearie?
Okay.
Why did you build the kite in here anyway? Why didn't you build it in the basement?
All my tools were up there, that's why.
What were they doing up here?
I brought them up here to build my kite.
Oh.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry, and inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
the National Broadcasting Company.
When entering the world of art, you'd be smart to dress the part. Gentlemen prefer Hanes, with all the ladies draped in crepe. The artist loves the human shape. Gentlemen prefer Hanes. Hanes will make you smooth and silky, shapely, sexy. Wear a pair and you could be captured for posterity. Gentlemen prefer Hanes.
Purina Puppy Chow helps little puppies grow into big puppies. But then its job is only half done, because even after he looks full grown on the outside, inside his muscles are still forming and his bones are still growing for about a full year. That's why he needs a full year of the extra nutrition in Puppy Chow. Puppy Chow for a full year till he's full grown.
A bunch of kids looking for action. So what's doing out on the street? Is this the way we ought to use our boy power? Think about it. America's manpower begins with boy power. Let's not waste it. Be a volunteer worker with the Boy Scouts.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his Mighty Allen Art Players. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, and the Town Hall Quartet. And another group of aspiring amateurs. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. That crowd. Fred Allen is leading his weekly parade to the old town hall, and the people are giving him and the thundering band cheer after cheer. And 3 mighty cheers for the Mighty Allen Art Players. Let's join the throbbing song. Everybody's going. Here they come, Old King Cole.
What was that you called for, Old King Cole?
I called for me pipe, me bowl, and me radio, Ballad. It's Town Hall tonight.
Little Bo Peep.
Aren't you sad now that you've lost your sheep, Little Bo Peep?
I don't care about my dirty old sheep. I still got my radio, and it's Town Hall tonight.
Jack Spratt.
What happens after you lick your platter clean, Mr. Spratt?
If it's Wednesday, I turn on my radio, lady. It's Town Hall tonight. And here we are in front of the old town hall, and there's Fred starting his filibuster of fun as the people go into the hall. Let's listen.
Hail, hail, rain or snow, the gang's all here at the town hall, folks. A song, a smile, it's worth your while, and the show's about to start. Single file there, neighbor.
Evening there, Hegler.
Hello there, Judge. Go right in, folks. Hear the new style swing music. Peter Van Steeden stands still, and we swing the old town hall.
Any seats left, mister?
What are you girls, Siamese twins?
Yes, sir. Got 2 seats?
There's only 1 seat downstairs. One of you'll have to sit in the balcony. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
We're all
hurry.
set for overture, Fred.
Okay, Harry. Give Peter a wave. We're opening with We Saw the Sea.
Right-o, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
We joined the Navy to see the world. And what did we see? We saw the sea.
We saw the Pacific and the Atlantic, but the Atlantic isn't romantic, and the Pacific isn't what it's cracked up to be.
They tell us that the Admiral is as nice as he can be. But we never see the Admiral, because the Admiral has never been to sea. We joined the Navy to see the girls, and what did we see? We saw the sea.
Instead of a girl or two in a taxi, we were compelled to look at the Black Sea. Seeing the Black Sea is what it's cracked up to be. Sailing, sailing, home again to see the girls upon the village green. Let us cross the home again to see the other seas we haven't seen. We owe the Navy an awful lot, for they taught us how to do the sailor's horn fight, and they showed us how to tie a sailor's knot. But more than that, they showed us the sea. We never get seasick sailing the ocean. We don't object to feeling the motion. We're never seasick, but we are awful sick of seas. We saw the sea. We saw the sea. Presenting that pungent punchinello of Promethean persiflage, propitious patter, and potpourri of preponderant powwow, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before taking out my X-ray plates and showing you what I've got on the inside, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, Public Grocer number 1, is issuing a warning to all shoplifters. Now, last week, when Hodge's back was turned, some fiend in shoplifter form filched half a peck of what he thought were onions. Now, Hodge says he isn't mentioning any names, but when the party tastes Easter lily bulbs in his hamburger, he'll know just who Hodge means. So much for botanical kleptomania. And now, I guess that goes with Punch and Punchinello, hey, Harry? And now for the Town Hall News. The picture sheet, Herschel.
Coming right down, Fred.
Out go the lights, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Washington, D.C. Representative Church of Illinois claims revision of copyright law on songs might make singing in the bathtub illegal. Town Hall News shows what may happen if police enforce new laws on bathtub tenors. The scene, any home in the near future.
Are we or aren't we going to that movie tonight, Herman?
No, I gotta stay in, Angie, and that's final.
What's so important at home all of a sudden?
Well, if you gotta know, I'm taking a bath.
A bath? This ain't April.
No. I know, but I'm taking out some insurance tomorrow, and them guys are nosy.
Oh, I'll run you a tub for you.
I'll take my things off here in the kitchen.
You're sure mixing me up, Herman, bathing in March.
Well, what do you know?
What?
You remember that windbreaker I couldn't find last fall?
Yeah.
I just came to it under my shirt. I've been wearing it all winter.
Well, keep going. Your brown vest is missing, too.
Well, I guess the tub's filled. I'll finish undressing inside. If I had the wings of an eagle...
What you singing in there, Herman? Not too loud.
I'm putting on the top hat.
Oh, pipe down, Herman.
Taking off my white tie.
Nix, Herman. That dame upstairs pounding on the ceiling.
Putting on the soap set. Putting on the dog.
I know it. There's somebody at the door.
Hey, who's doing the yodeling in here?
It's my husband, officer. He's taking a bath.
Who does he think he is, Sinking Sam?
Well, he always sings in the tub.
I'm putting on my straw hat.
Where is that guy?
In the bathroom. That door there.
Hey, close the door. There's a draft in here.
That'll be enough out of you, McCormack.
Well, I ain't done nothing, officer.
You were singing, wasn't you?
All right. I'll pipe down.
It's too late, buddy. You're coming with me.
Oh, Herman, I knew you'd get it for disturbing the peace.
I ain't taking him for that, lady.
No? Then what am I getting pinched for?
You're singing a copyright song.
London, England. Mr. H. Gordon Selfridge, head of London's largest department store, says American businessmen lack human touch. English department stores welcome customers but do not force sales. Town Hall News shows great difference between English and American shopping. First, the customer enters the London department store.
I say, welcome to Mortimer's Department Emporium Award.
Thank you.
I'm Frothingham, head floor stroller.
Oh, delighted, really. I'm Rodney Clive, possible patron.
Oh, congratulations. You must meet our hostess. Miss Gay?
Right-o, Mr. Frothingham.
May I present a customer in the rough, Mr. Clive?
I'm delirious, Mr. Clive. Out for a spot of shopping?
Right you are, old girl. I'd like to...
Really, there's no rush, you know.
No hustle and bustle at Mortimer's, Mr. Clive. Care for a dram of tea?
No, if one's shopping...
I'm putting my foot down, Clive. No foul talk of business, really.
Oh, no, but here, Dasher, I want...
You want a scotch and soda.
No, I'm simply here to get...
I know, to get acquainted.
No, I shall come socially another day. Today I'm here to shop.
Oh, sorry, Clive, old rascal. If you're adamant, we shall function.
Butter, what do you fancy?
A mouse trap.
Oh, sorry, old boy. There's not a mousetrap in the establishment.
Oh, but we must face it, Floyd. There's a blasted mouse barging about me digs.
Oh, we shall order a mousetrap immediately.
How long will it take?
Well, this is Friday. Mortimer's can rush it through by Monday.
But I can't go home with that deuced mouse bellowing at me from his aperture.
Definitely not.
What am I going to do until Monday?
I shall bring you a sleeping bag, Mr. Clive. You're Mortimer's guest for the weekend.
Ah, but how different in America. Town Hall News shows you shopping in this country. The customer enters an American department store.
Say, give me a mousetrap, sister. I gotta catch a bus.
We ain't got a mousetrap that big, buddy. Scram.
Once again, the Town Hall News brings you the outstanding sound of the week, Yuma, Arizona. As New York train stops for a few minutes at Yuma, Jack Oakey, prominent movie comedian, marries Miss Venita Varden. The wedding.
Do you?
I do.
Do you? You bet.
All aboard! Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, showing a blithe disregard for both time and space, we put a few hundred years back on the calendar and broadcast our next scene from the Middle Ages. King Arthur, Round Table Allen at the microphone.
Good evening, knights and ladies. Do you ever eat during a thunderstorm? If you do, beware. Your teeth will become hollow and fall out.
What? Say, Fred, what's the idea?
Quiet, Vessel.
If you want good teeth, always eat in clear weather, and especially eat bread that's been carried over the roots of a tree.
Wait, Fred, what is this, anyway?
Why, Harry, I'm surprised at you. Those are just a few of the superstitions people had during the Middle Ages.
Oh, come on, Fred, you're kidding me.
No, Harry, for once, on these programs, I'm serious. Those are the kind of things people used to believe would guarantee healthy teeth.
Well, then, if it's all the same to you, Fred, I'm glad we're living in an age where we don't have to rely on superstition.
You bet.
We can put our faith now in a good dentist and a good toothpaste. Ipana. A toothpaste that not only guarantees cleaner and brighter teeth, but one especially made to benefit the gums as well. So why not do the modern thing, ladies and gentlemen, and stimulate your under-exercised gums by using Ipana with massage? You'll have a healthier mouth and far lovelier teeth and smiles if you do. So always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
And the Ipana Troubadours have just played Anything Can Happen. Now, on Saturday night,
Portland.
Quiet.
Portland.
Quiet, please. If that's some brush salesman starting a sales talk, you'll leave the broom if I come down there.
Hello.
Well, sir, as I live and always put a little starch in my face powder so that I can keep a stiff upper lip, if it isn't Mr. Allen.
Yeah. Yes, Papa sent me out to get some snuff, so I thought I'd stop in.
What does Papa want with a box of snuff?
Yeah, he owes the man next door 3 sneezes, and he wants to pay him back.
That's silly. How can anyone owe sneezes?
Well, the man next door stutters. And Papa sneezed this morning, and before the man could stop stuttering, he had said Gesundheit 4 times.
I get it, and Papa still owes him 3 sneezes.
That's it. Say, we're kind of mixed up here tonight, aren't we?
Yes, I thought it would be better if I started things off with a bang.
Bang, as in thud? Now listen, Portland. You're getting way ahead of yourself, aren't you?
Well, that's what colleges are teaching today, to look ahead.
What colleges?
Well, at Princeton, the students want their bonus now, in case they have to go to war later.
I suppose the freshmen will want their diplomas this June in case they graduate 4 years from now.
Gosh, everything is mixed up these days, isn't it?
There's too much efficiency, that's the whole trouble. Everything is wrapped in cellophane.
The times are certainly changing, all right. I read that out west people are eating crows.
What do they do if they want light meat?
I don't know. The paper said they've invented a new scarecrow. It beckons to birds.
Imagine. Well, if people are going to cook all of the birds, the Admiral had better start back to the pole.
I hope they don't find out swans are good to eat.
I'm sorry I ever brought the Admiral back now in the first place. You hope they don't find out swans are good to eat?
Uh-huh.
Why not?
Whenever Mama cooks a bird at home, I always get the neck.
Say, a swan's neck wouldn't be bad once you got through the feathers.
Give me a good roast duck with applesauce and a napkin. That's all I want.
No knife and fork?
Just the duck.
And speaking of duck, that's one way you can get out of here, you know.
Oh, I'm not ducking. Miss Simpkin,
Now,
you
look,
know.
Portland, keep your friends out of here tonight. I'm sick of sticking my head in the ground trying to find their mental level.
Oh, you just wait. Miss Simpkin!
No, I don't owe...
Yes, dear girl. One never has called me more than twice.
No, I guess at your age, Charmer, a little encouragement goes a long way.
Miss Simpkin is a garden authority, Mr. Allen.
Really?
I am a connoisseur of shrubs, a virtuoso of vines, and an all-around authority on hardy perennials.
Well, I'm not interested in flowers. A gardenia got the buttonhole in my lapel wet last fall, and it won't seem to dry out. Nothing is more upsetting to me than going through life with a soggy buttonhole.
You should try one of Miss Simpkin's buttonholes, Mr. Allen.
You mean if I want to wear a flower, I put it on her?
No. I'm inventing a rubber buttonhole for men's lapels.
Is it waterproof, Miss Simpkin?
It's waterproof, and what's more, it stretches. Now, with the Timpkin rubberized buttonhole, you can wear anything from a petunia to a Brussels sprout.
Miss Simpkin's invented a lot of things.
Why, I've given the best years of my life to the cactus.
My favorite is the rose.
The tea rose, Mr. Allen?
No, the shad rose.
Miss Simpkin's worked wonders with flowers.
Oh, I ain't one to brag, but the sulking tulip is a Timpkin creation.
The sulking tulip? How do you get the tulip to sulk?
Oh, it's very simple, skeptic. I soak the tulip seeds in alum. When the flower blossoms, the tulips pout.
It's your tulip. You pick it up now. The only flowers I can seem to stand are the narcissuses.
You mean narcissi?
Now, don't get personal, Miss Timpkin.
Flowers are crazy about Miss Timpkin.
Dear me, yes. You should see my ivy follow me around the room. I carry a little water in my hand to coax it.
Yes, I know just how you feel.
I had a bee, Roger, I was quite fond of once upon a time. I always kept a little pollen in my vest pocket. He'd fly in, the little winged kite, and help himself.
What happened to your bee, Mr. Allen?
Well, one day I put the pollen in my back pocket, and woe betide, Roger went too far.
Yes, you can trust a flower, but a bee will get you in the end.
I'll say, if a bee doesn't like you, he'll lump you every time.
Look, I'm not interested in flowers. I'm strictly a vegetarian.
Oh, boy, Miss Simpkins sideline his vegetables.
Pony radish is one of my vegetable triumphs.
What is pony radish?
It's horseradish, not quite.
That's the That's the straw that spoiled the taste of the milkshake, folks. Now,
Don't lose your tempo, Mr. Allen.
I suppose the next thing you'll be planting milkweed in an oyster bed and telling me you're growing fish chowder.
I make no false claims, young man. I'm here on business.
Yes, Miss Simpkin is selling the Tom Thumb Farm. You can grow your own vegetables in a bureau drawer.
What vegetable?
Well, with my beginner's assortment, I start you off with one radish, one head of lettuce, one asparagus stalk, and one cucumber complete.
You plant in April, close the bureau drawer, and forget about it.
Until Labor Day, when you open the drawer and you've got it.
I've got what?
One combination salad.
I knew it. There's one vegetable you two have overlooked.
The rutabaga?
No, the beta. And the sooner you beta it...
Exactly.
So long, Portland.
Tally ho!
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys sing, and we use the word loosely, rhythm is our business.
Rhythm is our business, rhythm is what we sell. Rhythm is our business, business sure is swell. If you're feeling blue, rhythm's what you need. If you got rhythm, you should succeed. Rhythm is our business, rhythm is what we sell. He's a trumpet man in the band. He's a trumpet man in the band. He's the boy who hits 'em high, makes you think he's in the sky. Oh, thank that man. He plays trombone in the band. He plays trombone in the band. When he slips that wicked slide, you should see those dancers glide. Oh, slip and slide that thing, boy. He plays piccolo in the band. He plays piccolo in the band. When he plays that little fight, everybody's full of life. Oh, no, that's it. Mm-hmm. He plays slap bass in the band. He plays slap bass in the band. When he plays that funny thing, makes you want to dance and sing.
Listy's mad at it.
You've heard these boys, they never fail. Now listen to them play the scale. Rhythm is our business, rhythm is what we sell. Rhythm is our business, business sure is swell. If you're feeling blue, rhythm's what you need. If you got rhythm, you sure to succeed. Rhythm is our business, rhythm, rhythm, rhythm is what we sell.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if any of you have one of those annoying spring colds, I can tell you something that will be a mighty big help.
Now, hold on there. There ain't a word of truth in it. Don't you folks believe it?
Oh, here, now, wait just a minute. What is this?
Well, I took it and didn't help me none. If you think, young feller...
Well, now, wait, just a minute. After all, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you've no right at all to break in here on a program and say that Sal Hepatica won't
Say
do
that what won't?
Sal Hepatica.
What's that?
Why, it's the mineral salt laxative that you just said didn't...
Now, wait. Now, hold your horses a minute. I must have got you mixed up with some other fella. What is this here salopatica that you talk about? You say it'll cure a bad cold and 2 jerks of lamb's tail, too?
Well, now, I don't think anything will do that. If your cold is really serious, you should see your doctor. But we simply advise the same thing most physicians advise to start fighting a cold. A good laxative. That's why we suggest salopatica.
Now, not so fast there, young fella. Why is that any better than anything else?
Well, you see, salopatica does 2 things to help you fight your cold, not just one. It not only rids your body of wastes, but it also combats your acidity. 2 basic things you should attend to at the first sign of a cold. Why don't you try it sometime? 2 teaspoonfuls in a glass of water.
Well, it sounds like it might do the trick of that. I'm sorry you got this salopatica mixed up with something else, young fella. Maybe you will try it the next time I catch cold. But if it don't fix me up, you will hear from me. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
Well, I'll run that risk, because people everywhere have been depending on salopatica now for more than 40 years. You try it once, and you can bet your bottom dollar you'll always remember salopatica for the smile of health.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, unless you are good and quick about it, we bring you the mighty Allen Art Player. The first act is to purposely drive the critics to drink so that they could join them later. Tonight, these happy-go but not lucky players bring you a drama of Hollywood entitled The Studio Dilemma, or, if your toupee tickles, you'll have happiness ahead. Overture, Peter.
Hello, Titanic Motion Pictures. Mr. Allen, he's under his desk right now. Yes, he doesn't feel quite up to his work this morning. Well, I'll see if I can coax him out. Oh, Mr. Allen. Here, Mr. Allen.
Yes, Miss Kay?
Telephone.
Who is it?
The music department.
Oh, okay. Hello? What? What theme song shall we use for the new quintuplet picture? Quintuplets. Let me see. I'm going to sit right down and send myself a litter? No, quintuplet. I've got it. I'm putting all my eggs in one basket. Okay.
Have you seen the Hollywood Reporter this morning?
No. What does it say about my new picture, Half Cast?
It says half cast is right. The other half of the cast is putrid.
I'll get even with those critics. I'll keep making pictures.
Well, that's one way of getting even with them.
Do I know my business? Yes. Am I the greatest mind in Hollywood? Yes. Do I make the best pictures? Yes.
Quiet. What's the big idea?
I fired 2 yes men yesterday. I've got to do the work myself. Who's that?
It's 2 of your authors. They want a 3rd for conference.
Oh, an opportunity for me. Show them in.
Now, listen, F.A.
You can't do anything with this story.
Which story?
The Ghost Goes West.
Now, I don't want The Ghost Goes West. I'm not making any more westerns. I want originals.
How about a G-Man,
No. G-men are passé.
I think I've got an idea.
What is it?
No, I guess it's just a headache starting.
Come, boys. Create.
Yeah, but everything's been done, F.A.
Yeah, we wrote all the stories for silent pictures, and then we wrote them all over again for sound.
Well, get ready to write them all over again for Technicolor.
Now, that's what's wrong with pictures. Hollywood has one routine. Boy meets girl.
Boy loses girl.
Boy gets girl.
And it's got to stop.
Oh, you can't stop love, F.A.
I can stop it around here. I've got $2 million tied up in my new picture, Curly, starring Rancid Honeybottom, and we've got to economize on other productions.
In other words, boy can meet girl, but in a small way.
Yes. We've got to think small.
Well, that shouldn't be hard in Hollywood.
I've got it. Boy meets girl, and we can do it on a shoestring.
How?
The love interest is a half man, half woman.
Great. The man's side falls in love with his better half.
A natural, boys. She finds a blonde hair on his collar. She doesn't know he's bought a half camel's hair, half mink coat for her birthday.
The climax. She points to the hair.
He shows her there's a curve in it.
It's a camel's hair.
Sensation.
Stupendous.
Tantamount.
I'll book it at Radio City right away. Get busy and write it, boys.
You bet.
What a picture mistake.
Do you want me to hit you over the head?
Hit me over the head for what?
You can give it 3 stars right away.
Why, this will be a bigger hit than Curly.
Curly, that's going to be a picture.
Why, when Curly hits New York City, Rancid Honeybottom will make Clark Gable look like George Ollis. Rancid Honeybottom, America's boyfriend.
Oh, Rancid's wonderful. Those big blonde curls.
And what a title, Curly.
Hello? On stage B? Yes, I'll tell him.
What is it?
They're ready to shoot the big emotional scene in Curly. The director wants you on stage B.
I'll go right away.
Oh, Mr. Allen.
Out of my way, young man. I'm in a solo conference.
But I want to see you about that part.
No. I'm very busy. I told you yesterday you won't do.
But I've been working on that call. Well, what will I do now?
Take some bicarbonate.
But Mr. Allen,
Go away. I'm wanted on stage B.
Hello, boss.
Hello, Katov. How is my Russian director getting along?
Sensational. If you're saying okay, I am shooting the last scene and Curly is finished.
Let's go, Sergei.
Okay, Miss Slobber.
I'm ready, Mr. Cattle.
Okay, Rancid.
All set, Sergei.
Good. The scene opens, Miss Slobber. You are talking to the poison. Then lucky, a knock comes on the door. It's Curly.
A terrific climax.
Right, they're running through the scene. Okay, Miss Slobber.
Curse you, Rancid Honeybottom. You've betrayed me for the last time.
Heaving kindly a sigh.
I was a fool to throw my heart at your curly head.
Picking up, please, the poison.
Goodbye, Rancid Honeybottom. You found me, fondled me, forgot me. Sweet tickle curly.
Anastasia.
Curly.
What are you doing?
I'm taking poison.
I will be your antidote.
Curly.
Anastasia.
They're fading out. She is running her fingers through his curls. You like that, boss?
Sensational isn't the word, Sergei, but it will have to do. Now, don't get excited and drink the poison. We may need retake.
Okay. I'm set, Sergei.
Where are you, Rancid?
Back in the door, ready for my first entrance.
Okay. I am shooting the last speech only. Quiet. Lights. Camera. Okay, Miss Slobber.
Goodbye, Rancid Honeybottom. You found me, fondled me, forgot me. Sweet tickle curly.
Anastasia.
Curly.
Cut! What's going on there? Is this a time for monkey business?
What's wrong, Sergei?
Wrong? Where's your hair, Honeybottom?
Is this a slopstick? You're coming in bald-headed.
Bald-headed? Oh, my toupee is gone. I'm ruined.
Toupee? Those blonde curls a toupee? Why doesn't somebody tell me these things?
Oh, this is ghastly. Who took my toupee?
You just had it on rehearsing, Rancid.
Yes, didn't you feel it slip off?
No, I went to powder my face. It was dark in the corner, and I bumped my head. I thought it was a stage break.
Lights, boys, in back. See if you're finding a toupee.
Okay, Mr. Carroll. I'll look, too.
This is terrible. $2 million tied up in Curly, featuring Honeybottom's hair, and in the big dramatic climax, he's as bald as a grapefruit.
Oh, here's Rancid back. Did you find it?
No, it's gone. It's been stolen.
Can't be faking another toupee.
No, it was the only platinum toupee in Hollywood.
It couldn't walk away, could it?
No, I combed it out this morning.
I know. Lubitsch is at the bottom of this. He knew I was making an effort.
My curls. Without my curls, I'm just a character.
And
man.
without your curls, I'm bankrupt. That's Hollywood. Boy needs curls. Do something, somebody.
Why don't you do something?
I'm the president of the company.
Locking the doors. Nobody is leaving the studio.
Yes, whoever took my toupee must still be in the building.
Right. I'll get to the bottom of this if I have to comb the studio. Sergei, you question the other actors and stagehands.
Okay.
Anastasia, you grill those women on the set.
Okay, Chief.
Oh, if my fans get wind of this, I'm ruined.
Do something, Honeybottom. Look around. I'll see who's on the next set.
Oh, Mr. Allen, now about that part.
Are you still here?
Yes, I've got that call perfect.
That's all I need. $2 million hanging by a hair, and you've got to audition a monkey call.
I refuse to leave the studio till I get that part.
Go away, boy. I've got to look in at Studio A here.
Hey, any of you boys seen a toupee?
No, we ain't seen a toupee in here.
Are you sure?
Positive. We're making 7 keys to bald pate.
Okay.
Now listen, Mr.
Go
Allen.
away, go away.
You can't escape me.
Stop it! If you follow me back on stage B, I'll lose my temper.
I'm right on your heels.
Any lock, boss?
No, it isn't in there.
It isn't in here either.
The women haven't seen it.
This is a crisis, folks. What am I going to do?
You're going to give me that part. I got to
Who are you, Lawrence Tibbet?
No, he's some ham pesting me for Weissmuller's job.
But I can play that Tarzan. Listen, that's his yell, isn't it?
Yes, that's his yell. But Tarzan's a He-Man part. You haven't got the physique. I told you yesterday.
I didn't have the physique yesterday, but I've got it today.
You're too skinny, my friend.
Skinny, I'll show you. Wait till I take off my coat and open my shirt. There, look at that chest.
What's that on your chest? Corn silk?
No, it's growing there.
Growing? Does it hurt when I give it a pull?
No, don't do... Ow! Don't do...
I thought so. It's loose.
Look, it's my toupee. Curly is saved.
Now, you let me go.
No, you don't. What's the big idea? Trying to ruin my $2 million production.
I didn't mean to steal it. I only borrowed it to get that part.
You stole Honeybottom's toupee to play Tarzan?
Yes. I dyed my skin. I perfected the call. All I needed was one thing.
What?
The hair on my chest.
Thank you so much for what passes as drama in our community, ladies and gentlemen. And now for the mail. Well, here's a letter picked at random from among the stack of 3 we got last week. I really don't think I should read it, though, because...
Well, why not, Fred?
Well, look.
Mr. Harry Von... Why, it's addressed to me.
One more brilliant deduction like that, Harry, and Scotland Yard might just as well fold up its kilt. Read on, Watson.
Well, it looks like a woman's handwriting, Fred, and it says, I took your word for it that Salopatica would change a dull, under-par feeling into one of buoyancy, so I bought some. Well, you were right. But what I want to know now is it all right for me to take it frequently? Please be honest, because I'll take your word for that, too. Signed, Mrs. J.M., New York. Say, Fred, do you mind if I answer this letter?
No, indeed, Harry. Go right ahead.
Fine. Well, Mrs. J.M., it is perfectly all right to take Salopatica as frequently as you like. Physicians have recommended it for more than 40 years. And the reason it's found such favor is because Salopatica is the mineral salt laxative that does 2 important things. It rids your body of wastes, and it also combats your acidity. So you can go right on putting 2 teaspoonfuls of Salopatica in a glass of water and drinking it any time you're feeling logy or under the weather, knowing that it's safe, pure, and reliable. You can always remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Town Hall tonight continues immediately after your station announcement. The Town Hall Amateur Contest. Here comes Fred Allen leading a new group of hopeful amateurs about to be air-tested in their first appearance in the entertainment field. It's their big moment, so let's give them a real Town Hall reception.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, tonight our amateurs compete for a first prize of $50 and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and a second prize of $25 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select your own winners. Your applause after each act will be recorded on our applause machine, and the two acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later so that you may select your final first and second prize winners. Now, first tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to have you meet Miss Jean Shirley Wayne. And how are you, Jean?
Fine, thank you, Mr. Allen.
Well, thank you. We're very happy to have you here tonight. You live in New York, do you?
That's right.
Where?
South.
You live in the south part of New York, huh?
The Bronx.
Oh, in the Bronx. Well, it shows I have no sense of direction. When I start to go south, I end up on the ferry down there by Bedloe's hangout, whatever it is down there. You mind telling me, do you go to school, do you?
I do. I attend New York University.
NYU, huh? That's swell. What are you studying?
Dramatic art.
Dramatic art, really, huh? You're studying it with a purpose, I imagine. You intend to go into the theater when you graduate from school?
Well, I don't imagine I'll be lucky enough to get into the theater after I get out of school. I have to wait a while. You have to do a lot of trooping before you get any place.
Well, things happen unexpectedly these days, you know. I was in a show with Fred McMurray just a little while ago, and then bang, and Fred is a star in pictures. You know, things happen very strangely these days. But do you intend to have any of your family in the theater?
Yes, I have some relatives in the theater.
I see. Do they like it?
Well, one is a comedian. He's out in Hollywood now.
One is a comedian, hey? Do you want me to ask you his name?
Sid Silvers.
Oh, Sid. Sid is a very good friend of mine. Sid is not only a comedian, he's an author as well, isn't he?
Right.
He helped to write Broadway Melody with Jack Benny, and he was excellent in it, too. Do you write to Sid at all?
Yes, quite often.
Do you? The next time you write him, will you ask him if he has any old jokes hanging around that he's not using? If he'll be kind enough to send one or two of them on to me here. We have 13 more programs, and there are only 12 more pages in my joke book, so something's got to happen. 1 week, there's going to be an awful lull here. Well, Jean, I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time. What are you going to sing tonight?
After Dark.
After Dark. Well, I'll light out then. Thank you. That was Miss Jean Shirley Wayne. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Ernest Lieber from New York City. Mr. Lieber, you are a student of the accordion, am I right?
Yes, sir, I was.
You were?
Yes, I was.
Aren't you still studying it?
Yes, I started again now.
Oh, I see. I was wondering if you had stopped studying and were so absent-minded you had forgotten to take it off. You know, I mean, why did you stop? Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
I fell in love.
Oh, you got married, you mean?
Yes, I did.
Oh, well, you can't devote all your time to the accordion when you have entered a state of connubial bliss. I mean, you have to decide on one thing or the other. You can't play you can't play the accordion on the side. That's what I'm trying to say, because if you have it over here...
Yeah, you gotta have both hands.
Well, I often wondered if a fellow with an accordion got to be the leader of an orchestra, how he would manage things, playing the accordion with both hands and directing with the baton in his mouth. It would be interesting. Well, what are you going to... I'm getting all mixed up here, Mr. Lieber. You don't mind, do you?
Not at all, not at all.
All right. If I... What would you like to play?
To play The Wedding of the Winds.
The Wedding of the Winds. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Brooklyn, Mr. Bill McNulty. You were coughing, Bill, when you just started there. Is your voice all cleared out?
It's cleared out, Mr. Allen.
You want to cough? Go ahead. I'll keep things humming here until you get through.
No, I just coughed already.
Oh, you just one cough before the oh, I see. Well, it's very nice of you to throw an extra one in, Bill. I know nothing is too good for our patrons here. You are a crooner?
That's right.
You are really, huh?
Don't hold it against me.
No, I don't. No, I don't. The good old name of McNulty will certainly overbalance the crooner part of it. I used to take fellas' words for it. I used to take fellas' words for it. A fellow would say I'm a crooner, and I used to take his word for it. But I got inquisitive yesterday and looked up the word croon. Do you know what it means?
Singing a monotonous tone, I think. Is that right?
It means, I wrote it down here to make sure. I've got it right here. It said croon, to make a continuous hollow sound, to bellow or boom.
That's me.
So that sort of covers the crooner situation fairly well, doesn't it? But that doesn't apply to you, Bill. I'm only joking in my feeble way. My wit is carrying a cane of late. Things have come to a pretty pass. Your coughing isn't going to interfere with the...
No.
Well, crooners sing through the nose at that. I mean, your throat, it wouldn't bother you.
No.
Well, What would you like to, crooners are getting more or less belligerent these days. A certain crooner rose up in his wrath a week or so ago. Did you read that? Came out from behind the megaphone and accomplished certain things in the world of fisticuffs. But what are you going to sing, Bill?
My Blue Heaven.
My Blue Heaven. Thank you very much.
When whippoorwill call and evening is nigh, I'll hurry to my blue heaven. I turn to the right, and that little white light, will lead you to my blue heaven. You'll see a smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room, a little nest that nestles where the roses bloom. Just Molly and me, and my mother-in-law makes three. I'm happy in my blue heaven.
Bill McNulty. That was swell, Bill, and thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from East Orange, New Jersey, come two boys, Paige Brook and Sparky Springfield. Two boys, one has a large tuba horn here, and the other gentleman has a small piccolo. Is that right?
That's right.
Who is who here? Who is Sparky and who is Paige?
I'm Sparky.
Oh, you Sparky? Well, I certainly must say, Sparky, you look swell in a tuba. If I were you, I'd just keep that on now until Easter. You certainly look And you, Paige, look very well in the piccolo there, too. I not overlook it. Do you boys play in the... do you go to school in East Orange, do you?
Yes.
You do? You play in the school band?
Yes, we're playing the high school band and orchestra.
You're not the band in Toto, are you?
We're a very good band.
There are other instruments that come in between the piccolo and the tuba here, aren't there? Now, how did you come over on the ferry? Did you? I was wondering how you got that through the Holland Tunnel. Well, that's rather a dangerous instrument, Sparky, the good old tuba. I knew a very popular musician up in New England, Detmar Fogarty. He was a tuba soloist supreme, as it were. He did all of his practicing in the backyard with the tuba slung over his shoulder, awry, as it were. And he had a very unexpected end, I might say, for a tuba player. Most of them are killed while playing, you know. But this Detmar Fogarty, of whom I speak, was playing chopsticks in the backyard one day on the tuba, and a typhoon came up unexpectedly. Well, sir, the wind blew into the horn and screwed him 8 feet into the ground. It was Thank you. That's where we should finish the show if we had any sense. Now, boys, what are you going to play?
The Elephant and the Fly.
The Elephant and the Fly. Sparky. I'm mixed up good. Sparky, Springfield, and Paige Brooks. The Elephant and the Fly on the tuba and the piccolo. Thank you, boys. Brook and Sparky Springfield from East Orange, New Jersey. Thank you very much. That was swell, boys. I think the fly got a little the better of it there towards the end. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Asbury Park, Miss Hazel Gary. Now, Miss Gary, you are going to sing and do a tap dance. Is that right?
That's right.
And what number are you going to sing?
You are my lucky star.
You are my lucky star.
That's right.
Are you all prepared?
Positively.
This is your own mat here, too, isn't it?
Oh.
I wonder if the microphone will be on. Will that pick up the taps this way? It will, huh? Shows you how little I know about the building, Miss Gary. I have to ask. Well, all right, if you'll be so kind as to go right ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you are my lucky star. I saw you from afar. Two lovely eyes at me, they were gleaming and beaming. I was starstruck. Oh, you are my lucky charm. I'm lucky in your arms. You've opened heaven's portal here on earth for this poor mortal. You are my lucky star.
Thank you very much, Miss Gary. That certainly was excellent. I thought it was Fred Astaire there for a minute. I turned my eyes away. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from New York City, Mr. Murray Krause. Murray, you are going to sing, aren't you?
That's right.
And what are you going to sing?
Roses of Piccadilly.
Roses of Piccadilly, huh? Or rose?
No, roses.
Roses, the plural. All right, thank you.
Roses are shining in a Piccadilly, in the hush of a silver dew. Roses are flowering in Piccadilly, but there's never a rose like you. And the roses will die with the summertime, and the roads may be far apart, but there's one rose that dies not in a Piccadilly. 'Tis the rose that I keep in my heart.
That was Murray Krause. And that concludes our amateur contest for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And now, while I see what I can get from our applause machine, I'm going to let you see what you can get from our public speaker number one, Harry Von Zepp.
Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely hope you've been smiling during our program tonight. We know we can help you keep smiling if you'll just remember the two products that make these Wednesdays with Fred Allen possible. Ipana toothpaste for your smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for your smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right, Fred, have you got the results ready?
Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the following acts: Bill McNulty and Paige Brooke and Sparky Springfield. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold his hand over the heads of these boys, as I call the names, and I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud once again to select your first and second prize winners. Now, first, the young man who so kindly came over from Brooklyn tonight, the crooner, the boy who sang My Blue Heaven, Bill McNulty. And the two boys who came from East Orange, New Jersey, with the tuba and the piccolo, Paige Brooke and Sparky Springfield. Thank you. What does the machine say, Harry?
You are, Fred.
Thank you. The first prize, $50 in cash, and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Bill McNulty, the boy who sang My Blue Heaven. The second prize, $25 in cash, goes to Paige Brooke and Sparky Springfield. I'm sorry that we all couldn't win, but thank you all for coming, and better luck next time. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen, and inviting you to another hour at the Old Town Hall next Wednesday evening. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Concours, a world-class luxury compact from Chevrolet. In Europe, to show that an American car can challenge the highways of the world. Concours is an affordable car for people who appreciate the stylish elegance of fine touring cars, luxurious interiors, and dependable Chevrolet engineering. Concours, built for Americans at home anywhere. A world-class luxury compact from Chevrolet.
Creases look really sharp in the right places, but never on your eyes. That's why Revlon created Natural Wonder Crease-Proof Cream Shadow. Crease-Proof Shadow. It just won't creep into creases. It's wink-proof, fade-proof, even waterproof. Stays fresh, stays put in 21 beautiful colors. Natural Wonder Crease-Proof Shadow by Revlon. There you go.
When the family's all together, life's the best that it can be. Life's more fun when you're munching one, when you're munching Fritos. 'Cause Fritos goes with fun, and fun makes family memories. And old or young, life's more fun when you're munching Fritos. Munching Fritos. Life's more fun when you're munching one, when you're munching one, when you're munching Fritos. Life's more fun when you're munching one, when you're munching Fritos. Grand corn chips.
Nervous is meeting your boyfriend's family. All 16 of them.
Nervous is why there's new Soft and Dry.
Soft and Dry roll-on. Nothing keeps you drier when you're nervous.
Nervous is taking your driver's test for the 4th time.
Nervous is why there's new Soft and Dry.
Nothing keeps you drier, yet it never stings most girls, even after shaving.
My fellow classmates.
Nervous is why there's new Soft and Dry.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
I sure would like to have me a 2-bit piece for every time we've rode this way coming in and out of Dodge.
I guess the horses would, too.
Would what?
Like a 2-bit piece for every trip they've made. They're the ones that do the work, you know.
Well, now, Mr. Dillon, you know horses can't spend money. Why, it'd be just pure foolishness to give it to them.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, of course I'm right, Mr. Dillon. My good gracious, alive.
All right, Chester.
Yeah, but giving money to a horse, why, there ain't nobody would want to
Wonder what that fellow's up to.
What fellow's that?
Over there to the right in that big tree.
Well, I declare, Mr. Dillon, it looks like he's stringing up a rope.
Yeah, it sure does.
That's what he's doing, all right. Stringing a rope. And he's got a noose on it.
Yeah. You got a plan for that rope, mister?
Well, yes, sir, I do. I gotta see that it's measured proper.
Why don't you come on down?
Well, now that ain't very polite, mister. Now, you look at here. He's the U.S. Marshal. You better climb down from that tree right now. All right. All right, I'll do that. I've always been a law-abiding man myself.
What's your name?
Cloyd.
Just Cloyd?
Just Cloyd. Nobody ever called me nothing else.
All right, Cloyd, suppose you tell me what you're doing with this rope.
What? I'm testing and measuring and seeing that it's right and proper.
What for?
Well, for the hanging, Marshal.
Oh, you arranging for a hanging?
Yes, sir, I am.
That doesn't sound very law-abiding to me.
I promised her, Marshal, with her lying in her coffin. I promised her I'd follow him and hear him speak, and then I'd hang him. Mr. Dillon, he must be crazy. Well, now, some folks say I am. But folks don't know about a man.
Who are you waiting here for?
Oh, I ain't waiting here, Marshal. He'll be coming along to Dodge, and I'll see him in plenty of time.
And then you'll hang him. Is that it?
Well, not till he speaks the killing, Marshal. I've been following him all over, waiting to hear him speak the killing. A man should say he's guilty before he hangs. Well, I never in all.
Never mind, Chester. Cloyd.
Yes, Marshal?
Nobody hangs a man but the law.
Well, I don't want to cause no trouble.
You cause any trouble, and I'll put you and your rope in jail. You remember that, huh?
I ain't one to forget things, Marshal.
That's good. I'm not either. All right, come on, Chester.
Marshal?
Yeah?
I'm right pleased to make your acquaintance.
Yeah. Come on, Chester. Let's get out of here.
Come on now. I can show you some new twists to that rope.
You leave it be.
There are lots of ways to wrap the noose. Let me see it. Here.
Let it go.
Some ropes is made for dragging, ain't they, Pete?
Let go there.
Hey, Cal, you pull that away and I'll haul on it like this. Then we'll see how good this rope is.
Turn him loose.
Huh?
I said turn him loose.
Well, we ain't doing no harm, Marshal. We just having a little fun.
Trying to drag a man's head off?
Man goes around wearing a rope with a noose on it all the time. He ain't right, Marshal.
It's not up to you to judge. Now go on, move along.
Yeah, you better do something about that, Marshal. The town's getting spooked at the sight of you.
I said move along.
Well, move. All right.
Oh, thank you, Marshal.
Glad I got here in time.
He was dragging me for fair.
Yeah. This happened to you before?
Well, yes, Marshal. Everywhere I go, folks try to pull on the rope.
Well, why don't you take it off, then?
Well, I got to wear it, Marshal. I've got to wear it till the hanging. I told you how it was.
Yeah, you told me. You'd be safer without that rope.
Now, I ain't going to harm nobody, Marshal. Not till the time.
You listen to me, Chloe. There isn't going to be a time for you to use that rope.
I made it myself, Marshal, and I looped it just right. It ain't going to be used but once.
You better be sure it isn't used on you. Sure is a lot quieter in here than it was last night, kiddo.
Yeah. When those cattle drives hit, I sometimes wonder if it's worth it.
You make a lot of money off those cowboys.
Well, I have to spend most of it putting the place back together again after they go.
Well, now, they didn't do so bad last night, Kitty. Seems to me it looks pretty good around here.
Sure it does. After we carted out the broken chairs and took down the mirror they smashed, we're still missing the window.
Yeah? In this weather, they did you a favor to knock it out.
You may be right at that. Ah, there he comes, Matt.
Who? Oh, Cloyd.
Yep, and his daily round.
Good afternoon, Miss Kitty. Marshal?
Hello, Cloyd.
Cloyd. You and Cloyd have much to say to each other, Kitty?
No, Matt. Can't say we do.
Sam?
He comes in every day just like that and goes up to the bar, but he always speaks very politely.
Yeah. Yeah, he's polite, all right.
Well, I wish his good manners would make him take that rope off before he comes in here. It gives me the creeps, Matt.
It ought to be good for business.
I don't care if it is or not. Isn't there some way you can keep him from wearing it?
Kitty.
I know. There's nothing in the law that says a man can't wear a rope. Well, I hope whoever he's waiting for comes along so we can stop coming in here and looking around every day. The one drink he buys isn't worth it. See? There he goes on out. Gonna look someplace else.
Bye, Miss Kitty. Marshal?
Bye, Clyde.
So long, Cloyd.
Matt, do you think he really is waiting for somebody? He's such a strange little man.
Yeah, Kitty. But, I don't think he's strange enough.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think that he is waiting for somebody.
Hi. Maybe you'll recall this tuneful reminder of times past. This is Dennis James with something else worth remembering. It's this. You're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. See, it's the normal, natural way to youthful regularity. The whole brand content of Kellogg's All Brand supplies your system with all the bulk-forming food that you need every day. There's only one All Brand. It's Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve irregularity from lack of bulk, as millions do, with a bowl full of Kellogg's All Brand each morning. ALL-BRAN. It's Kellogg's All Brand.
Mr. Dolby?
Huh? Oh, it's you again.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to see you remember me.
Oh, I remember you all right.
Well, then I guess you recall I've been asking after a man who might have come in here to your hotel.
You've been asking every day.
A big fella, tall, straight fella named Creel. That's who I've been looking for.
Yes, I remember.
Well, then, Mr. Dolby, I figured maybe you'd tell me what room he was in.
Well, now you listen here.
I heard on the street out there that a fella like that come in here last night.
A lot of folks come to Dodge House.
Well, I just like to go up them stairs, Mr. Dobie, and
now
look
see
around.
here.
All I want to do is... Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Dobie, but I guess I won't have to trouble you after all. Mr. Creel? I've been waiting for you, Mr. Creel.
Get out of my way.
I always promised her I'd find you. You remember that, Mr. Creel?
You just better remember to leave me alone.
Oh, I aim to leave you alone right enough. Till you say you did it.
Oh,
You'll say you did it, Mr. Creel. One of these days you'll say it. And I'll be waiting, like I always
Now,
am.
you get out of my way, or I'm going to break your head open. Gentlemen, please.
Now, don't worry, Mr. Dobie. There won't be any trouble. I'll get out of the way.
You just better.
I can wait.
Matt.
Huh?
Oh, Matt.
Ah, hello, Doc.
Good morning, Matt.
Morning. You had breakfast?
Oh, hours ago, yes. Out at the toddy place.
Toddy place. Somebody sick?
No, not sick, exactly. Martha had twins. Boys.
Well, that makes a whole parcel of toddy boys, doesn't it?
Yeah, makes 7. Funny. Some men just don't seem to deserve having a girl.
Yeah. Doc,
Yeah?
I got something I'd like to ask you about.
Good. Fire away.
Have you seen much of the Cloyd fellow that's been wandering around town?
Oh, yeah, sure. I've seen. Everybody has. He's in and out of every place in town every day.
Not anymore.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, he's found what he's looking for. A man named Creel came into town night before last. Now Cloyd only goes in and out of the places Creel goes.
Oh, sticks right with him, does he?
Yeah, like a leech.
Well, what do you want to ask me?
If a man like Cloyd will really make a move, or if he'll just talk about it.
What do you mean, make a move against Creel?
Yeah. He says he's going to hang him,
He's choosing a hard way of doing things, isn't he?
Yeah, that's why I wonder if there'll ever be anything to it. He's quiet and polite and hasn't caused any trouble. But he says he's going to. And he wears that blasted rope night and day.
He doesn't seem to be in any hurry, does he?
And he's got a reason for that, too. He says he has to wait until this man Creel admits to whatever he's done. Then he's going to hang him. You think he'll ever do anything, Doc?
Well, I don't know, Matt. I honestly don't know. These kind of things can go either way.
I'm still here, Mr. Creel. Following right behind you. I aim to make it real easy to talk to me when you're ready. When you figure you'll be ready, Mr. Creel. Sorry, Mr. Creel, but when you stopped so sudden like, I didn't mean to run into you like that. Afternoon, Marshal. Chester.
Hello, Cloyd.
Ain't always easy to keep my distance when I don't know where you're going, Mr. Creel. But I'm right here. Right here behind you.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, I know.
Well, ain't that a mighty unnatural sight now, them two walking all over town, one behind the other, and only one of them doing any talking?
He talks enough for the two of them.
Yeah, sure he does. But if I was that fella Creel, I'd have to say something.
Well, that's what Cloyd wants him to do, say something.
Mr. Dillon, Do you really believe that Floyd fella has anything on him like he says he does?
I don't know, Chester. But I got a feeling we're going to find out.
I'll be with you in a minute.
All right.
Here now, Miss Murray, and I'll let you know when that new bolt of cloth comes in.
I thank you, Mr. Jonas. Good day.
Bye, Miss Murray. Now, what can I do for you two?
We ain't together.
Oh? All right, then, what can I sell you?
I can see how you'd think we was together, being so
Oh,
close
you
and all.
shut up.
Well, sure, I was just explaining
Just
to the man.
shut up.
Did you come in here to buy anything or not?
Not
Yeah,
me, mister.
I want some cartridges.
I just go where he goes.
Well, for what gun?
This here 45.
Uh-huh. Yeah, right back here. There you are.
Thanks.
I guess your friend don't need any cartridges. At least not when he's wearing that rope.
He's no friend of mine.
Here I come, Mr. Creel. Right behind you.
Thirsty people everywhere prefer ice-cold Pepsi-Cola. And because it's light, it refreshes without filling.
Charlie, be sociable.
I am, Kay. Pepsi is a favorite of thirsty people from Maine to Hawaii, from Alaska to Florida.
Charlie,
It's perfect for parties or picnics, so serve Pepsi to your guests.
that's helpful, but
This is the sociable part. Keep plenty of Pepsi ice-cold and ready. Remember, it goes fast because everybody likes Pepsi.
singing still sounds more inviting. May I? Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and get there. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
But singing doesn't say, pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today. Better yet, get a case.
You do that.
No, I don't think so. That beats me, Creel.
Well, you played it smart.
Your deal.
Yeah.
He's having a lot of luck today, ain't he?
More luck than coming to him the way he's watching that door.
Just you let me worry about that door.
You all worrying about it, too, ain't you?
Don't worry, he'll be along, Creel. He always is.
Now, listen. You want to play poker or you don't?
Well, sure. We was just thinking maybe you was missing your friend.
Well, I ain't missing him. And if you ain't going to shut up about it, we call the game off right now.
All right, we'll shut up, Creel. Go ahead and deal.
It's just that I was wondering...
Wondering what?
Well, I was wondering what you must have done to have that little man following you around all the time.
I ain't done nothing. All right, go.
Come on. Come on, sit down.
I ain't done a single
All right,
thing here.
there ain't no
Be out of
call
your
to
mind.
choke him, man. You won't have to watch the door anymore, Creel. Here he comes.
Huh?
I didn't mean to be so long, Mr. Creel.
It was all right with him. Wasn't it, Creel?
I told you to shut up.
All right. Ain't my mess. But if it was, I'd have handled it by now. I wouldn't have let no crazy man with a rope chase me all over town.
He don't have to let me follow him. You hear what he says, Creel? He says you don't have to put up with it.
You stay out of it, Mom.
All you have to do is talk, Mr. Creel, and it'll be all over.
All right. All right, I'll talk. I'll talk good. You've been following me around ever since I left Missouri. Now, you ain't gonna do it no more. Do you hear me? You ain't gonna do it no more.
All you got to do, Mr. Creel, is tell me you killed her. Then it'll be over.
Oh, I never killed her.
Lying there in her coffin, she told me you did.
Oh, that's crazy.
Now, it may sound crazy to you, but it ain't crazy to me. And it ain't crazy to her, neither. I watched her all the time, Mr. Creel. I wasn't big enough and strong enough for her to look at to marry like she did you, Mr. Creel, but I watched her all the time.
You watched her.
I seen you come home drunk lots of times, and I seen her run from you, too, not just once.
Well,
I seen her run and hide, and I heard her cry.
You don't know nothing what went on between us?
Yes, I do, Mr. Creel.
Oh.
I know I wasn't good enough for her to marry, but I watched over her just the same, and I know you killed her just like you done it with a gun.
Oh, now will you shut up?
I
never
wasn't good
killed
enough.
nobody.
I wasn't good enough for her to marry, but I was the one she spoke to from her coffin.
Will you hear that?
I was the one she told to follow you until you spoke about it, until you told out how you killed her, just as much as shooting her.
And you're following me around just to hear me say that?
That's right.
All right, then. All right, if that's what it is. I killed her. All right, now you just take your rope and you go. The rope is going right where it belongs, Mr. Creel. Just hang off me. Go on. Get that rope on.
The rope ain't never coming tomorrow.
Somebody help me get this rope off of me. Oh. Yeah. And you just lay there. Right down there where I put you. You ain't had no call following me around all over the country, wearing a rope like you was sent from the devil. It ain't never been none of your business what I done to her. I aim to fix it so you don't do no more talking about it.
I don't think you need to worry, Creel. I think he's dying. Now, you better get out of here before the marshal comes.
I ain't feared. Nobody gonna take me. I'm through with listening.
All right, hold it, Creel.
You ain't taking me, Marshal.
Dead, Marshal.
Yeah. Somebody got Chester with him.
Yeah, sure, Marshal. I'll get him.
Marshal?
Yeah, Claude.
You bring me my rope? Here, Marshal.
It's here, Claude.
That's good. I ain't never gonna use it, Marshal.
You won't have to. Creel's dead.
Yeah. But I'd like to have it with me, Marshal.
All right.
It's a good rope, Marshal. It's a true rope. It made him speak his guilt. A man should speak his guilt, Marshal.
Yeah. If he's guilty.
He was guilty, Marshal. Just like he'd used a gun, just like he used it on me. You see that I have a rope, Marshal.
Yeah. You'll have the rope.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dodkin, Bartlett Robinson, Barney Phillips, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke.
Class, you're my butter lovers, right?
Right.
Now, I know you folks love butter more than anything, except me. So, Julie's got something special for your pancakes. Log cabin buttered syrup. Why, it's got that good old-fashioned flavor with real butter, too. Rich, thick, and smooth, just the way you like. Take Julie's advice. Fix up your pancakes with Log Cabin buttered syrup. Butter lovers truly love it.
When a fruit and cereal lover finishes that last piece of fruit, she's finished. That's why Post makes Raisin Bran with so many sweet, chewy raisins. She can get fruit in her first spoonful, her next spoonful, and her next. The way Post makes Raisin Bran, she can get fruit in every spoonful and never have to run out. No wonder Post Raisin Bran is the fruit and cereal lover's cereal.
Once there was an ant and a grasshopper. The ant worked day and night while his friend the grasshopper fiddled away his free time. Then when the ant left on his winter vacation, was the grasshopper left in the cold? 'Cause the grasshopper was on the payroll savings plan. And by now, all those U.S. savings bonds added up to a big surprise to the ant and a big winter vacation for the grasshopper. Moral, buy U.S. savings bonds and you don't need a rich ant.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Free for All. Such swell, rich flavor. That's what you're going to say, friends, the very first time you taste the new Jell-O. Because Jell-O today is extra rich thanks to a new and exclusive Jell-O process. By means of this amazing process, Jell-O's glorious goodness is locked in, protected for your pleasure. And never before has Jell-O tasted so downright grand. Never before has it been a more perfect dessert, a more delicious treat. You'll enjoy it more than ever now that Jell-O's famous flavor is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles. Just try it and see. Prove for yourself that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale odor, no sweet, fruity aroma to warn of escaping flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O into a grand Jell-O dessert, out pours its captive flavor to make that dessert a wonderfully rich, tempting treat. So order several packages of Jell-O tomorrow. Remember, Jell-O's new locked-in flavor makes Jell-O more than ever the dessert for you. Free for All, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, daylight saving time goes into effect tomorrow, and clocks throughout the country will be moved 1 hour ahead.
That's right.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man who will have only 11 hours sleep tonight instead of his usual 12, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't know where you got the impression that I sleep 12 hours a night. I'm up bright and early in the morning, the same as everybody else.
Yes, Jack, but look at the time you go to bed. By 9 o'clock every night, you're in dreamland.
And not on Wednesday nights. They don't raffle off the Plymouth at the Oriental until 9:30. By the time I get through arguing with the manager, it's usually 2 in the morning.
Well, what's the idea of arguing with the manager?
Listen, Don, I've been going to that theater for years now, and it's about time I won a slab of bacon or something. Anything. Huh?
You mean as often as you've gone there, you've never won a prize?
Well, my number was called on 2 different occasions, but, forget it.
No, Jack. No, Jack. What happened?
Well, you see, Don, when they call your number, you have to get up to the stage within 60 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Well, the first time I didn't get there fast enough, and the second time I was disqualified for wearing roller skates. I missed out on a case of minute tapioca. Anyway, Don, getting back to your introduction, you'll have to admit that it was hardly fair.
Oh, come now, Jack. Just because you get to bed late on Wednesday nights, that doesn't make you a night owl.
Well, it's not only Wednesday, big boy. You know what time I hit the hay last night? 4 a.m.
4 a.m.? My goodness, were you out night clubbing?
No, it was Mr. Billingsley's fault. He was playing soldier outside my bedroom door, and just because I didn't know the password, he wouldn't let me in. I'll know it tonight, believe me.
What is the password, Jack?
Well, it's not exactly a word, Don. I just have to go a couple of times. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you booing about?
Oh, it's just a password.
Thank heaven. I thought radio had finally smacked you down.
No, nothing like that. My ears ring frequently, but that's about all.
That's good. Say, Jack, did you tell Don the bad news?
Not yet.
What bad news?
Well, on account of daylight saving next week, Jack is going to dock us all 1 hour's pay.
1 hour's pay?
It's only for the duration. You'll get it back as soon as the war is over.
The hour or the money?
Both. It's wartime. And if there are any more objections, just read your contract.
Who can read it? You got one whole page written in Eskimo.
Well?
Mine, too. Now, what's the big idea?
Because when the contracts were drawn up, my lawyers happened to be Smith, Smythe, Mullen, and Mooseface. Now, drop it.
Leave it to Benny to get a lawyer that can spear fish for him, too.
Mary, I retain Mooseface by the year. What's he going to do when someone isn't suing me? Just sit around? Be reasonable.
Say, Jack, what does that Eskimo clause in our contract mean? I've never had it translated.
I have. It says, actor who want raise can put high heels on snowshoes.
Well, that's not a literal translation, but that's the gist of it. And I don't want you all reading your contract.
If I hear another word about contracts, I'll scream.
Virgil, just make with the noise and no dialogue. You're only the sound man here.
Well, I get more fan mail than you old tin type.
Get away from that microphone. Now beat it.
Oh, Jack, stop picking on Virgil. He's very important to our show, and you know it.
Important?
Yes, in all our plays, he opens doors, rings bells, shoots guns.
Oh.
And when you're supposed to walk down the street, Virgil walks for you.
Virgil walks for me? Well, any sound man can do that.
With your flat feet, that's hard, Daddy.
Virgil, I told you to get away from that mic. I never saw a guy with such
Hey, Jack, here comes Night School Joe.
Oh, yes, our French student. Hello, Phil.
Bonsoir, folks, bonsoir. Hello, Jacques.
Jacques.
And Marie and Dune.
Dune? Phil, a dune is a great big pile of sand. But I guess you're right. Anyway, why don't you cut out that French? The stuff you say doesn't even make sense.
Well, I learned a new one this week. Get a load of this, Jackson. Ma orchestre travaille dans Dune soupier.
What does that mean?
My orchestra works in the soup tureen.
Your orchestra works in the soup tureen?
Yeah, that's as close as I could get to Biltmore Bowl.
Oh, well, Phil, don't you think that before taking up a foreign language, you ought to learn how to speak English?
And what's wrong with my English, may I ask?
You're kidding, of course. And now, folks...
No, I ain't. What's wrong with my English?
Phil, I met a Fiji Islander once with a ring in his nose who had only been in this country 3 weeks, and he speaks better English than you do. Much better.
Well, then I got to get one of them rings.
It won't help you, believe me.
Let him get one. This is an emergency.
Mary, if Phil ever puts a ring in his nose, Alice will snap a leash on it, sure as anything. And now, folks, Phil Harris and his 18 dreamboats will entertain us with a band number. Hit it, Phil.
Oui, amigo.
Phil, amigo is Spanish. You're talking Spanish now.
Then I want more money.
Oh, play. Play, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Do you recognize me?
No, I don't.
Well, that's my fault. I should never have taken that ring out of my nose.
Get out of here. He's a Fiji Islander, all right. Look at that bushy head of hair. Play, amigo. That was a medley of Deep in the Heart of Texas and The Eyes of Texas Are Upon You, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, who may be heard nightly except Sunday in the soup tureen of the Biltmore Bowl. Say, Phil, that medley was really thrilling. How'd you happen to play it?
Well, I got a lot of pals in Texas, and I don't want them to forget me.
Oh, yes. You and the boys work down there every summer, don't you?
Yeah, last year we did one-night stands in Fort Worth, Dallas, and Galveston, and then we played 3 months in Van Horn.
3 months, eh?
Yeah, that's what they gave my guitar player for stealing the cow.
Stealing a cow?
Well, he didn't exactly steal it. He tried to elope with it. You know how frank he is when he drinks.
Yeah. He must have eloped with that guitar, too. It's got Gene Autry's name on it. Now, let's see, where are we?
Well, it's about time for my play, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, yes, your play. And now, folks, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Doon Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is the honeymoon cottage of a young couple who have just been married. The bride, played by Mary Livingston...
Mary.
...is awaiting the arrival of her husband, for whom she has just prepared her first dinner. We take you now to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Typical American.
Oh, dear, it's 7 o'clock and my husband isn't home yet. Ah, here he comes now.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hello. Did you have a busy day at the office, Typical?
Oh, awful. That fresh boss of mine had me sitting on her knee all day. I'm a secretary, folks. Well, look what's on the table. Are you working a jigsaw puzzle, darling?
No, that's your dinner.
Yipe! So you surprised me, eh, darling?
Yes. Sit down, Tippy.
My, this looks so good.
What would you like with your dinner, sweetheart? Coffee, tea, or milk?
Milk, please.
Okay.
Virgil, the cow is milked already. The milk's in the bottle. Now pay attention. Well, look at those homemade biscuits. Look at those homemade biscuits. Did you make them yourself?
Yes, take this hammer and butter them.
They are. They are a little cementy. And my goodness, look at this platter of meat.
You'll love it, dear. It's Swiss steak.
Swiss steak.
Ole, ole, hee-hoo!
Virgil! Virgil, what's the matter with you? You're spoiling the illusion. Now sit down and take that alpine hat off your head.
The cheese, too?
Yes. The whole darn outfit. Now let us alone so we can eat.
30 minutes later.
Calling all cars, calling all cars. Go to the home of typical American. He has a beautiful wife and acute indigestion.
Ooh.
Darling, what's the matter? Typical. Typical, speak to me.
Ooh.
Poor boy. Well, it looks like I'll have to eat this bowl of tempting and economical Jell-O all by myself.
Oh, no, you don't. Give me some of that, too. Even you can make Jell-O right.
Thank you.
Don, that was really marvelous. How did you ever think of such a clever commercial?
Well, I was sleeping on my back last night, and I dreamt it.
Well, tummy down tonight, please. Not that I didn't like it, Don, but, well, I thought you were lost, Dennis. Where were you, kid?
I'm not a kid anymore. I just fell in a manhole.
Oh, fine. He fell in a manhole. Fell in a manhole, that makes him a man. I suppose if you fell in a gopher hole, you'd be a gopher.
Yeah.
Jack fell in a rat hole once.
Oh, quiet. Anyway, I'm glad you got here, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, say, Mr. Benny, have I got a surprise for you? Have I got a surprise?
Later, kid. For our feature attraction, this... What do you mean, surprise?
Here, read this. I cut it out of a radio column.
Let's see it. Yes. Well, I'll be darned. Get a load of this, fellas. It is reported officially from New York that starting March 8th, Fred Allen will switch the time of his broadcast from Wednesday to Sunday night. Imagine.
Well, I knew that. He's replacing the Sunday evening symphony hour.
Allen's replacing the symphony hour? Well, they better tell everybody in advance, or when they hear Allen's voice, they'll think it's an old bassoon left over. Anyway, if Allen goes on the air Sundays, I'm going off. I can make a darn good living out of pictures.
Oh, how many postcards of your house do you sell a week?
Plenty, sister. Anyway, I don't want Allen on the air the same day as I am.
But, Jack, there are a lot of comedians besides you on Sunday night. One more won't hurt.
A lot of comedians. Name one.
Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
That's two. Name one. Now, I dare you.
Oh, Jack, you know very well that Edgar Bergen plays both parts. McCarthy is a dummy.
Oh, so you're falling for that stuff, too, eh? I happen to know that Charlie McCarthy is just as much flesh and blood as I am.
On flesh, I won't argue.
No argument on blood, either. I got plenty in my veins.
Mr. Benny is right. I gave him a transfusion yesterday.
You didn't give me anything. I paid you $5 a gallon. Now be quiet.
Gee, I'm so weak I can hardly stand up.
Well, it's your own fault. You didn't say when. Anyway, Anyway, I've got to do something about Alan.
Gosh, I'm dizzy.
Dennis, eat liver. You'll get it back. I know what, Mary. Mary, get me Mr. John Swallow on the phone. His private extension is 309.
Okay.
I'm going to nip this in the bud. He's the program manager. I'm going to straighten out this Alan Sunday night situation. I don't get mad often, but when I do...
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Swallow. Oh,
Hello, Mr. Swallow. When did you get back from Papa's Ground?
give me that phone. Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Swallow. This is Jack Benny. Say, I just found out something, and I'd like to talk to you about it. Now, I'm not going to stand for any...
I'm glad you called, Jack.
What?
Mr. Williams, the censor, tells me he's been having a little trouble with you.
Trouble with the censor? Who, me?
Yes. Now, Jack, when he tells you to take a joke out of your program, don't argue about it. Take it out.
What? Wait a minute, Mr. Swallow. Are you referring to the gag we were going to do about cooking flapjacks on a griddle?
I certainly am, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, for heaven's sake, what's wrong with cooking flapjacks on a griddle?
The word griddle sounds exactly like girdle.
Sounds exactly... Mr. Swallow, I defy you, Mr. Williams, or Oscar of the Waldorf, to cook flapjacks on a girdle. It can't be done.
That's not the point. The line is still double entendre.
And don't pull that Phil Harris stuff. I like that griddle gag very much.
Well, it's definitely out.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Harmless little gag about hotcakes, and I can't even do it. Well, come on, Dennis, sing your song.
Well, what'd you do about Fred Allen?
Who? Oh, my goodness, I forgot all about him. I'll take it up later. Well, come on, Dennis, let's have a song.
Okay.
Get so burned up lately, I must be getting high blood pressure.
With my blood yet.
Oh, quiet, sing. There must be some way of fixing that Sunday night thing.
This love of mine goes on and on, for life is empty since you have gone. You're always on my mind, so out of sight. It's lonesome through the day, and all at night I cry my heart out. It's bound to break, since nothing matters. Let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine, what's to become of it, this love of mine? I cry my heart out, it's bound to break, since nothing matters. Let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine,
That was This Love of Mine, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. Sure, and it was wonderful, Bigorra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Well, Dennis, your blood is working on him.
Yes, it is at that.
Gee, I wish I wasn't such a tightwad. We'd all get a raise.
Hooray, I've got an alibi. And now, folks...
Say, Jack, what are you going to do about the Fred Allen situation?
Yeah, you going to let that guy get away with it? Well, I've been thinking it over, gentlemen, and I'm going to form a little group that'll take care of him. The SAALC.
What's that stand for?
Sunday Artists Against Low Comedy. I'm going to send letters to Bergen, Abbott and Costello, Phil Baker, Gildersleeve, and all of them.
What about me? I'm a Sunday artist.
You're a Sunday... Well, I'm having enough trouble with Mr. Swallow. But I'll have my lawyer send you a letter anyhow. It only costs $10 to join.
That Eskimo isn't getting any $10 out of me, Sugarfoot.
Who asked you? Now, get this straight, Virgil. You're not a comedian. You're a sound man, and not a very good one at that.
I don't know why I don't yank that wig right off your head.
You lay one hand on me, and you'll...
Oh, Jack, stop pointing at your glasses. He won't hit you.
Never mind. I got more important things to do than argue with this guy. Until March 8th, I'll be working day and night.
You mean to say that you're going to all this trouble just to keep Allen off the air Sundays?
I owe it to the public. It's a crusade. That's what it is.
Well, gee, I don't know what all this fuss is about. Personally, I think Mr. Allen is wonderful.
Dennis, you're fired. Anyway, Don, get out, scram, kid. Anyway, Don, I think I'll send you... Leave the music here, Dennis. It's not yours. Anyway, Don, get back in the manhole cover. I think I'll send you an application blank too. And then if we all stick together, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
Boss, I always thought that boarder of ours was cuckoo, and now I know it.
Mr. Billingsley, what's the trouble now?
He's playing soldier again. This morning, he locked me in my room for 3 hours.
Well, why didn't you give him the password? It's...
That was yesterday. Today is...
Oh, so he changed it, eh? Well, I'm glad you told me. I don't want to have to go to a hotel tonight. Now, Rochester, you just humor Mr. Billingsley and let him play soldier. He's perfectly harmless.
What about that shotgun he carries around?
That shotgun isn't loaded.
It ain't, eh?
No.
You know that big picture we got in the library of George Washington crossing the Delaware?
Yes?
Well, he'll never make it in that boat. It's full of holes.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Rochester. He's going to pay for that painting.
He paid for it already.
Good.
You ought to see his new $5 bills. He's got my picture on them.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And you know what else, boss?
What?
You're Secretary of the Treasury.
Oh, well, he's just having fun. He prints them on Kleenex. He can't be a counterfeiter. Well, Rochester, I'll be home pretty soon, so don't worry. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, Rochester, where's Mr. Billingsley now?
He's out in the garage squeezing orange juice.
Squeezing orange juice in the garage?
Yeah, he nails an orange on the wall and then backs the Maxwell into it.
Oh, well, I'll see you in a little while. So long.
So long.
I was wondering where those yellow spots on my garage wall came from. I thought there was something wrong with my eyes. Play, Phil.
If you have a family that loves rich, tempting desserts, then don't wait another day to serve this one. It's a delightful Jell-O treat called Imperial Peach Mold, a grand-looking, good-looking dessert that's not only delicious, but easy to make. Here's all there is to it. Simply dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in a pint of hot water and peach juice and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned sliced peaches drained. Or, if you wish, use 1 box of quick frozen sliced peaches freshly thawed. Then mold and chill until firm. And there's a really special treat, a rich, shimmering combination of juicy sliced peaches and sunny orange Jell-O. So get a can of sliced peaches or a box of quick frozen sliced peaches from your grocer tomorrow and treat yourself to this swell dessert. When you make it, be sure to use genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O is extra delicious thanks to its new locked-in flavor.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Remember this name, folks. Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding. It's the name of one of America's most popular desserts. The name of a grand pudding that's sure to become one of your special favorites. Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding is marvelously smooth and luscious with a swell homemade goodness. And it's full of golden butterscotch flavor. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors. Chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This program...
Marvelous.
I have a picture just like that.
It's a painting.
What kind of car are you driving?
A 1979 Volkswagen Rabbit.
How can you tell it's a rabbit?
Careful.
Those cars all look alike to me.
You obviously have not driven a Rabbit, my good man.
But there are so many cars that cost less. Why a new Rabbit?
Because who would own a copy when he can own the original?
Volkswagen does it again.
Imagine if someone invented a wonderful box and gave you a way to catch little pieces of your life so that you could see them again anytime by just dropping them into the box. Now, wouldn't that be something? Well, it is something. Polavision, Polaroids, instant movies. Seconds after you shoot, you've got it. And you'll still have it even when certain persons go off to college.
Sensational loading dock sale. Levitz buys furniture by the trainload, and periodically we must adjust our warehouse inventory. So Levitz buyers have reduced prices on hundreds of America's best-known brands of furniture now in stock. Outstanding savings right here in our loading dock area and throughout our entire showroom. Look for furniture with this tag and save big now during Levitz big loading dock sale. Don't let it pass you by.
You love it at Levitz.
Come to find the beautiful fragrance of Jean-Tout. Sensual, but not too far from innocence. Jean-Tout, the beautiful fragrance. Sensual, but not too far from innocence. Jean-Tout from Revlon. Wear it and be wonderful.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
The Radio Theater brings you June Allison and Van Heflin in Presenting Lily Mars. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some years ago, as a director in the theater, I was frequently confronted by that touching human problem, a young girl in search of a stage career. And I know from experience that fire of ambition is most difficult to quench. You will understand that from tonight's play, Presenting Lily Mars, starring 2 highly talented Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer players, June Allison and Van Heflin. The latter appears in his original screen role as the Harris producer faced with all the artifice that novices will use to crash the theater. It's time for Act 1 of Presenting Lily Mars, starring June Allison in the title role and Van Heflin as John Thornway.
So be it, Miss Lily Mars. Have your old career. Go on, be an actress. All I gotta say is goodbye.
Oh, hello, Charlie. Got any bubble gum?
No. Where's my hat? Davy?
I don't collect hats, Charlie. Only doorknobs. Say, you should see this one.
I am not interested in doorknobs or in your sister Lily. Goodbye.
Oh, hello, Charlie. Lily's upstairs, I think.
I know where your daughter is, Mrs. Mars, and it no longer is of any concern to me. I'm leaving.
Hey, Charlie, wait for me.
Never again, you actress.
Lily, why, I believe you've hurt that poor boy's feelings.
Oh, poor Charles. He's so young, Mother. And it hurts me to hurt him, but what can I do? It's Charles all my career.
The foregoing bit of brilliant dialogue just occurred in the Mars residence, a plain little house on the front window of which hangs a sign reading Mrs. Mars, hats made to order, plain sewing, and piano lessons. At the moment, Mrs. Mars is flourishing a hat box before her stage-struck daughter.
I finished Mrs. Thornway's hat, dear. She'll want it for tonight.
Oh, I'll take it right over, Mama. Maybe he's arrived already.
Yes, dear. Just think, John Thornway, a regular Broadway producer, coming to Midhaven.
Well, gee whiz, this is where he lives, ain't it? Oh, John Thornway lives in New York. His mother lives here. Certainly she does. Don't you think? Oh, Mama, I simply can't wait till the show tonight. I think it's so wonderful of Mr. Thornway to bring his play from Broadway to Midhaven just for one night.
The paper said it closed in New York.
Yes, dear.
Is Mr. Thornway going to let Lily act, Mama?
Mama doesn't know yet, Poppy. Neither does Lily. But we certainly hope so.
Oh, how we hope so. Well, here I go with the hat. Goodbye.
I'll go with you, Lily.
No, Davy, the doorknobs might tempt you.
Well, could you sort of maybe get one for me? Here, take my screwdriver.
Oh, all right. I'll take your screwdriver.
Well, thank you, sister.
Thanks, Lily. Gee.
When I come back, Mama, I may have a big surprise for you. Adieu for now.
Adieu, dear. Oh, my. No, John isn't here yet, Mr. Vale. But I'll be sure to tell him. Oh, Lily, dear, come in.
Thank you.
Mr. Vale? You and Miss Riquet will arrive early this afternoon. Fine. And, yes, you think it would be a good idea to shoot Irene in Act 1. Yes, I'll tell John. Goodbye.
I brought your hat, Mrs. Thornway.
Oh, just a second, dear. I want to write this down. Wants to shoot. Father, he wants to shoot some girl. But what girl in what act?
Oh, that's about your son's new play, isn't it?
Yes, that was the author, Owen Vale. Oh, how stupid of me.
Oh, he said Irene, Mrs. Thornway. Shoot Irene in the first act.
Oh, Lily, you're a lifesaver.
Mrs. Thornway, when you ask your son about a part for me, will you tell him I'd rather not play Irene?
Oh, no?
No, not if she gets killed in the first act.
Well, now, let's see the hat.
Well, you will tell him about me.
Yes, dear, I'll be glad to.
And if he says no, will you try to make him give me a part? Even Irene, if I have to?
Oh, dear, this hat. And such a long feather.
Yes, well, if I could just meet him, and maybe
he's going to be terribly busy, dear. Lily, this feather, I don't think I ordered a feather.
Oh, Poppy found it, Mrs. Thornway. We all thought it might be nice.
Well, I suppose I could cut it. Oh, that's John. I know he's slam.
John! Well, Mrs. Thornway, you won't forget...
Yes, hurry, Lily. You get in that other room, and don't come out until I have John all nicely buttered up.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Thornway.
Oh, in here, darling.
Oh, hello. Oh, well, you look wonderful.
Oh, welcome home, John. How was your trip?
Great. I worked on the new script all the way.
Oh, is this it?
That's it, the masterpiece. Oh, were there any messages?
Yes, Owen Vale just phoned.
Yeah?
Yes, he said to tell you that he and Miss Riquet are driving here.
Oh, that's fine.
Anything new about Miss Riquet?
Oh, now, look, Mother. I love Isabel as an actress. I'll do anything I can to keep her happy. In the theater. And that's exactly as far as it goes.
Yes, dear. Oh.
What?
John, do you remember Henry Mars? He used to come here to tune the piano.
Mars? Oh, yes.
Well, he died 2 years ago, and
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, he left a wife and 4 children. Nobody knows how they managed, but they do. The oldest girl is Lily.
Oh, that's nice.
Such a talented girl, John.
She acts.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Peter Pan, Macbeth, The Follies.
Really?
Oh, well, the Midhaven High School Follies. Now, dear, don't get
Mother,
caught.
you know the one thing that I cannot stand is amateur acting.
But Lily's unusual.
Unusual, Mother. There's a Lily Mars in every town, and they're all alike, so full of hope and so hopeless.
Now, it won't hurt you to let her play a scene
Not
for
a
you.
scene, not a line, not a syllable.
All right, dear, but you'll be sorry.
Excuse me just a second, darling. I left my glasses in the coat. Listen, I've got to go over the script. I guess I can work here at the desk.
Yes, of course, dear. Lily.
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Thornway. I heard. Gee, he's terribly pig-headed, isn't he?
Terribly.
Well, goodbye.
You going to the performance tonight?
Oh, I guess so. Goodbye, Mrs. Thornway.
Goodbye. Oh, poor child. Well, funny. The knob's gone off that door.
And he wouldn't even see me, Mama. He wouldn't even speak to me.
Did you get the doorknob, Lily? Huh, Lily?
Here, David.
Oh, gosh. Is this super?
My, that's a lovely one. Oh, Billy, don't you worry a bit about that old John Thornway.
Oh, I'm not, Mama. Not really.
That's good.
I guess I'll hear from him all right. You see, I stole his script.
Hello? Hello? Who? Oh, yes, Miss Mars. You what? My manuscript? Well, I've been tearing the house apart. You found it in an ash can? Yes, sure. I'll come right over right away.
Oh, well, won't you come in? Chopin or Chapeau?
What?
Are you interested in hats or piano lessons?
I'm interested in my play script. I'm John Thornway.
Why, how do you do? Lily, here he is. Oh, won't you sit down? Now, I'll just draw the shade.
Draw the shade.
No. There, that's better, doesn't it? The room's quite dark now. Almost like a theater.
Please, look, all I want is my script. If you...
I must ask you to keep quiet, Mr. Thornway. Lily is entering.
If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly.
Oh,
that but this blow might be the be-all and the end-all here. But here, upon this banking shoal of time, we jump the life to come.
Oh.
But in these cases we still have judgment here, that we but teach bloody instructions, which, being taught, return to plague the inventor. This even-handed justice commends the ingredients of our poison chalice to our own lips.
Lovely, dear, just lovely. Well, enjoy yourselves.
Get up off the floor, Miss Mars.
How was I, Mr. Thornway?
Putrid. And now may I please have my play?
But I did it exactly as I was told.
Someone told you to do Macbeth that way?
Yes, Professor Eggleston in school.
Miss Mars, I'm going to talk to you for 1 minute. I shouldn't, but you're a friend of my mother's.
And Dr. Thornway. Your own father, you know, he brought me into the world.
Yes, well, that is not one of the qualifications for the stage. Now, about Macbeth, Miss Mars. Macbeth is planning a murder. His conscience is gnawing into his thoughts, gnawing like a relentless rat, gnawing. And you play him like a jitterbug with a bellyache.
Oh, really?
Now, will you please give me my play?
It's under the cushion you've been sitting on.
I've been sitting... A doorknob.
Oh, and that's yours, too.
Mine?
Yes, my little brother. He collects doorknobs, and this one was so extra special that I thought...
Oh, please keep it, Miss Mars. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Mama, I've got another idea. Poppy!
Yes, Lily?
And Elizabeth?
Yes, Lily?
Find that old shawl and pin it around Poppy's head. Yep, that's it, and hurry.
But, Lily, what for?
We're going to act, darling, for Mr. Thornway.
Did you get your play, John?
Yes, I got it, Mother. I'll be in the study.
Oh, John, Miss Vacation there.
Oh, Isabel.
That's right, darling.
Well, Isabel, where's Owen?
Oh, I'm putting the car away. Well, aren't you even going to kiss me?
Oh,
That's a little better.
you know, I could be a lot fonder of you, Isabel, if you...
If I want money.
Well, if you just paid just a little bit more attention to your job.
Oh, that again. I don't have to work for you, Johnny. In Pittsburgh, I can marry $1 million worth of pig iron.
All right. Now, why don't you?
Because I don't like pig iron, Johnny. I like you.
Come here.
Oh, that's better, Johnny.
Oh, sorry. Should have...
Oh, no, I'm glad to see you. Look, listen, you can't shoot Irene in the first act.
No?
No, now, you've written a swell play. Just let it alone.
Decided yet when we go into rehearsal?
Yes, next Monday. All right, now, come on off with you. I'll see you both here tonight after the show.
Oh, that's right. Your mother's giving a reception.
That's right. Now, I've got work to do. Just run along to the hotel and take yourself a nice long nap. You too, Owen. Bye-bye now.
You.
Take a good look at that first act, will you?
That's just what I'm going to do. Let's see now. Irene enters stage left, and she crosses to left center. Left center.
Listen to me.
She
You
makes-
must, John. You shall listen to me.
What in... Oh, no. No, not again. Miss Mars.
Oh, it's not for my sake, but for the sake of this poor child. Oh, why would she pay for our follies? Look at her. Your eyes, your smile, but not your name.
Oh.
Papa, Papa, Papa. Oh, please, I want nothing for myself. Nothing.
Oh, now cut it out.
Oh, Papa, Papa.
Shut up.
Papa, Papa,
Will you
Papa.
please get out of here and stop hounding me?
Oh, but Mr. Thornley.
Beat it and take that grubby little kid with you.
Well, if you just give me a fair chance.
All right, come here. Here are a couple of passes for the show tonight. Now go down and see some acting, but for heaven's sakes, don't do any more.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Thornway.
Thank you, Mr. Thornway. Sending you bubble gum?
No.
Well, she loves bubble gum.
Do you know what I'm going to do if I ever catch you near me again?
No, Mr. Thornway.
Well, I'm going to take you across my knee and wallop the daylights out of you. Understand?
Yes.
All right, now beat it.
Yes, Mr. Thornway.
Yes, Mr. Thornway.
Well, I'll be.
Oh, and did you just hear what I just heard?
That girl, oh, she was lying, of course.
But that baby, the image of John.
Isabel, let's get out of here.
Beautiful place.
My dear Mrs. Thornway, a charming reception.
I'm so glad you could come, Professor Eggleston.
And the play tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, I must go and congratulate John.
You have something to eat, Professor. There's roast beef at that table there, and then over there.
Excellent. How now, brown cow? Good evening.
Oh.
I've been watching you climb the wall. You must try coming in through the door sometime. It's much simpler.
Oh, but I wasn't invited. Oh, my, it certainly looks like a wonderful party in there.
Uh-huh.
Why, you're Mr. Owen Vale, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. It's you.
Huh?
This afternoon. You're the girl.
Well, what's the matter?
Tell me. Has John Thornway never done anything for you?
Never. He doesn't like me.
He doesn't like...
There you are, Mr. Vale.
Oh, his mother.
Supper's being served, won't you? Why, Lily, dear, come in.
Oh, I don't think I'd better, Mrs. Thornway. You see, you're so well. Oh, I guess he must have told you.
Oh, that. Well, things like that don't upset John for very long.
They don't upset him. Hey, what kind of a guy is he, anyway?
Come along, Mr. Vale. Come along.
Why, my dear Lily.
Oh, hello, Professor Eggleston.
And how are the children? Children?
The two youngest had the mumps, but they're all fine now, thank goodness.
Good. He did say children.
Why, yes.
Wait right here. Oh, Isabel.
Yes, Owen.
Have you seen John, that girl, this afternoon? She's here.
Oh, no. Oh, and she didn't...
No, but it seems there's not just one. There are three.
Three?
At least.
Can I play too? What is this, new game?
John, you've simply got to do something about that girl.
What girl?
What girl? Lily Mars.
Oh, well, just don't pay any attention to her.
You did.
Oh, Isabel, there's at least one in every town. Darling, why are you so interested in this one?
I've seen this one.
And the child.
One of them.
This afternoon, remember, outside your window.
Well, oh, no. Say, what kind of a heel do you think I am? You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
We should?
Well, she's just another stage-struck kid who thinks she...
Who are you looking at?
Oh, she's here. She's here again.
Hello, Mr. Thornway.
Get out of here.
Oh, help, Mrs. Thornway, help. All right, I'll go, Mr. Thornway. Honest, I will. I'll see me right over the wall. I'll get...
Start climbing.
Yes, sir. But before, when you were talking to those people in there, you looked so nice.
Well, I'm not.
Mr. Thornway, please take me to New York.
Miss Mars, my patience stretches just so far, you understand? Just so far.
Oh, very well. If you really want me to go.
I do, Miss Mars. I do very much.
Well, you'll have to give me a boost. Or are you afraid of me?
Afraid of you?
See, you are. I know why you treat me as a child. Because you're afraid to think of me as a woman.
Oh, beat it!
All right, I'm going. Good night.
Good night.
What's the matter, Zoe?
Nothing.
Don't cry, Lily.
Oh, I hate him. I just hate him.
I hate him, too. Who does she hate, Elizabeth?
Children. Oh, now. What are you crying for?
Because Lily is.
Mr. Conway snared at me, and he made me send him back over the wall.
But, dear, were you mean to Mr. Thornley?
Oh, no, I was charming.
Well, then, who should be ashamed?
Him.
And who should be crying?
Him.
And what should you be doing?
Laughing.
Well, certainly. Now, off to bed, you two. Scoot.
Oh, Lily. Lily, you're something very wonderful to me. What? 19. Yes, and nowhere. Why, some very successful people didn't get their start until they were well past 20. What you want is New York, isn't it? Uh-huh. Well, then. Davy!
Yes, Mommy? I'm asleep.
Davy, dear, get George the piggy bank and bring him in here.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, now, Mama, I'm not going to let you...
No, you will, too.
But, Mama, I just can't...
Here's George the piggy bank, Mommy.
Thank you, Davy.
Night.
Good night. Lily, there's $28 here. You're going to take it and go to New York.
Oh, right.
Now, take it, Lily. And good night, darling.
Oh, Mom. Davy. Davy, I want you to put this money back in George's piggy bank. And don't let Mama see you doing it.
Can't you do it, Lily?
I won't be here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, not now, dear. Tomorrow, after I leave.
Huh? Leave?
Yes, Davy. I'm going to New York.
In a moment, we'll bring you the second act of Presenting Lily Mars.
A visitor to the White House during Theodore Roosevelt's administration was amazed to see two boys pushing a reluctant pony into an elevator. Other visitors had quickly stepped to safety as boys on roller skates raced across the East Room. Teddy Roosevelt's children never allowed the sober atmosphere of the White House to deter them. To them, it was always one large playground. Another page in the history of the White House.
Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone. Act 2 of Presenting Lily Mars, starring June Allison as the lady in question and Van Heflin as John Thornway. It's Monday morning, and in front of John Thornway's theater on New York's 44th Street, Miss Lily Mars gazes enraptured at the freshly mounted poster. Opening soon, 3 Roads to Arden, starring Isabel Raquet. Full of confidence, Lily heads for the stage door. But guarding this sacred portal is a burly gentleman named Mike.
Lady, I've thrown you out 4 times now. Lady, please, can't you take a hint?
Oh, it's here, all right. Could I stand here?
Lady, outside.
Yes, sir.
It's many hours later, and the Lily is somewhat wilted. But she's in John Thornway's theater. True, it's dark and empty now, but to Lily, it's her first sight of heaven.
I'm finished mopping up, honey. Time to get out now.
Oh, so soon?
Soon? 2 hours since I let you come in here with me.
Do you suppose I could sleep here tonight?
Sorry, no sleeping allowed. Only during performances.
All right, I'll go. But I'll find some way to see Mr. Thornway. You see if I don't.
Wait a minute. Has all this been about a job? Where are you from?
Indiana. I hitchhiked. I got in this morning.
How old?
19.
Me? I was 16. I wanted to go on the stage, too, and I did. Well, where am I?
You mean you've been trying since you were 16?
Oh, I made the grade all right years ago. But look at me now. I started in carrying a spear, and I'll wind up carrying a mop.
Oh.
You know what you are?
Crazy, huh?
You're me. The same hopeful little hick that I was 45 years ago. Know what I'd do if I were you?
Sure. Go home?
No. I think you are home. I know I am. And I guess maybe you belong here, too.
Oh, I do. I know I do.
Got any money?
A few dollars.
Look, get a room. Get yourself some sleep. If you want to see Thornway, you got to look good. Might give you any trouble at the stage door.
Oh, plenty.
I'll leave a note for him. And if that big moose tries to stop you
thank
again...
you very, very much.
All right, now, quiet. Quiet, everybody, please. Quiet. We'll start from the beginning of the scene again. Ready, Isabel?
The whole scene again.
I'm sorry, darling. All right, George. Let's have the cue.
Would you mind telling Miss Adams that I've come?
There's no one here by that name. This is Dr. Trent's home.
But it must be this house.
Wait a minute. I've seen your face before, haven't I? That face. That face, let me look at you. You're...
Miss Riquet, is something wrong?
Johnny, look in the audience.
All right, stop the rehearsal. You.
Good morning, Mr. Thornway.
I won't ask you how you got in here, Miss Mars, even how you got to New York.
Oh, I hitchhiked.
Did you?
I'm terribly sorry if I interrupted the rehearsal, but...
John, she's fainting.
Oh, for heaven's sake, get some water over here. How do you feel now, Miss Mars?
Oh, much better, thank you. It was the best lunch I ever had.
And just why hadn't you eaten anything since Indiana?
Oh, I guess I just wasn't very hungry.
Yeah. Well, Miss Mars, you win. I'm rolling in the dust. You will have a part in 3 Roads to Arden, but only because you know my mother.
Oh.
And you come from my hometown and you're in need of work.
Oh, how can I thank you?
Just by doing your job.
Oh, I will. May I ask what it is?
Yes, it's a maid. She has 2 speeches.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Good. Now, what you do outside of my theater is strictly your own affair. You understand?
Oh, yes. You don't want me to bother you.
Right. Starting right now, I wash my hands of any responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. There's just one more thing.
Yes?
Where will you live?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I thought so. All right, come on.
Yes, sir.
I'll help you find a boarding house, and after that, I think I'll get my head examined. Well, I'll leave you here, Miss Mars, and, here's $20. Now, you go in and register for that room. The $20 will come out of your salary.
Oh, you're so good.
I am a louse as far as you're concerned, Miss Mars. I'll sleep much better at night knowing that you consider me a louse.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, I'll be getting on back to the theater now.
If you can wait a minute, I could go back with you.
No. You just be at rehearsal tomorrow morning at 9.
9.
Sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye, Lily.
Goodbye, John.
They're here in the dressing room, boss. Miss Riquet and Mr. Vale. Boy, she sure put up a beef.
Okay, thanks, Scotty. You just keep the cast on stage. This won't take long. Okay. I hope. Mind if I join you?
But, Isabel, the play was written for you. Oh, hello, John.
And I tell you, I will not play it as it is. The 3rd act, John, I hate it. It does not march along. It dribbles.
Well, now let's just sit down and we'll talk about it, huh?
Are you sure you have the time, darling?
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, Isabel. I had to have lunch.
You and Miss Midhaven, Indiana. What did you eat? An elephant?
Oh, now look, after all, my father did bring her into the world, and I... All right, I gave her a job. She'll play the maid. Any objections?
Yes, the 3rd act.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Everything. Brighter dialogue, stronger scenes.
Such as?
Such as you are going to write. Give me a ring, John, if you and Bernard Shaw get any ideas.
Oh. She'll be back. She'll cool off. Besides, maybe she's right about that 3rd act.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Listen, come up to my apartment tonight. We'll go over it, huh?
Okay, you're the boss.
Yeah, about 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. It is now 10 minutes to 11, John.
Hmm? Oh, yeah.
By any chance, are you thinking about Act 3?
No. Have you got any ideas?
I've been thinking about women, too.
Well, I'd like to know what makes you think
John, I only wish I had as much money as you don't know about dames. Look, if Isabel was squawking about just one scene, I'd figure she was on the level. But no, it's the whole act. Doesn't march along. And if you keep on getting any chummier with that babe from the woods...
I am not chummy with Miss Mars. Isabel's got a great imagination.
John, about such things women don't imagine. They know. I don't know how they know, but they know.
Answer that, will you?
Yeah. Hello?
There's a Miss Mars to see Mr. Thornway. Shall I send her up?
Yeah, certainly. Right away. It's your laundry.
Oh, well, come on. Now, let's get down to work.
Okay. Look at the end of the first scene in Act 3. The Major's just going to leave when Angela walks in. She's walked right into his hand. Now, what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Okay. Et cetera, down here to where Robert comes in. The Major draws his gun and Robert surrenders.
Now, Robert turns to Angela. Don't worry, darling. Nothing will happen. Funny, isn't it? I had it all.
How can she beef about this? She's got nothing to say.
Oh, and it could be that's what she's beefing about. She's got nothing to say.
She's got practically every line in scene 2. Buzzer.
No, bring it in. Just bring it in. Look, maybe if she had the tag to the first scene, she'd...
Good evening.
Oh, so my laundry's here, huh? Well, Miss Mars?
I just said good evening.
Good evening, and good night.
Oh, well, I just wanted to tell you...
I'm terribly sorry, but we're very busy.
I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I just tossed and tossed. Whenever I'm worried, I just toss and toss.
Well, that's very interesting. Now, what's worrying you?
Our show.
Oh, now she doesn't like it.
Oh, I do like it. I love it. But may I please say something?
I know no way of stopping you.
Well, I think we need a new finish. To me, it just fizzles out. You see, this is the way it goes.
I know the way it goes. I wrote it myself.
Robert says you do understand, and Angela says I understand. And Robert says, goodbye, Angela, goodbye, my darling. Now, what does she say?
She says, goodbye, goodbye, my love.
Well, exactly, and the curtain falls. It's not natural.
Oh.
Well, I can see that you have the solution.
Oh, yes, certainly. Mm-hmm. Look, you're Robert. Go ahead, say your line.
Goodbye, Angela. Goodbye, my darling.
Goodbye. Goodbye, my love. But my way, they kiss. See? They kiss good. Like this.
Hey, wait a minute.
And for how long does this go on?
Oh, just one kiss. But don't you think that has more, more feeling?
And that's what you came all the way up here to tell us, huh?
Uh-huh. I couldn't sleep. It was bothering me.
Well, now it's bothering me.
What?
Lily, go home. Please, Lily?
Yes, John. Oh, I think Mr. Kay will be very pleased with the new end. Good night, Mr. Vale.
Good night.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you going to be busy tomorrow night?
Why, no. Oh, no.
Well, perhaps you'd like to go out. After all, you haven't had a chance to see New York. And
oh, John, I'd love it. Adieu for now.
Just say good night, Lily.
Good night.
What a bundle of laundry.
Hello, Lily? Yeah, well, I just thought I'd phone you. I'm just about ready to leave the apartment. Well, how about the Panorama Club first? Yeah, I thought you'd like that. All right, 10 minutes, huh? Bye-bye. Hello. Who? Mr. K. Oh, no. Tell her I've gone. Tell her that I've... On her way up? Now? Oh, thanks. Oh, let's see, my robe, and a bath towel. Something tells me this isn't going to work, but, oh, brother, of all the time she had to... Coming! Oh, Isabel!
Hello, darling.
Well, I was just taking a cold shower to wake me up. I've got a pile of work that high.
Johnny.
Mustn't touch me. Get all wet.
Johnny, take tonight off.
Oh, now, Angel, well, just look at that desk.
I am sorry for yesterday. I was not a very good girl at rehearsal, no?
Oh, nothing at all.
You're very good to me, Johnny. I could talk better over a glass of champagne.
Oh, darling, look, I can. Now, won't you believe me?
You are not going out with someone else. That who's your hotshot, for instance.
Lily?
You would not do such a thing to me, Johnny.
Do I look like I'm going out? Isabel, darling.
Okay, Johnny. I go along home.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but you know, with the show opening soon and everything...
Yes, and everything.
Huh?
You're so busy you don't quite know what you're doing, do you?
Well, it's pretty nearly that bad.
Yes. You should see a doctor, maybe, when you start taking shower baths with your shoes and pants on.
What? Oh, it's a short robe, huh?
Just don't stay out too late, Johnny. There's a rehearsal tomorrow.
Oh. And I'm sorry I was a little late picking you up, Lily, but, well, this is it, Club Panorama.
Oh, it's just wonderful, John. Just wait till Mama and Elizabeth and Davy and Poppy hear I've been here. This is the place where you meet so many interesting people, isn't it?
Yes. So many interesting people.
There isn't an echo here, is there?
Hello, Johnny.
Oh, Isabel.
Miss Riquet.
Darling.
All alone, Isabel?
Oh, yes. I just dropped by for a minute. There was something I wanted to check up on.
Would you, do you care for a drink or anything?
No, I don't care for a drink or anything. What time did you say rehearsal was in the morning, John?
9 o'clock, 9 o'clock. But you just come in whenever you like.
Whenever I like. I'll do that, John. Good night. Good night,
Mars. Lily Mars.
Yes. I hope to see you again sometime.
Isabel.
John, I think she's mad at something.
Yes, Lily.
Hopping mad. And the way she glared at... John, is this anything to do with me?
Lily.
Yes?
Let's just dance.
John, it's 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I know. Scotty.
Yeah, Mr. Bale. Tell the cast they can go home. Oh, stop worrying, boss. Miss Riquet will show up. You know how she is. Since 9 o'clock this morning, we've been waiting for Miss Riquet. Since 9 o'clock.
Send him home, Scotty.
Okay. That's all for today, everybody. That's all for today. Oh, is there anything I can do for you, boss?
You can go out and get drunk. For me.
Anything I can do?
Yeah, you can help Scotty.
Let's go.
John.
Oh, hello, Lily.
Hello. John, I'm going home. Back to Midhaven tonight.
No. No, you're not.
Oh, I heard what Mr. Vale and Scotty said.
Now, what did you hear?
Oh, nothing, only enough so I know if I go away, everything will be all right with the show and Mr. Kay and everything.
Well, I'm not calling off the show.
Oh, no, John, you mustn't.
But I'm not going to do it unless I can do it right.
John, I've been thinking that, well, maybe
I know what you've been thinking.
Well, I believe I could do it. What do you think?
I think that I'm in love with you.
Oh, John. John,
Lily, you run along now, and I'll let you know what I'm going to do just as soon as I know myself.
Yes, John. Thank you.
Owen. Hello, Mr. John T. Thornway.
The show opens as planned 10 days from tonight. Oh, hello, Scotty.
Oh, hello, boss. With Isabel Riquet? Without Isabel Riquet.
Right. Now, here's what I'm going to do.
Oh, John, don't do it. Lily's a sweet girl, clever, too, but she's not nearly ready to step into a big part.
Just the same, I'm going to take that chance.
Oh, think it over, John. It's an awful gamble.
Sure it is, but what's show business?
Hey, where are you going?
To a phone. I think that Lily would kind of like to hear the news.
Yes? Oh, yes, John. What? What? Oh, thank you, John. Thank you, darling.
In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Presenting Lily Mars.
As the subway train comes to a stop, everyone scurries aboard, except one man who stands to the side reading his newspaper. Then, just as the last of the group steps up, this man, a trained espionage agent, rushes aboard. The door closes perilously close. Thus, anyone attempting to tail him is left behind. Espionage agents are alert. They are always ready to take advantage of security leaks. The outcome of wars and the course of world history has changed because people who should have known better talked.
We return you now to Mr. William Keighley.
Here's the third act of Presenting Lily Mars, starring June Allison in the title role and Van Heflin as John Thornway. Lily Mars was not prepared for John Thornway's sudden decision to star her in his new play. For an hour now, her stampeding heart has tossed her alternately from the dizzy heights of rapture to the dismal depths of panic. Still trembling, she places a long-distance call to Midhaven, Indiana.
Hello? Yes? Lily, darling, how are... Oh, what? Oh, bless your heart, child. Well, it's only what I expected sooner or later. Oh, yes, dear, I will. Oh, yes. Good night, darling. Goodbye. Hello, operator. Get me the Midhaven Daily Press. Children, guess what? Lily is a star. She'll twinkle, all right. Oh, Midhaven Daily Press, I have a very important piece of news for you.
Tell them about, Mom. Tell them about
Children,
this.
children, be quiet. Who? Oh, my name is Lily Mars' mother. And guess what?
And now, later that night at the theater, Lily is frantically rehearsing her new part as John Thornway, slightly wild-eyed, struggles to teach it to her. Standing in the wings is Sarah, the scrub lady.
It's not just the lines, Lily. It's the movement. You must watch your hands and the way you walk. All right, now, once again.
Oh, John, you don't know how I appreciate this. You're telling me all these things.
Yes, dear. Well, now, let's just do it now, shall we? I'll give you the cue line. You ready? The guard says, "There's a lady to see you."
Oh, Rob. Rob, I knew you said I shouldn't come. But you forgive me, don't you?
Lily.
Yes?
No.
No?
No, darling. Look, try to remember that you are a mature woman. You've come to see the man you love. He's condemned to die.
Oh.
Now, come on, darling. Let's do it again, hmm?
Of course. Oh, Rob, they just told me...
No. From the entrance, Lily.
Oh, from the entrance, yes.
You're doing fine, honey.
Oh, I'm awful, Sarah. I'll never get it. Never.
You will get it.
Just don't get excited. Don't get excited.
All right. Hold it. Hold it, please. Clear the stage, everyone. We'll try it again. Lily.
I know, John. I know. The minute I did it wrong, I knew.
Yes, Lily. All right. Once again, now from the door open.
Don't you see, Robert? If the Major knew, he'd have come long before this. Oh, don't worry, darling. It will soon be over and forgotten. We'll only remember how
strong you are and what you've done for us.
Oh, yes. How strong you are and what you...
Start it again, please, from the beginning.
All right, quiet, please. Now, quiet.
I know it's late, everyone. I know that you're all tired, but this is Monday, and we're supposed to open Wednesday night. Now, I'd like to try the end of the last scene just once more. George, do you mind?
That's one pair.
That's it. All right. Lily, are you ready? You know what I want?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes.
That's fine. All right, go ahead, George.
That is one terror, my dearest, we shall never know. How much better to die within one's growing time. This side meridian.
Oh, Rob, if I could only believe you're right. All that I am cries out that this is truth by chance and not by reason. And yet, I must believe.
You do understand?
I I understand.
Goodbye, Angela. Goodbye, my darling.
Goodbye. Goodbye, my love.
Okay, curtain. That's it for now. Get something to eat. Back in an hour.
Hey, boss, you got a minute? I was just
let him
wondering
alone,
about
Scotty. Let him alone. He's just wondering about plenty. Don't bother him.
Yeah. Now, what do you think of her?
Must you ask? She's hopeless.
I feel kind of sorry for her. She's trying so hard.
Save your sympathy for Thornway. He's going to lose his shirt.
Did Lily go to a dressing room?
Yeah.
I wonder if I ought to go with her.
Forget it. She's just no good.
May I come in?
Oh, John.
Hello, Mr. Thornway.
Oh, hello, Sarah. Listen, do me a favor. Will you find Scotty and Mr. Vale and just ask them to wait, please?
Oh, sure, Mr. Thornway.
Thank you.
Hello, John.
Hello, Lily.
How was I?
Lily, you've learned more in a few days than most actresses learn in a lifetime. Someday you're going to be a great actress. You heard me call another rehearsal for tonight, and we'll start just as soon as the cast has had a little rest and something to eat.
All right, boss. I'm ready.
No, Lily. I hate worse than anything in this world to tell you, but no, you're not ready.
I don't understand.
Well, I should have had more sense than to let you tackle such a tough part, but I just wasn't being sensible. Now I have to be. And so have you.
I'm hopeless?
Oh, no, darling, no. It's just that you're inexperienced. Lily, it's a tremendous job to carry a whole show. A girl has to be a finished actress. She has to be a big actress.
And I'm only a little one.
You're a good little one. But this part calls for a good big one. And, I've got her.
Oh, I see. You've made up with Isabel Riquet.
No, darling. It wasn't a question of making up with Isabel. It was business. Show business between two professional people who know that their job is more important than their personal feelings.
Excuse me.
Darling,
She just phoned and she wants this dressing room right.
Well, just a second, please, Scotty, please.
Oh, she can move in now.
Darling, I can't tell you how rotten I feel about
it. It's all right, John.
Well, Isabel plays Angela, and you play your old part.
Oh, I can't. I just can't.
Lily, I don't want you to go. Now, you can if you want to, and you can hate me for the rest of your life. But you do have a choice. You can stay and play the part of that maid better than any maid has ever been played before. And when you walk out on that stage and say your few lines and give them everything you've got, there'll be one less amateur in the world and one more professional. Now, darling, that's all up to you.
I'm going now, John. Bye.
Lily.
I'm so proud of you, Lily. We're going to move to New York. Oh, we just had to come and see you, Lily.
Guess who we came with? Mrs. Thornway in her car. Boy.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you. It's just so wonderful, Lily. You're so wonderful. Oh, Mama. You look tired, dear.
Lily, twinkle for me, will you?
She's too tired, dear. Now give her her present. My present? I made you a new hat, darling. Give her the box, Poppy.
Okay. Congratulations, Lily, dear, upon the start of your career. We love you best of all the stars. We're proud of you, Miss Lily Mars.
Well, don't you want it, Lily?
Mama, Lily's crying.
Why, Lily, dear. Oh, I'm not a star. I'm not even an actress. I'm nothing at all. There, dear. Now, no matter how bad it is, it isn't as bad as all that. Oh, Mama. I don't want to go. Oh, yes, darling, yes. There now, darling.
Smoking in the outer lobby only. There's no smoking here.
Souvenir programs, dear. Souvenir programs. Read all about the cast, the pictures, and biographies. Souvenir programs.
Well, Scotty, any sign of Lily? Any word?
No, nothing.
Well, she doesn't go on till the end of the act. She could still make it.
Oh, what are you stewing about? It's just a couple of lines. The other girl is doing.
Oh, I'm worried about the boss. He hasn't been able to find her ever since he told her Kay was coming back.
He's got the biggest moneymaker in town, so he's got to worry about a dame. Where is it?
Still at the stage door. His mother was just asking for him. I'll get him to join her in the box. Better get backstage, Scotty.
Yep. See you later.
Yeah.
If you stay in this box for 10 minutes, John, I tell you how wonderful I think the play is.
Thanks, Mother.
Still no sign of Lily?
No, not yet. She's miles from New York by now. Probably back in Indiana.
But what about her part?
Well, one of the other girls will have to double it.
That's not like Lily. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, dear.
Well, Mother, you can't blame her.
John, how soon was Lily supposed to make her entrance?
Well, just a couple of speeches from now. That door over there opens and she comes in. Oh, don't worry about it, though. Listen, go on and enjoy the play.
Only one more day and one more night.
That's all, Angela.
We'll be in France in a week. Then we can go to America just as far from here as we can.
Wait a minute. There's someone at the door. Mary.
Oh, thank you.
John, look.
I am looking. It's Lily.
Clear.
Lily.
You can come at once.
That's it, darling. All right, now, stage left.
Sure, sir.
Oh, watch that table. All right, now, darling, a little smile.
Make sure they wait.
Swell,
Yes, sir.
swell, darling.
And who said there's a Lily Mars in every
Well,
town?
whoever he was crazy.
Oh, I'm so glad for you, dear.
Oh, I knew she'd come back. Mother, listen, excuse me. I'll see you later. Where is she? Have you seen Lily?
Well, Johnny.
Oh, Isabel, darling, you were swell.
Yes, I know. Oh,
Thanks for everything, Isabel.
forget it now. Run along and find Lily. Tell her for me she's a real thing.
Yes, darling.
Well, boss, looks like another one.
Oh, Scotty, you were swell. Oh, Leo. Swell costume. Swell. Thanks, George. You were swell.
Hey, boss, just in case you're looking for
Yeah,
Lily.
where'd she go? Have you seen
Well,
her?
I'm trying to tell you. She just this minute grabbed her hat and ducked out. If you hurry, you might...
Oh, thanks, Scotty. Thanks. You were swell. Lily. Hey, Lily, wait.
What? Oh, John.
Hello, Lily.
Hello.
Lily, you came back. You know, I never enjoyed any actress's performance so much in my life.
John, I was only on the stage for a minute.
Well, that was the happiest, it was the most thrilling moment I ever hoped to have in the theater. It made me sure that I was right about you. Lily, you're going to be a star. You're going to be a great star.
Star. Papi can't understand why I don't twinkle.
Lily, do you mind if I kiss you?
Oh, but darling, this crowd. We're right in the middle of 44th Street. Oh, there's a good audience. And John.
Yes, darling.
Look at me, John. I'm twinkling.
Back for their curtain call come the stars who made our evening so enjoyable, June Allison and Van Heflin. June, from New York days, I used to think of you as a singer and dancer. And here you are, one of Hollywood's leading dramatic actresses.
Well, Mr. Keeley, singing and dancing are what gave me my start in the theater, but dramatic roles like Lily Mars are what I like best.
Van has had one foot on a deck and one on a stage for most of his early life. Isn't that so, Van?
Well, Bill, I spent a lot of time at sea on everything from freighters to small fishing schooners. As a matter of fact, I still carry my third mate's papers.
Oh, does that mean you're apt to ship out any minute, Van?
No. Some years ago, I landed a part in a Broadway play called Sailor Beware, and I figured I'd better follow that advice.
You've been landlocked ever since, huh?
Yes, but there are compensations. You never see anything as lovely as June Allison at sea.
And seldom on land.
Well, thank you both. Good night.
Good night, and many thanks to both of you. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
the heart of the world's busiest city, Marriott's Essex House is a breath of fresh air on Central Park. For reservations, call toll-free.
Think of all the stereo receivers out there, all the sophisticated electronics, all the heavy price tags. Not one of these receivers has all the features found in JCPenney's remarkable MCS Series 75-watt receiver. Features like a graphic equalizer with LED readouts, an FM multipath deviation meter, an LED signal strength meter. JCPenney's MCS Series 75-watt receiver. Think of it.
I always thought my first trip home would feel just like a dream. But I can't shake the memories inside.
If you join the people who've joined the Army, you'll become part of something that becomes a big part of you.
Strength and satisfaction and the help of friends who care. They're memories, they're yours to keep. They're mine to keep and share.
Henry Winkler is unpredictable.
Stop the bus.
Uncontrollable.
Wait a minute, will you get over here?
Unbelievable.
How do I turn it on?
And indestructible. Heroes. Starring Henry Winkler and Sally Field. Together, loving their way across America. Heroes. Rated PG.
Now playing in Kansas City, Lawrence and Leavenworth starts Wednesday in Warrensburg and Liberty. Pieces of Eight. It's the new album from Styx on A&M Records and Tapes, and it's on sale right now at the Seventh Heaven for $4.99. That's right, only $4.99 for Pieces of Eight by Styx at the Seventh Heaven. Only $5.68 for the 8-track or the cassette. And don't forget, you can get the Styx album and limited edition colored vinyl and picture disc too.
Give me a job, give me security. Give me a chance to survive.
The Seventh Heaven, all 5 locations.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, it's a neon shriek of despair that claws across the face of night, that tears at the black wind, that beats against the silent dust. It's struggle and confusion and the dance of shadows on a spectacular illuminated with 10,000 fragments of light. It screams, it sobs, it whimpers, it laughs. The face of night is not changed. It's Broadway, My Beat. They were waiting, the harbor police, their launch dancing against the shadows of the curious, waiting and bound in the veil of mist rising above the river. They were waiting for me.
Hiya, Danny. You got here first. Up aboard the launch.
Yeah.
Okay, Skipper, let her go.
All right, Florio, fill me in.
Well, Danny, it goes something like this. The city engineers were dredging the river for some social purposes or something.
No philosophy, Florio. I'm not up to it.
Yeah, okay, Danny. Like I was going to tell you, they was dredging the river and they come upon a car at the bottom of the same.
Huh?
They call the derrick department. The mobile department sends out a barge with a derrick. The derrick wraps a chain around the car, gives a mighty heave and a pull, and there it is, Denny, hanging there in the floodlights.
How did the car get in the river?
Well, the engineers figured that the only place it could have come from was off that bridge up there.
Where on the bridge?
Well, that's what's funny. There ain't a mark on the bridge, not even a blemish. Guardrail ain't touched. If the car crashed through...
I want pictures and every foot of the bridge. Now, let's get on the barge, Florio. Tell him to lower the car, Florio.
Hey, engineer, lower the boom. Boy and girl in the car, Danny. It's a long time in the river.
How long?
The engineer says from the amount of rust on the car, 2 or 3 days.
Here, help me open the car door, Florio.
Yeah, Danny. It's stuck. Oh, all that river water rusted the lock.
Well, we keep trying.
For a bad man, you got muscles, Danny. Danny.
Why did you have to call me, Florio? Why me?
But this makes it all the more down your alley, Danny. The bullet holes plugged neatly in the heart region. 1 each to each. They weren't not only drowned, were they?
No. Florio, come here.
Yeah? Yeah, Danny. What do you want?
What does this look like to you?
It looks like the front end of the car was smashed, like it hit something.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
You think that's something, Danny? Come around here to the back. Now, you see that, Danny? And you tell me I shouldn't be philosophical.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, Danny. The sign. A sign that says just married.
Good morning, Danny. Yeah, I give you a greeting, Danny. Good morning.
Oh, hi, Sergeant. How are you?
Tall in the saddle.
You're what?
Tall in the saddle, Danny. This is an answer heard all the time west of the Great Divide. Intelligence from my youngest boy, Giovanni, who is studying to be a cowboy by box tops and television.
Yahoo, Tartaglia. And what kind of intelligence did you get from upstairs? Give me the rundown.
Rundown to wit. Identity of occupants of car established from respective wallets. Established occupants to be Mr. and Mrs. Charles Kimball, nee Jane Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Married 2 days ago at the home of the bride, where the groom had been an erstwhile and former boarder.
Go ahead.
Well, that's the intelligence from upstairs, Danny.
And what, may I ask, is that envelope?
Oh, here. It's the photographs Lou Jacobs took of the bridge off of which the car plunged down.
Yeah. Now I believe it. This morning it was too early. Maybe I wasn't hearing right. But now I believe it.
Huh?
Look at these pictures.
Let's see.
This guardrail on the bridge is 4 feet high. It's untouched.
Uh-huh.
Nowhere along the whole length of it is there a sign that the car crashed through it.
Well, then how could the car get in the middle of the East River, Danny? Under 30 feet of water?
That's a tall in the saddle type question, Sergeant. How did the car get there? Tartaglia shrugged, blinked, silently pleaded to be excused from the room, didn't wait for permission, got out. That left me alone with it. How did the car get there? How did it hurdle a 4-foot barrier without a mark, a scratch on said barrier? How? And then the question I'd been touting away from my brain. Why? Why the bullet-torn flesh of a boy and girl on a honeymoon, their blood washed away on a river slime? And then I knew no policeman's riddle, no games with the equations of murder could hold it back any longer. It had to be done, so I did it. I called on the parents of a dead bride.
Just a moment. I'll only be a moment.
Yes. What is it, please?
Mrs. Miller?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Miller. Please, if you're selling something, I'm afraid I can't do you any good. You see, we're in a kind of... well, everything's different now. And...
I'm from the police, Mrs. Miller.
Yes, I know, but I'm sorry. I'd like to help... The police?
May I come in?
Well, but everything's so upset. I don't like for people to see my house this way.
It's about your daughter.
Oh, but Jane's away on her honeymoon.
May I come in, Mrs. Miller?
Well, she won't be back for another 10 days. Please come in. This way, Mr.
Clover, Danny Clover.
Mr. Clover. I'm sure you'll want to talk to my husband, too. We've been rearranging the furniture. You see, 2 of our rooms are unoccupied now, and Ben...
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, don't move the chair now, Ben. It's the policeman, Mr. Clover.
Couldn't you have stated your business at the door, Mr. Clover? You see, I'm quite occupied at the moment.
It's something about Jane, Ben. About Jane.
Oh. What do you have to do with her, Mr. Clover?
Do you have a picture of your daughter?
Oh, yes, we have a whole album.
A recent picture?
Well, one of the wedding of her and Charles and of Ben and me.
May I see it, please?
Wait a minute. What right have you to come into my house to...
Oh, please, Ben. Mr. Clover just asked to look at Jane's picture. Well, there it is on the mantel, Mr. Clover. And that's Charles, her husband. Yes, Charles Kimball. Isn't he a fine-looking boy?
There's no other way to say this. If there were another way, I'd give. They're dead. They're both dead. Murdered.
Get out of my house. Go on. Go on, get out.
Please,
Get
Ben,
him out of here.
Ben.
I'll kill him. What kind of a filthy joke's he trying to play on us? Go on, get him out.
Ben, don't. Who would want to kill our boy and girl, Mr. Clover?
We don't know, Mrs. Miller. That's why I came here, because we don't know.
Charles lived here with us. He and Jane fell in love. They got married 2 days ago. They went on honeymoon to Niagara Falls. We were waiting for a letter, a postcard. Why should they be killed, Mr. Clover?
Charles, where are his family, Mrs. Miller?
He had none. He came here after the war, rented a room from us, worked hard. Charles and Janie, they were 2 people, Mr. Clover, nothing more.
Tell him to ask someone else, Anne. Get what he wants from someone else, not from us. Tell him that, Anne.
Ben, what do you think it's doing to me? To me?
They were found in a car and...
A car? The one we gave them for their wedding present. Ben and I knew all along, so we saved for it.
Anne.
Yes, Ben. What do you want?
Ask him to help us, Anne. I'm sorry. Ask him to help us.
Yes, Ben. Will you help us, Mr. Clover?
It was a basic question. It had a background of a few thousand years to it. A man's child had been killed. A man's child needed avenging. As simple as that. There's a cult that comes with civilization. Men who put on white jackets buttoned at the throat and measure violent death with slide rules. Who stare at murder in the cross-section through microscopes. Who dissolve it and shake it up in test tubes until death has a color to it. One of the men in the white jackets was named John Gordon. He was a technician for the police department technical division. I called on him.
Something I can do for you, Lieutenant?
Yeah. The report on the automobile dredged out of the river early this morning.
Just a minute.
Well?
Well, wait till I finish reading this article, Lieutenant. You don't expect me to put it down now, do you?
Yeah, I expect that.
Have you read it? No. No, I don't expect you have. The isometric measurement of hydrogen ion concentration versus colorimetric measurements. Imagine you reading that. What do you read, Lieutenant?
Obituaries, Gordon. Where's the report?
I had it ready an hour ago. I waited for you.
Now I'm here. Get it.
I'll tell you about it. It's chock full of charts and graphs and chemical reagents. You'd be distressed.
What's your great sorrow, Gordon? Who did what to you?
The report, Lieutenant. It says the passenger car and the truck...
What truck?
Please.
All right.
The size, the shape of the crumped front end of the passenger car, together with the molecular displacement of the metal, indicates that the car, assuming a normal rate of speed, indicates that the car hit a truck.
What kind of truck?
I was getting to that. I don't know. Scrapings indicate that the paint of the truck was new and not its original coat, a widely used paint. From information available, the make of the truck is impossible to identify.
What else?
My job is done. Now it's in your very capable hands, I'm sure. Pardon me. John Gordon, Police Department, Technical Laboratory speaking. Oh? Yeah. Yes, he's here. For you, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Hello?
They switched me to you, Danny. On account of I asked. It almost took too long.
Who is this?
Freud Carpa, Danny. Come get me, kid. I got news for you.
Well, tell me now, Carpa. What kind?
Charles and Jane Kimball, the couple who took a honeymoon in the river. Come get me, kid.
Yeah, where?
Bowery, 320 Front Street. Walk back, hurry, kid.
Carpa.
Come get me, Danny. Please, listen. I never said it to a cop before. Listen, come get me, please.
It was a name to launch a minor nightmare. Floyd Carpa. A man who dressed too well, perhaps to spite the memory of the years of wearing cast-off clothes. A little man with hate perched on his shoulder like a sharp-beaked creature. Vocation, hoodlum, majoring in bank holdups. 3 of them, 2 convictions. Floyd Carpa in the Bowery. He didn't belong there. Carpa saying he knew about the Kimball murders. It didn't fit. Carpa saying please to the police. It didn't make sense. 320 Front Street, he'd said. I went there. Walked back, he said. I did that. I'm Danny Clover here. Carpa? Carpa? Hey, what? I'm coming in. You almost made it at that. It was Carpa, all right. I had to look close to make sure, but it was he. No hate now. Something lent its own special expression to his face. Something, the bullet wound in his stomach, the time of pain, the final hugging close of the darkness. Floyd Carpa was dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway demands quality to its crime, else Broadway pays no attention. But when a boy and a girl are murdered on their honeymoon, when a boy and a girl are dredged from the East River, when a grade-A hoodlum named Floyd Carpa is found shot to death in the Bowery, Broadway gives pause. And there was a connection. The boy, the girl, the hoodlum. Broadway chortled and nudged its neighbor and just had to know all about it. So did I. The police records told me about a place I could go, to a housing development out in Flushing. The records said a man named Bruce Monroe lived there, and Bruce Monroe had once been caught splitting the proceeds from a bank robbery with Floyd Carpa. So I went there. After all, I was a policeman. I had to ask questions of somebody.
Danny! Danny, how are you? You don't have to tell me. You look wonderful. Wonderful. You checking up on me, Danny? No, you're not checking up. A social call, huh? Sure, a social call. How are you, Danny?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Now, how about me, huh? How about me? All settled down. Settled down a 2-story house in Flushing. Me and my family. Respectable.
Family, huh? I'd like to meet them.
Sure, Danny. They're upstairs. I keep them in a cage.
Yeah, that way you can keep your eye on them.
They're problem children. Children with problems, Danny. Come on up. Take a look.
I'd like to. What have you been doing for the last couple of years, Bruce, since jail?
It's feeding time, Danny. They like company when they eat.
Yeah. What have you been...
Out here, Danny. I keep my family in a glass cage on the roof. Look at them. 30 beauties. Makes a man proud. I'm proud, Danny.
Pigeons.
Sure, what did you think? Quite a cage, huh? Isn't it? You bet it is. Let's go in. Come on, feeding time. Hiya, Jasper. Oh, Mildred. Oh, George, who plucked out your tail feathers?
What have you been doing since jail, Bruce?
I'll bet you didn't come here as a social caller after all.
Your buddy, Floyd Carpa, was found shot to death.
They all wind up that way.
You?
I'm an exception. I retired. I'm respectable. I raised a family. Here, fellas, eat. Come on and eat. Look at those pidgeys eat.
Did you kill Carpa?
Nonsense, Danny. You know that's nonsense. I haven't seen him for ages and ages.
Tell me something, Bruce. How can you afford all this? Nice house, large family. It's a drain, isn't it?
Business is good.
What business?
I'm a licensed used car dealer. An international permit, even. I drive used cars into Canada. I have an outlet there. Oh, come on, Elliot. Eat your corn. Oh, you won't eat, Danny.
No more bank heisting, huh?
Danny, you know that's nonsense, too. Look, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Danny, frankly, Danny, you're upsetting all of us. I'm being voted in tonight. I got to make a speech. Flushing Homing Pigeon Society's voting me in tonight. Questions like yours could ruin my acceptance speech.
Bruce Monroe placed a kernel of corn on his lips, puckered them, and then extended a finger. Lucille fluttered to the finger, was lifted to Monroe's mouth, and daintily pecked away at the lunch so lovingly served. All that billing and cooing did something to me, so I got out. The ride back to headquarters didn't clear up a thing. The same nagging questions rode alongside me. Why was the hoodlum Floyd Carpa dead? What had the hoodlum Floyd Carpa to do with the life and death of a boy and a girl whose lives had been ordinary, whose death spectacular and grotesque? Sergeant Tartaglia couldn't make sense out of it either, or as he put it...
I can't make no sense out of it, Danny, either. I have been mulling over this sad affair with the Mrs. Tartaglia. She can't make no sense out of it either.
No?
No, Danny. The scene of our mulling it over, I remember like it was a picture on a calendar. Mrs. Tartaglia was hovering over her mixmaster, hustling up some pizza dough. I was reading to her from the paper in my stocking feet. We was very domestic last night, Mrs. Tartaglia and
Tartaglia, what have you found out about Charles Kimball, the dead boy?
Oh, sure, Danny, sure. I got it right here. What we have found out about Charles Kimball is that he was a good boy with an honorable war record, with decent law-abiding friends, with a decent law-abiding job in a paper factory. He was a good boy, Danny.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anything else?
Yeah, a couple items.
Tartaglia, what do I have to do to get you to tell them to me?
Oh, nothing, Danny. Just ask me. Don't look that way, Danny. I'll tell you. Tracing down the truck with which the Kimball car collided is still in the process of being traced down. This means they haven't found it.
Well, tell them to find it.
Yeah, I'll do that, Danny. Now, here is the piece de resistance, a teletypewriter from the Poughkeepsie Police Department.
Well, what makes it so resistant?
It wants Floyd Carpa.
Huh?
Yeah, Floyd Carpa. They want him on suspicion of a bank robbery that took place recently in Poughkeepsie. They want to know, do we got him, this Floyd Carpa? It's so the bank teller can identify him.
Do we got him, Tartaglia?
Yeah, in a manner of speaking.
So tell them that, Tartaglia. Put it on the teletype. We don't want to keep Poughkeepsie in suspense, do we?
So you're Danny Clover, huh? Been reading about you in the papers up in Poughkeepsie. Still trying to solve that honeymoon couple murder, I read.
Which one of you is from the Poughkeepsie police?
Me. Who'd you think? This little guy's the bank teller. This little guy's Oliver Hilliard.
How are you, Mr. Hilliard?
Oh, don't blush, Oliver. The man just asked you hello, that's all. Answer, Mr. Clover. No? What are you going to do with a guy like that, Danny? He shoots and wounds a heister who could be Floyd Carpa. Now he blushes.
This way. I want you to look at Floyd Carpa. Then Mr. Hilliard will know for sure. Down this corridor.
Oh, you got him on ice, huh? Say, what do you think of our work up in Poughkeepsie, Danny?
I haven't heard.
About matching a 3-day bank robbery with a known bank robber. Clever, huh?
You're real magnificent.
I knew you'd say that. Nothing spiteful about you big city police.
We're going into the morgue now, Mr. Hilliard. Don't worry. It'll only take a second. You'll be all right.
Sure. Oliver will be all right. He helped us, Oliver did. Described the bank robber. Picked out his picture from our files. That's the type of citizen we have up in Poughkeepsie, Danny. Cooperative.
Right over here.
Hey, this is quite a production you got here. Only at Poughkeepsie, we got a morgue that's something to write home about.
You feel all right, Mr. Hilliard?
Oliver feels fine, don't you, Oliver? Bet you can't wait till you get home and tell your wife about this, huh?
All you have to do is take one look, Mr. Hilliard.
Flip back the shroud, Danny.
Well?
That him, Oliver? This Floyd Carpa, the one who held you up? Yeah. Oliver nods his head, yeah, Danny. Positively, huh? How do you like a cooperative citizen like that, Danny? The kind we grow in Poughkeepsie.
Poughkeepsie's policeman, the bank teller, and I had nothing else to say to each other after that. When it finally registered on the Poughkeepsie policeman, he shook my hand heartily, thanked me from the heart, wrapped a hearty arm around the bank teller's shoulders, and led him back to Poughkeepsie. I started back to my office. On the way, Tartaglia shoved a phone message in my hand. It was from Detective Muggavan. Muggavan had something, the message said. Something maybe hot, maybe cold. Anyway, the something was in a garage uptown. Come right away, it said. So I changed course and went to the garage.
This is called Malden's Garage, Danny. Caterers to the desires and ailments of trucks, moving vans, trailerways, all kinds of heavy vehicles.
Interesting.
Yeah, like you say, interesting. This one over here, for example. Fascinating piece of machinery.
Why does it fascinate you, Muggavan?
2 reasons, Danny. First, because it's exactly like one of my kids' toys. A trailerway, they call it. It picks up and delivers automobiles, carries them on the highways and the byways. Somehow it gives me a romantical feeling, these automobile carriers.
The second reason, Muggavan?
The second reason also fascinating. This trailerway is the truck you've had the whole department looking for, including me, Danny.
What?
Yeah, the one into which the honeymoon car crashed, or vice versa, before going over the bridge into the river.
Are you sure?
Danny, in something so fascinatingly routine as this, I wouldn't be sure. I've been scraping hunks of paint off of it, trotting them down a technical, trotting back, examining the stent and the grill work, trotting down a technical, trotting...
Muggavan, would it be asking too much of you to shut your big mouth?
Oh, not too much. Something, Danny? All this routine adds up to something? Danny, come back to me, Danny. You're so far away.
That's how they did it, Muggavan. Carper makes us get away from a bank job upstate in a car, drives it up on this trailway. He and his buddy drive off. Who looks for a runaway car on one of these things?
It's your party, Danny.
On the road somewhere, they crash into the honeymoon couple, or vice versa. The kids see Carper's hurt from a bullet wound. They're murdered for seeing that. The murderers drive the kids' car up on the trailway, stop at the 59th Street Bridge, dump it.
That explains the no scars on the bridge's guardrail, huh?
Yeah. You sounded like you were tired of routine. Is that right, Muggavan?
Yeah, that's right.
I'll change it for you. Ever been to Flushing? Let's go, Muggavan. This house.
Oh, such a serene and peaceful habitat, Danny. Hey, look, yellow shutters and chintz drapes. Tasteful.
Ring the bell.
Welcome back, Danny. Oh, you brought a friend of Danny Clover's. I'm glad. Come in. Social, Danny, or business?
Business, Bruce.
Ah. Oh, pigeons. That's it. You want to buy some pigeons. You're going to start raising pigeons. Pigeons?
Muggavan, take a look at the serene and peaceful habitat of a man who dumped Floyd Carper when he was wounded. Who killed those 2 kids.
Surely, Danny. Surely this is nonsense.
The cops, Muggavan.
Yeah.
Danny, watch out! Come out with your feet, Danny!
Come on, Muggavan.
Danny,
Muggavan. Muggavan. It hurt much, kid?
Yeah, it hurt. Go get him, Danny. I'll be okay. My shoulder.
Yeah. You won't get away, Bruce.
No, Danny. On the roof, Danny. It's a good place to die. Come up on the roof and die. Right through this door and die, Danny.
Yeah.
Me, Danny. Shooting me. One of my pigeons is hurt.
Throw away your gun, Bruce. Throw it away.
That's me nice, Danny. Must be real nice. I got news for you, Danny. No more bullets in my gun.
Throw it here.
Yeah? See how I do what you tell me when you ask me nice?
Put your hands behind your head and walk toward me.
Yeah. Don't look like you hurt any of my pigeons, Danny.
That makes me glad for you. Still got bullets in your gun, Danny?
Yeah, Bruce.
What are you going to do, kill me in cold blood? You could real easy. I'm so close to you now, face to face, very easy target.
Put your hands out, Bruce. Long time since there were handcuffs on him, huh, Bruce?
Not long enough, you...
You know, I'm glad, Bruce. I'm glad you did that.
All right, Danny, that's enough. Enough. Now come quiet, Rob.
No, Bruce. Those were for me. This is for Muggavan. And for 2 kids. 2 decent kids. 2 decent kids. Kids. tried to stop me with something gentle. A gentle, easy Irish voice telling me I didn't have to hit him anymore. But I might as well be hitting a rag doll. That's enough, Danny, it said. Enough. Then they pulled me away. That was good because I would have killed him. Then I asked a question. The same gentle Irish voice told me Muggavan was all right. 3-4 days, maybe, and he'd be all right. And that was good, too. Broadway's quiet now. It's the hour without color. The 6 o'clock hour, the hour of going home. But in a while, night will dip down and touch the street. There'll be fury again, and rack and roar and crowd. The restless wandering down a phosphorescent alley. The puppet dance into a screaming furnace of light. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Just love to have a real old-fashioned popcorn wagon. Thank you. Sunbeam brings it home with the Great American Popcorn Machine. It makes 4 quarts of popcorn, does the buttering for you, and it looks just super. The Great American Popcorn Machine from Sunbeam. I really love their quality.
This is the Maybelline Challenge. We say our powder eyeshadows are beautiful colors that cling. And I say prove it. Sure, with the toughest test. Blow on it. It clings on the applicator. And on your eyes. A built-in moisturizing base makes this powder cling. 4 different shimmers. Velvety, frosty, pearly, two-tone. They're all colors that cling. From Maybelline.
Hey, look what Texas Tom's is giving away for Christmas. It's a 1925 T-Model Classic. There's only one like it. You could be the lucky winner. Every time you go to Texas Tom's, just fill out an entry blank. Then watch for the drawing on Saturday Night Live, Channel 4, December 23rd.
So drive your hungry herd to Texas Tom's.
By the way, she doesn't come with the car.
Drive your
Great news, Kansas City. Now you can lower the cost of living, eating, and sleeping with new and rental return furniture at prices that start below wholesale at Modern Furniture Rentals. Sofas from only $88. Dinettes from $59. New mattress and box spring sets from only $88. Chests from $29. Lamps from just $5. Lower your cost of living, eating, and sleeping. Buy new and rental return furniture at prices that start below wholesale at Modern Furniture Rentals. I-35 between 75th and 79th Streets in Overland Park. Financing available, of course.
2 of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House coffee time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, our postman Mel Blanc, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. And as our special guest tonight, Harpo Marx. For your Thursday night enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. With extra flavor in the blend, because of choice Latin American coffee, skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, this morning, we find the Burnses in their living room, where Gracie has just finished writing one of her daily newspaper columns.
There, all done. And one of the best columns I've ever written.
What's today's column about?
All about my wonderful idea to solve inflation.
What's your idea?
Well, why not establish a board to control prices and not let them get too high?
We have a board like that. It's called OPA.
You mean someone stole my idea before I
Yes,
even
it got
had
around.
it?
Yes, they stole
Oh, darn. What did you say the board was called?
it. OPA.
How do you spell it?
OPA are initials. They stand for Office of Price Administration.
My goodness. How did you find out all this stuff?
There's a leak in Washington.
Oh, what
I know Max Gordon.
story. I'll put this all in my column. Boy, I'd like to see Drew Pearson's face when it appears.
Oh, yes, he'll be amazed.
Oh, I'll say. He'll probably sit up all night and wear himself out working on the same idea. And then tomorrow morning, he'll read my column, and there he'll be, pooped and scooped.
Made a double act out of him, huh? Gracie, let's stop this nonsense. You know absolutely nothing about national affairs.
Oh, no? Well, you just ask me any question about national affairs, and I'll snap out an answer just like that.
Okay. Who's the Speaker of the House?
I don't know. Next question.
What's Secretary Schwallenbach's job?
Never heard of him. Keep coming, brother.
That's enough. And you compare yourself to a man like Drew Pearson. Why, he knows everybody in Washington who has a job.
So do I, and some Republicans, too.
Oh, yes. You're a good mixer.
Anyway, my column is different from Mr. Pearson's. He only writes political news, but I write all kinds, even Hollywood gossip.
Hollywood gossip?
Mm-hmm. Now, listen to this little tidbit from my tomorrow's column. I say, it is rumored about the Hollywood night spots that Clark Gable wears false ears.
Gable wears false ears?
Now, I don't say he does. I only say that's the rumor.
But where did the rumor come from?
I started it.
Gracie, you can't print stuff like that. You have to stick to the truth.
Who wants to read the truth? It's too dull.
Oh, fine.
And now take my second item. It says, is Margaret O'Brien really a 37-year-old woman?
But she isn't.
Do I say she is? I just asked.
Murder.
And here's my third item. Boris Karloff, Hollywood's leading horror man, has had his face lifted. In his next picture, he will play the part of Tom, the fun-loving rover boy.
Gracie, you can be sued for libel. You just can't say
Hi,
things
Burns. Well, what goes on here?
Oh, I'm bawling Gracie out because of all the stuff she puts in the newspaper column. Tomorrow she was going to say that Hollywood's leading horror man had his face lifted.
Really? They didn't do a very good job on you, George.
Look, comic.
Yeah.
Gracie has been printing lies in her column, and I don't like it. I've always been honest.
Well, sure you have.
Why, when I was a little kid, I picked Lincoln as my hero because he was called Honest Abe. I copied him. I followed him.
You voted for him.
Oh, what's the use?
Only kidding, George. You know, Gracie shouldn't use those phony gossip items. What she needs is a fella to snoop around and dig up stories that actually happen.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Would you like to take the job, Bill?
Well, no, Gracie, I wouldn't have time, but I will give you a hot flash to use in your column tomorrow. A juicy bit of scandal.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, you can say that the handsomest young actor in Hollywood kissed a married woman while her husband just stood there with a stupid look on his face.
Oh, really? When did that happen?
Just now. So long.
Someday I'll punch that guy right in his dimple.
Oh, don't be Duffy. Bill's plan will solve everything. I'll get somebody to spy on the stars and tell me what they see.
But who'll you get?
Well, why don't you do it, George? A job like that would be a nice change from, whatever it is you do.
You mean give up my pickle store? Me spy on people, oh no.
Oh, please, dear.
Nothing doing. I'd have to follow Betty Grable around. I'd have to peek into Lana Turner's window and hide under Rita Hayworth's... Say, that wouldn't be a...
George.
Okay, forget it.
Come in.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, all.
Meredith, you may be the very man I'm looking for. I need someone to collect gossip for my column.
Then I'm your man, Gracie. Back in my hometown of Mason City, Iowa, I used to do a gossip program on the radio. Called it Inside Mason City with Scoop Wilson.
Good thing it wasn't Don Wilson. You couldn't get inside Mason City with Don Wilson.
Meredith, what sort of items did you do?
Well, I'd usually open with a shocker to get their attention. Something like, Flash, what Holstein is holding hoofs with what popular bull?
That was the shocker that got their attention.
Yes. Then I'd broadcast news of special interest to the Iowa farmers. The progress of the fight against the corn borer. The latest news...
What's a corn borer, Meredith?
Well, that's just what the name implies, Gracie. A pest who loves corn and who loves to bore. They call it the corn borer.
I thought they called you Scoop Wilson.
Sure.
Well, it's a little joke, yes. I'll see you two geniuses later. This conversation upsets me.
Do you think I might qualify as your snooping reporter, Gracie?
No, I'm afraid not, Meredith.
No.
I need someone who can sneak right into people's homes and spy on them.
Oh. Say, I saw a thrilling spy picture called Night in Casablanca. Maybe you could hire someone from the cast.
Oh, were there any exotic, seductive spies in the picture?
Oh, yes. There was one very attractive blonde spy. His name was Harpo Marx.
Harpo Marx?
Yeah. In Night in Casablanca, all of the Marx brothers are spies. It was a thrilling picture. I was glued to my seat for 2 hours.
Glued to your seat? Well, wasn't it embarrassing when you got up and your pants didn't?
By the expression glued to my seat, I simply meant I couldn't leave. All of Crosby's horses couldn't have pulled me away.
Well, some glue is stronger than others. Meredith, you've given me a wonderful idea.
I have?
I'll go over to the Marx Brothers' house and hire one of them as my snooping reporter.
Which one will you get, Gracie?
Well, either Groucho or Chico. Harpo doesn't talk.
That's right. He's the dumb one. All he does is chase beautiful women.
Yeah, well, he's not so dumb. See you later, Meredith. I hope the Marx Brothers are home. Oh, it's Harpo. How do you do, Harpo? I'm Mrs. George Burns. Oh, thank you. You think I'm pretty, huh? My figure does things to you? You just can't take your eyes off my face? I'm young and alluring, an irresistible siren. I fascinate you. Oh, you little devil, what a line you've got. Tell me, where are your brothers, Groucho and Chico? Oh, I see, playing cards. What are they playing, poker? Bridge? No. Well, what are they playing? Oh, gin. You know, I can understand you just fine. How would you like to be my snooping reporter and go around and spy on people? Oh, wonderful. Now you can come to my house and
On Mobile Bay, it's Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Say, Meredith, it seems to me that tune you're playing is a real old-timer.
Oh, yes, it is, Bill. It's called On Mobile Bay and was composed back in 1910.
Really?
And by the way, have you ever sailed down that great shipping bay?
No, Meredith, but many's the time I've walked along the weather-grade wharves. And what a sight it is to see all the different steamships and freighters from far-flung ports. Why, they hail from Europe, the Windward Islands, the Caribbean, New Zealand, Hawaii, and from many other corners of the world. And then there's all the hustle and drama of men and cargo booms landing the exotic freight. Mahogany logs, sandalwood, spices, and tropical fruits and barks. Mobile Bay is certainly a unique and colorful part of our American scene. And you know, I can't help thinking, too, how it's no wonder that Maxwell House coffee has become so much a part of the American scene. For this nation of coffee lovers have enjoyed the richly mellow flavor of Maxwell House for generations. And today it's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee. There's good reason, too, for Maxwell House is a skillful blend of these choice Latin American coffees, each chosen for its own special contribution. Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness. Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor, and Bucaramangas for full body. The result is a blend so flavorful, so satisfying, that north, east, south, and west, coffee lovers agree Maxwell House is downright good. Good to the last drop.
You serious, Gracie? You hired Harpo Marx as your snooping reporter?
Well, sure.
Well, what good is he? He doesn't talk.
But he honks.
So does a goose, and that you can eat. You better get rid of him.
Well, I've got him out working on all kinds of scoops right now. For instance, wouldn't it be wonderful if he could get the inside story of how Mickey Rooney kisses his wife goodbye?
Huh?
Well, maybe he can find out the name of the fellow who boosts him up.
I see what you mean.
Oh, there's Harpo. What do you bet he's got a wonderful scoop? Come in. Hello, Harpo. Oh, I'd like you to meet my husband, George.
And beep beep to you.
Did you bring me the scoop, Harpo? Good, let's have it. Oh, no, not a cold scoop.
Smart as a whip, this kid.
Harpo, let me explain to you what a scoop is. For instance, if you knew a story about one of Hollywood's great lovers that no one else knew, that would be a scoop. Oh, you mean you've got such a story? Oh, wonderful. Who's the great lover? Clark Gable? No, huh? Errol Flynn? Not him either. Jerome Power? Well, who is it then?
Oh, no. Spring is here.
Now, George, this might be a very interesting story. Tell me about it, Harpo. I suppose there's a girl involved. Oh, well, I don't know if that's 3 plain ones or 1 knockout. Oh, 1 knockout. Then you have a rival, I suppose. Oh, I thought so. What sort of a fella is he?
He doesn't like a villain.
No, he sounds like a cad. Now, when did all this take place, Harpo? Oh, yeah, I see. Saturday night. Now, exactly what happened on Saturday night? Oh, you called on your girl. Were her mother and father home? Oh, just her mother.
This is the greatest story since Lost Weekend.
Well, what happened next, Harpo? Did you take your girl over to the sofa? Uh-huh. And then what? Oh, I see. Well, how do you feel when you kiss your girl, Harpo? She must be quite a girl. right. You were kissing her. Then what? Uh-huh. And was there someone at the door, maybe? Uh-huh. Who was
Got
it?
the cue backwards, but we got it in.
The rival, huh? And what did he want? Oh, same thing you wanted. Well, did he take your girl away from you? Oh, poor Hopple. Did you find someone else to neck with? Oh, yeah? Who was she? You had to take her mother. Well, I guess the young girls don't go for you. The Bobby Socker's like a different type of man.
He's rattling bones.
Well, that's who they like, Frank Sinatra.
Well, you see, Harpo, it's too bad that you can't serenade the girls like Frankie Boy does.
Ooh, that's right. You have your harp. Oh, show us how you woo the girls with that. That was wonderful, but I still need a scoop for my column. Something exciting like a robbery. Find out who held up Hetty Lamar and Dorothy Lamore.
And find out who held up W.C. Fields.
Oh, I didn't know he was held up.
You don't think he can stand alone, do you?
Oh, George, this is a serious assignment. Now get going, Harpo. Get me a big scoop on a robbery.
Gracie, that guy's a complete jerk.
He is not. He's a brilliant man, and he has a brilliant future.
Brilliant future?
Yes.
He can't talk.
I know. Wouldn't he make a wonderful congressman?
But we want a reporter. Get rid of Harpo and get yourself someone intelligent.
Come in.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. And Mr. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Hello, Mr. Postman.
Did I interrupt the family tete-a-tete?
I was just telling my wife she ought to get a new helper. The one she's got is a complete jerk.
But she loves you, Mr. Burns.
Oh, Mr. Postman, the helper George referred to is that famous fellow who's always chasing girls. And he wears a blonde curly wig.
Oh, Bill Goodwin.
Yeah, that's close enough. If you two will excuse me, I'll see you later.
Well, you still didn't guess who my helper is, Mr. Postman. It's Harpo Marx. He's my snooping reporter.
Oh, I see.
How would you like to help him snoop? As a postman, you visit all the celebrities' homes.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns, but postal regulations forbid a letter carrier to use his position or equipment for personal gain. I can't even blow my postman's whistle at a girl.
Oh, really?
That's right. I did it once and got 17 years at hard labor.
Oh, just for blowing your whistle at a girl?
Yes. I later married her.
Well, I guess you can't help me then.
No, but here comes Mr. Goodwin. Perhaps he can suggest someone.
Yeah, I'll ask him. Hello, Bill.
Hi, Gracie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodwin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Postman.
Bill, I hired Harpo Marx as my snooping reporter, but George doesn't think he's so good.
Really? Well, why'd you hire Harpo?
Well, he's a spy in the Marx Brothers' new picture, Night in Casablanca.
Oh, well, yes, I saw the picture last night, Gracie. What a love scene with Carol Davis. Wow.
Oh, no, Bill. The girl in the picture was Lois Collier.
Well, yeah, but I was in the balcony with Carol Davis.
Oh, Mr. Goodwin.
When, Mr.
I envy you your gay, romantic life.
You do?
I do. Always a different girl. Once you marry one, the glamour is gone.
Really, Mr. Postman?
Oh, yeah. What a mess at night. Wrinkle cream, foundation cream, chin strap, curlers.
Oh, but Bill wouldn't give that up just because he got married.
Gracie, I'll have you know I employ no such devices to enhance my charm. All I use is a few drops of a tantalizing scent that women can't resist.
Oh, so that's the secret of your appeal.
Well, yes. Behind each ear, I put a wee drop of Maxwell House coffee.
Maxwell House coffee?
Well, Mr. Postman, can you think of anything that has a more delightful fragrance, a more inviting aroma? Maxwell House is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow. Coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
Well, we finally found out what happens to that last drop. Bill puts it behind his ear.
Why don't you try it, Mr. Postman? Maxwell House has a universal appeal. As a matter of fact, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Really?
Yes, of course. I'll bet if you try my little trick, Mr. Postman, your wife will grab you in her arms and kiss you.
What a horrible thought.
Oh, Mr. Postman, if your wife is like you say, how did she ever get you to propose to her?
Oh, she turned my head.
Oh, flattery, huh?
No, she just took my head in her hands and turned it till I did. Well, goodbye, folks. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, good. There's Harpo with my scoop. Come in. Hello, Harpo.
The Sunset bus is back.
Well, Harpo, did you get a story about a robbery? Wonderful.
Harpo, I want to apologize. Let me shake your hand.
What did the robber steal?
Wait a minute. A piece of silverware just fell out of a sleeve. He must be the robber.
Oh, no, not Harpo. He probably just had lunch at the Brown Derby and picked up a souvenir.
He had breakfast and dinner there, too. A fine man you hired, Gracie. He's nothing but a crook. A no-good thieving...
Oh, now, don't get so excited, George. Calm down. I'll go in the kitchen to get you a glass of water.
Harpo Marx. Shame on you. Breaking the law for 3 lousy knives. For 5 lousy knives. For 6 lousy... For a few... For a few knives. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Aren't you sorry you stole them? What would your mother think if she found out that you walked into a restaurant? If she... about the Hillcrest. How can I stand there and look in your... Why, look. You stole it from some poor man. Holy smoke, you've stolen everything but the kitchen sink. That too, huh? I feel sorry for the poor sucker you stole this all from.
Oh, George, I couldn't get you a glass of water. Someone stole our kitchen sink.
Apple, you mean I'm the guy you robbed? You robbed the fat? You robbed the fat? You robbed... You robbed the fat... After my wife was kind enough? That got you.
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Oh, goody, goody Jell-O pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jell-O's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jell-O pudding's in the eating.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jell-O pudding or of Jell-O and you know it's the one and only Jell-O.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson's orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Stay tuned to this station because Bird's Eye Open House, starring Dinah Shore, is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Peter Lorre.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good going, MG Midget. You sure make the going good. Good going, MG Midget. You sure make the going good. Good going, MG Midget. You sure make the going good. Good going, MG Midget. You sure make the going good. You make the going good.
Okay, which one? The alligator or the brand new fox from JCPenney? Gee, the alligator has that terrific color. But so does the fox. And fit, comfort, looks, easy care fabric, they're all the same. And colors, there's even a fox and raspberry. So, what's the difference?
About $5 less. See you later, alligator.
In a free society, you have to offer two things to succeed in business. One is a good product. The other is a good place to work for the people who make the product good. You can't do one without the other. Take our beer, Coors. We've been brewing it for over 100 years, right here in Golden, Colorado. We use pure Rocky Mountain spring water. Always have. We use gleaming modern equipment and nothing but natural ingredients. And we take our time. We never rush the beer. But who are we? We're 6,000 people. People who like working here. People who care about the jobs they do. People who make it all come together until you've got this. Coors. Great value for the money. And great flavor, too. Our people wouldn't be satisfied with anything less. Coors. Our people make it better.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, why
Want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Number Man. All right, gang, let's give 3 cheers. Roar! Roar! Yes, sir. 3 cheers for 3 top favorites. Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Each in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 10 separate individual packages of your 3 top favorite cereals. All in one handy carton. You can take your choice right at the table. Wheaties one morning, Cheerios the next, and Kicks the next. It's fun. You always open a fresh package. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Car hurrying through the city streets carry Lieutenant Moran, Sergeant Burke, and Burke's friend Michael Axford of the Daily Sentinel.
By golly, Burke, it'll be a scoop when we get those spalpeens of the numbers rackets.
We've had a lot of disappointments, Axford. Haven't we, Moran?
Yeah. If you ask me, I'd say these racketeers are being tipped off when we're about to stage a raid.
Here we are.
All right, boys, let's go.
The police car stopped in front of Gilpin's tailoring establishment. Gilpin himself came from the back room, his eyes wide, as the officers and Axford rushed through the door.
Hey, what's this? Here's a search warrant, Gilpin. Now see what's in that back room.
Search warrant?
What's that for? Why are you here?
You know the answer to that, Gilpin. We're out to smash the numbers racket.
Numbers racket? Come on, let's go in back. His tailor shop's just a cover.
There's nothing back here but my machines and stock.
Sure, and we'll see about that.
Look around, see for yourselves.
Well, of all the...
Suffering snakes. He's telling the truth.
The same thing all over again. Gilpin was tipped off.
Yeah, the gang's got everything out of sight. Burke, I tell you there's a leak. Someone at police headquarters has sold out to the numbers racket.
It was nearly noon of the following day. Britt Reed's father sat at the young publisher's desk in the Sentinel building. He looked up as Lenore Case entered with the Bulldog edition.
Here's the latest edition, Mr. Reed.
Oh, thanks, Miss Case, thanks. Did you tell the city editor I wanted to see him?
Yes, sir. He'll be here in just a moment. I read your editorial.
Yeah? How'd you like it?
You don't pull any punches.
Well, I'll bet the police commissioner burns.
You as much as said there's a leak at police headquarters.
Well, so there is, Miss Case. Confound it. The numbers racket is running wide open in this town. Last night, the police staged raid number 5 and drew another blank.
You mean Gilpin's tailor shop?
Yes. When the police got there wasn't a sign of any numbers racket in operation.
Maybe there never was.
Oh, yes, there was, Miss Case. Gilpin's place was one of the headquarters of the gang.
Hi, Mr. Reed.
Oh, here's Gunnigan.
Come in, Gunnigan, come in.
That's a swell editorial you did.
About the numbers racket?
Yeah.
Same old story, eh, Gunnigan?
Yeah. Gilpin had a tip when the warrant was issued. He had time to clean out his back room and get rid of the evidence before the raid.
And I'm anxious to see what the commissioner has to say.
Are you going to see him before you leave the city?
Yes. Britt and I are going to his home for lunch.
His home?
Yes. He's been home with a bad cold for the past week. Just getting over it.
If he's seen the Sentinel, he'll be in a fine mood. Well, boss, I'm going to save this editorial and show it to Britt once in a while. It's a good example of punchy writing.
Gunnigan, I want to speak to you about my son. You too, Miss Case.
The boy's coming along fine, Mr. Reed.
I'm satisfied with the way things are going. But look, Gunnigan, I want you to keep a hand on things around the office. And don't worry about where Britt spends his time.
Huh?
I'm satisfied that he's no playboy. He's recently taken a great interest in civil affairs. And that suits me perfectly fine. Now, even if he doesn't spend all his time here in the office, I'll know that the Sentinel is in good hands. I can depend on you in this case.
You sure can, boss. Now, don't you worry about a thing. Just count on me.
Thanks, Gunnigan, thanks. Now I'll go back west without worrying about things here.
Are you leaving soon?
Tonight.
Tonight?
I want to get out tonight if I can.
I thought I'd find you all in here.
Oh, hello, son.
Mr. Reed.
Is this a private meeting?
Well, it was, but it's finished.
I saw your editorial, Dad. I expect the commissioner has called and told us to forget about his invitation for lunch.
Well, it wouldn't do a bit of good if he did. I'd go anyway. I want to hear what Higgins has to say about my charge that there's a leak in his office.
Well, we'll be just about on time.
Son, when Higgins is talking, you keep your ears open.
Well, I generally do.
I'm pretty sure he had a special purpose in asking us for lunch.
Oh?
I think he needs help in cracking the numbers racket. The help of the Green Hornet.
Will either of you have more coffee?
Not right now,
maybe
thanks.
later.
Leave the coffee pot on the table, Dryden.
Yes, sir. Shall I clear away the rest of the dishes, Mr. Higgins?
No, leave them. And go get my car at Smith's garage. They phoned and said it was ready.
Yes, sir.
Well, your man Dryden does a nice job.
I took a page from Britt's book. Decided to try a houseman. Dryden's been here about 6 months.
You'll never get one like Cato.
And look, Jim, you didn't invite us to lunch to talk about your houseman.
No.
Now, what's on your mind?
I read the editorial in today's Sentinel. The language was familiar.
Was it?
Go on, Reed, laugh. I suppose you wanted to show me that you could still swing from the ground with either fist.
Well, I thought a little harpooning would do you good. What's the matter, Higgins? Why don't you smash the numbers racket?
Because there's a leak in my office.
What?
I've got to admit it. Your editorial hit the nail on the head.
Well, can't you plug the leak?
Britt, we were speaking of your man Cato. You trust him implicitly, don't you?
Of course I do.
And you trust Michael Axford?
I'd trust Axford with my life.
All right. Suppose you had a leak in your newspaper office, and the only possible suspects were Axford and Cato.
I couldn't suspect either of them.
That's my dilemma. If there's a leak in my office, it has to be one of two men. Sergeant Burke or...
Sergeant Burke? Yeah, but he's Mike Axford's friend. He's as honest as the day is long.
The other is Lieutenant Moran, and I trust Moran just as much as I do Burke.
Well, does it have to be one of them?
They're the only ones who had advanced knowledge of every raid.
I see.
I've sent Dryden out, so we're here alone. I know what I tell you won't leak out. I'm going to give you all the information the police have. I hope you'll have some ideas.
Meanwhile, Linda Travis came into the office as Lenore Case was finishing some letters.
Hello, Travis. What's new?
Miss Case, I think I'm on the track of something. I had a red-hot tip on the numbers racket.
Really?
Yes, there's to be a payoff tonight.
You certainly get around.
Someone called me at home. Didn't give any name.
Anonymous tips don't generally mean very much.
Well, at least it's something.
Michael.
Hello, Casey. How do you do, Miss Travis?
Why, what's the matter, Mr. Axford?
Are you ill?
It's Sergeant Burke. I'm trying to apply deductive reasoning to the way he acted when he talked to me. I tell you, Burke is up to something.
What do you mean?
He won't tell me a word, but he's got something on the fire for tonight. The Spalpeen looks like a cat that's been stealing cream.
Miss Travis has plans for tonight, too. Would you like to go with me, Axford?
Huh? Well, you mean me? Go with you?
In the line of duty, Michael.
Oh.
Mr. Axford, I've been told where there's to be a payoff in the numbers racket.
Suffering snakes. Where? When?
Down in the riverfront. A place called Kenny's Boathouse.
I know the place. It's an old boathouse that's been abandoned. They used to rent boats and sell bait there. You say there's to be a payoff?
Yes, and I'm going to keep this story to myself, so don't you blab.
You mean follow it down without any authority from the boss?
Well, I'd like to prove that I can really handle the story.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
We'd ought to let the cops in on it. Now, look, I'll get Moran to come along with us. By golly, Moran can make the arrest. It'll teach Burke a lesson.
We'll go to the dock after we've said goodbye to Mr. Reed's father.
The night was almost pitch dark. Kenny's boathouse stood out as a vague form against the background of the river as Linda approached with Axford on one side and Lieutenant Moran on the other. Axford's car had been parked some distance away, and there was no sign of anyone near.
I'd sure like to nail some of those numbers racketeers. I hope we haven't made a mistake in coming without telling Mr. Reed about the tip-off.
Oh, it would have been a shame to tell him just before he started for the railway station with his father.
Hey, I hear a boat coming in.
So do I.
I think I see something over there on the dock. Look, Moran. Does that look like a man moving from the boathouse?
Yeah, it does.
Moran, you got your gun sure?
There is someone.
I see him. And there's another guy climbing out of a boat. Suffering snakes.
Hey, what was that flag?
Someone took a picture. Come on.
Who did that? Who took a picture? What's the idea? What is this anyhow?
Stay where you are.
I got a flashlight. I'll turn it on
Go
him.
ahead. Don't any of you move. I got you covered.
Hey, Moran, is that you?
Holy crow, it's Burke.
Axford. Moran, what are you doing here? What's the idea? What kind of a trick is this?
Oh, look. Burke's got something. It was a payoff. Sergeant Burke. So you're the one.
Who? What? Say, listen
Who are you?
here.
Jane Winters of the Clarion. And you? Travis of the Daily Sentinel.
Did you get a tip-off, too?
Yes, but
Well, you didn't get a picture, and I did. This is once the Clarion scores a beat.
Hey, listen, what are you talking about? What payoff? That's what I want to know. What payoff?
What have you got there, Burke?
I was told if I come here tonight, someone would meet me and give me the name of the head man in the numbers racket. It's right here in this envelope.
See what you've got in that envelope.
I'm showing you it's... Oh, my.
Mm-hmm.
Good gravy. It's dough.
Cash money.
Hold it.
What?
Gotcha. That's all I want. Thanks, boys and girls. Look in the Clarion and see your pictures.
Burke. Burke. Oh, golly, I can't believe it of you.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Is everybody at your house kind of grumpy at breakfast? Well, here's a great new idea that'll make breakfast a lot more fun. It's the Betty Crocker cereal tray. That's the swell new cereal assortment, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks, in 10 separate individual packages, all in one handy carton. Each box holds just enough for one good serving, so everyone has the fun of choosing just what they want for breakfast. Wheaties, Cheerios, or Kicks. All top favorites. Always a fresh package every morning. Now, listen to this. You also get a swell-looking model city when you buy the Betty Crocker cereal tray. A model city that looks just like real. You cut it out and build it yourself. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, stores. Here's what you get on just one street. It's 2nd Avenue, and it has a movie theater, a camera and sporting goods shop, a department store, and a fire department. In addition, there are many different style houses, plus cut-out automobiles, fences, storage sheds, awnings, and billboards. All this on just one Betty Crocker cereal tray. Still, other houses, stores, and equipment come on other packages. The model city is easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. It's really easy and really fun. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all 3 of your breakfast favorites, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix. Get yours now. Now back to our story. Britt Reed's father was leaving the city to return to the West. Britt Reed had taken him to the station.
Dad, you don't know how glad I am that you've learned the truth about everything.
I'm more pleased than you are, Britt. Now just carry on as the Green Hornet. You can do a lot of good.
I wish there was some way I could help the commissioner with that numbers racket.
Oh, now you'll find a way. I have a lot of confidence in you.
I'll do what I can. Well, have a good trip, Dad.
Thanks, my boy. Now, take care of yourself. And if you need me, just let me know.
You bet I will. Goodbye.
Bye.
Britt watched as his father's train moved out of the station. Then he heard someone calling his name.
Hey, Reed!
Axford. Linda.
Oh, I hope we catch you here.
Well, Dad has just left. Oh, what's wrong?
Oh, Reed, it's terrible.
We went to Kenny's boathouse on a tip that there'd be a payoff in the numbers ring.
Oh, what sort of a tip? Why didn't I hear about it?
Oh, someone called me at home, Mr. Reed. I wanted to handle the story on my own.
I went to help, Reed, and we took Lieutenant Moran along just in case.
What happened?
Burke was there. He met a guy named Lefty Bates.
And Bates gave Burke $500.
$500? And Burke got it?
It was a frame-up, Reed. Burke went there on a tip that someone would meet him and give him the names of the big shots in the numbers racket.
Oh, what about this man named Bates? Where'd he get the cash?
Oh, he didn't know what was in the envelope. A man gave him $10 to deliver it. He described the man, but it was a general description that might have fit anyone.
Lieutenant Moran took both Lefty and Burke to headquarters.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Mr. Reed, Jane Winters of the Clarion got the same kind of tip I did. She was on hand with a camera.
You mean to say the Clarion got a picture of the payoff?
Yes.
Reed, what do we do? How should we handle the story?
You haven't filed it yet?
No.
And get over to the office right away. We can't ignore that story.
But Burke was framed.
Then quote Burke. Give the facts to Gunnigan. He'll tell you how to handle them.
Right.
Linda, you better stay here and give me more details.
Yes, sir.
I'll see you later, Reed.
Right, Axford.
Mr. Reed, you believe Burke, don't you?
Yes, but why did those racketeers spend $500 to frame him?
Oh, there's been a lot of talk about a leak at police headquarters.
But why make it look as if Burke is guilty? And why did they call you and Jane Winters?
I don't know.
Clarion will make the most of this. They'll crucify Burke.
Oh, no.
I've got... Linda.
Yes, sir?
Great Scott, I've been blind. We've all been blind. Come on, I've got to get to a telephone.
Oh, but what's up?
This way. The phones are over here.
Oh, Mr. Reed, I don't understand.
There's been a lot of talk about a leak at police headquarters. Everyone's trying to find that leak. With Burke suspected, the heat'll be off.
Yes, of course. Well, at least for the time being.
And those racketeers don't want the search to go any farther because they're afraid someone will guess the truth. Now, here's the phone.
You guessed the truth?
Yes, simply because I know that Burke is not guilty. You see, Linda, there is no leak at police headquarters.
What? There hasn't been?
No. Commissioner Higgins has been home with a cold for the past week. He's conducted all his business from there. That means there are 3 people, not 2, who knew what was going on and when the raids were planned.
Well, who besides Burke and Moran?
The houseman, Dryden. Hello? Hello, I'd like to speak to Commissioner Higgins.
Gosh, I never thought of that.
Oh, he is? Well, just leave word that Britt Reed called.
Not there?
No, he's gone to headquarters, and it's just as well. I'll see Dryden alone.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to try to stampede Dryden into a confession.
What are you going to do with Dryden?
I'm going to get the truth out of him. I don't know how, but that rat's going to squeal.
You're not going as the Green Hornet?
Oh, I think I can handle Dryden as Britt Reed.
Oh, there's the commissioner's house.
Don't worry, I'm not going by.
There's a light on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, that's Dryden's room. I'd like to catch him by surprise if I could. I think I can.
How?
I'm going to try and get in the house some way and get up to that 3rd floor.
Can I help?
No, Linda. Things may get rough. You got brushed by a bullet the last time. I don't want you running any more risks.
Very well. I'll stay here in the car and watch that window.
Britt found a door that could be opened by one of his special keys and let himself into the commissioner's home. He made his way cat-like up the stairs. Despite his caution, as he walked through a third-floor hall, he stumbled and sounded a warning. The door of Dryden's room opened suddenly.
What in the world?
I want to talk to you, Dryden.
Why, it's Mr. Reed. How did you get into the house?
I let myself in. It was a pretty slick frame-up, Dryden, but it won't work.
Frame-up? I don't know what you mean.
Don't waste time, Dryden. You're the answer to the $64 question. You're the one that's been telling when and where the police plan to raid. You tipped off Gilpin last night and Lofgren 2 nights before.
You seem very sure of yourself.
When I leave here, I'm going to have a statement from you, Dryden. A statement and a confession that'll remove all suspicion from Sergeant Burke.
Yes, again, mister.
Huh? Well, Gilpin.
Keep him covered, Gilpin.
I didn't know you had company, but this is fine. It confirms everything. Looks as if you two boys have been balancing the books. The stuff on your desk there, Dryden, is going to be interesting to the commissioner.
Who is this troublemaker?
Britt Reed. He's the publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
I don't like newspaper.
Now, wait a minute. Don't shoot him here if we can avoid it.
What are we going to do with him?
Tie him and gag him. Take him out the back way.
You two talk as if I'm going to have nothing to say about your plans.
You won't have. We've got to get rid of you.
Murder is dangerous business.
Dangerous business, huh? We have no business if you get away to tell what you know.
You know, I think you two are slow on your feet. I wonder...
We'll see.
Hey, what? Let me go. Let go. Look out. Let me at him. Turn this right.
A measure of luck combined with speed and daring gave Britt Reed an advantage that offset the 2-to-1 odds. He seized Dryden and swung him around as a shield. Fearing that he might hit Dryden, Gilpin held his fire. With a mighty effort, the young publisher threw Dryden against the tailor. Both staggered to keep from falling. They were between Britt and the door. Britt charged like a halfback, hitting the racketeers with battering ram force and driving them into the hall. He slammed and locked the door.
Just can't get out of there. Open that door. We'll get you if it's the last thing we do. Open the door and we'll smash you in. Remember, we're armed.
Ignoring the men at the door, Britt dashed to the window, picked up a chair, and smashed the glass. It was a sheer drop of 3 stories to the ground. Escape of that window was impossible, but Linda was across the street. Britt saw her looking up.
Linda!
He signaled, and Linda signaled that she heard.
Call headquarters. Get Higgins.
The lock was shattered by the first bullet, but there was a sliding of the bolt in the door that couldn't be seen from the outside. Gilpin fired shot after shot, trying to locate that bolt, and Britt watched the bullets rip through. Linda, meanwhile, found a phone at the corner store.
Tell him to hurry home. Tell him it's life or death.
Faster, faster, I tell you. I don't know what's going on at my home, but it's life or death.
Dryden had emptied his gun, but the door still held. He and Gilpin threw themselves against it.
Higgins will be here. Can't let him get those records. Keep at it. The door's nearly gone. There it goes. Come on. Now we'll get you. Try it.
There they are. Get him, boys.
What? Why, it's Higgins.
Break that up, we'll start shooting.
I'm glad you got here, Higgins.
Britt, what in the world? Dryden, what's this mean?
I'll answer it, Commissioner. Dryden and Gilpin are numbers 1 and 2 in the number racket. There's the evidence on Dryden's desk. Burke's in the clear.
Take it over, boys. I've got to call in and tell Burke.
Wait, I'm first at that phone. The Clarion will hit the street with a story about Burke. I've got to be sure the Sentinel comes out with the true facts.
Britt Reed's father sat near a radio on the westbound train.
Later, in an interview at police headquarters, a Clarion reporter secured a statement from Sergeant Burke.
The Senior Reed didn't like what he heard.
Burke insists that he was framed, that he had no knowledge that there was money in the envelope. A flash has just been handed me. Phew, this is a flash. Sergeant Burke has been completely cleared of all suspicion by the arrest of the real leaders of the numbers racket.
Good.
J. Dryden was exposed by a surprise move on the part of Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel. Here are the details.
That does it.
J.
Yes,
Dryden,
sir,
who was
Reed,
exposed
that
as
does
the real
it.
leader of the
That
numbers
boy's
racket,
all right.
had been posing as a butler in the home of...
In his apartment, Britt Reed sat by the phone, wearing a look of deep concern. Axford stood beside him.
Still no answer. Axford, where could Linda be?
Golly, Reed, I don't know.
No one has seen her. My car was found at a corner near Higgins' home.
Where she left it when she called headquarters?
Yes.
Oh, maybe she met her friend and will be calling you. There's no need to sit and worry. You'll be hearing from her. By golly, Reed, you sure put one over tonight. The way you smashed Dryden and Gilpin, it looks like you could take the place of the Green Hornet. You sure had his way of doing things.
Hey, maybe that's Linda. Hello? Yes?
Linda?
Who are you? Wait, don't hang up. Listen to me. Hello? Hello?
Reed, what's the matter?
Axford, someone heard Linda call the police. She was captured when she left the store.
Holy crow.
She'll be released only if Dryden and Gilpin go free. Axford, this is a case where I'd like to take the place of the Green Hornet.
Exonerated, publisher leaked, capture of racketeers, read all about it. Numbers racket smash, Sentinel X-3,
Say, pardon our freshness, but if you like your breakfast cereal at its crispest, freshest best, then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Why? 'Cause the Betty Crocker cereal tray gives you 10 separate individual packages of your 3 top favorite cereals, all in one handy carton. Each of those 10 individual packages holds just enough for one good serving, so every morning you always open a fresh package. Another thing, every Betty Crocker cereal tray has a valuable silverware coupon right on the side of the carton. By saving these coupons, you can own a set of lovely Oneida Community Silver Plate in an amazingly short time and at unbelievably low cost. Start saving those valuable coupons now. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks.
Boy, oh boy, look at that. He's lifting 200 pounds with one arm.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios really helps to build up strength and endurance, and it's delicious, too. You'll really go for Cheerios and that wonderful, fresh, toasted oat flavor. Try it. Start your better breakfast every morning with Cheerios. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet, a George W. Trendle production written by Fran Stryker and directed by Charles D. Livingstone. The part of the Green Hornet was played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time, over most of these same stations, the Lone Ranger rides again in another thrilling adventure of the West of yesteryear. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
When you have a headache, what does extra strength mean to you?
It means kissing your headache goodbye.
It means Excedrin.
It means relief that comes fast. It means Excedrin.
Extra strength means that lousy headache's not going to bother you anymore. Extra strength means Excedrin.
Excedrin. With more pain reliever, more total strength than regular strength aspirin or non-aspirin tablets. For millions of people, extra strength means Excedrin.
Extra strength means Excedrin.
I don't like a flabby body, and I hate flabby hair. So, I got into Condition.
Now there's Condition Shampoo from Clairol. Protein enriched and formulated to restore healthy-looking body. Clean, wholesome shine. Put an end to limp, lifeless, flabby hair with new Condition Shampoo. And now Clairol brings you Condition 2 Instant After Shampoo Treatment.
Got flabby hair? Get into Condition.
For the first time ever, Steve Shoes offers Red Hots, the best shoe disco or the party season has ever seen. In red, in black, in silver, in bronze, and gold glitter. Get the slide, get the ankle strap, get red hot and dance or party your heart away. Get this red hot offer now at these Steve Shoe locations. Country Club Plaza, Ranch Mart, Landing, Red Bridge, Prairie Village, Metro North, Antioch, Brookside, Indian Springs.
What you think it's about, only it's a lot funnier. It's not the size that counts. It's the biggest excitement ever.
Hallelujah!
Watch out for Vincent Price and Size Up Elkie Summer in the Comedy Whopper of the Year. It's not the size that counts. Rated R.
Wednesday at the Blue Ridge, Choteau, Watts Mill, I-70, State North, and Fairyland.
Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains brought law and order to a lawless frontier and made possible the winning of the West. He fought for the weak against the strong, for the innocent against the guilty. The stories of his adventures have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Tonto's waiting for us outside of town. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The Lone Ranger thundered into the small camp he shared with his faithful Indian companion Tonto, not far from Mercer City.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh, Tonto.
What matter?
There's plenty the matter. Call Scout.
Here, Scout.
It's good he's saddled. We have to ride, Tonto, and ride fast. I just came from town. Tonto, the sheriff's been murdered.
What? What, that?
And we've been blamed for it.
Oh, that bad.
Bad? It's even worse than it seems to be. Do you know what this means, Kemosabe? We exposed Foster and Yank Billings and Dr. English. We proved that Mrs. Christie wasn't insane, and that those three planned to kill her. But now the only man who knows we proved it is dead. We are blamed for his death, and nothing Mrs. Christie can say will be believed, because Foster made the townspeople think she's insane. The sheriff had no chance to tell them the truth.
And what we do?
First, Mrs. Christie must be rescued. Then we can plan our next move. Ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
Then let's go. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Silver, away!
In Mercer City, the brutal murder of Sheriff Muncie had shocked everyone. Lem Shilley, Muncie's chief deputy, but now acting sheriff, had taken Mrs. Christie into his office, and in the presence of a small group of witnesses, was questioning her.
What did you pay that masked fella to kill the sheriff?
He didn't kill him, I tell you. He didn't.
If he didn't, who did?
That man right there.
Foster?
Yes, I saw him do it.
Nonsense. I tell you, Lem, the woman's out of her mind. Everyone here knows how she's claimed to be Mrs. Christie, even in the face of direct evidence that she isn't.
You crooked schemer.
Don't start a rumpus, ma'am.
What's more, both Christie here and Dr. English will testify to the fact that I tried to save Muncie's life. When the masked man attacked him, I ran to help Muncie. Unfortunately, I arrived too late.
You fellas will back that up?
He's telling it to you straight, Lem.
He is. We were present and saw the whole thing.
Well, ma'am, what do you say to that?
They're lying. They told you nothing but lies. Sheriff Muncie knew the truth.
You can say that now that he ain't alive to deny it.
Oh, can't you see how you've been fooled? Can't you see how Foster's twisted everything around to make it look as though nothing I say is true? You're giving him just the chance he wants. If you don't stop him, he and his outlaw will sell my husband's property and disappear. Then you'll know the truth, but it'll be too late.
You know, ma'am, I honestly think you believe everything you're saying.
But of course I do. Why wouldn't I when I've only told you the facts?
May I interrupt, Lem?
Well, sure, Doc. What is it?
I just wanted to say that I've had experience with mental cases such as this before. In each case, the afflicted person is thoroughly convinced of the truth of his particular hallucination. In other words, the fact that she believes what she's saying doesn't indicate that her story has any basis in fact. Quite the contrary. What it really indicates is that her mental illness has progressed to the point where it may be incurable.
Highfalutin language, Doc, but I'll take your word for it. You ought to know what you're talking about, even if I don't. Well, there you are, ma'am. Now, why can't you tell us where that masked fella can be found? We'll go...
You're looking for me?
Hey, what's the...
Don't move. Tonto, keep an eye on them.
That's him, Lem. It's the killer.
I figured as much when I seen the mask. Stranger, I'd advise you
as long as Foster's doing your thinking for you, Lem, I'll do without your advice. Mrs. Christie, get outside quickly. Our horses are in back.
Please be careful.
We'll be right with you.
You'll hang for this.
You'd already made up your mind to hang me for Muncie's death, Lem, so what's the difference?
You can't...
Come, Tonto. I'll give you some advice of my own before we leave, Lem.
What's that?
In the future, be careful whose story you accept in a case like this.
Blast you
Never
up.
get so interested in questioning a prisoner that you forget to watch the back door.
He's gone. Come on, after him.
Shoot them down.
Missed. They're traveling too fast to get good aim.
You've got to get them, Lem.
You bet I will. I'm forming a posse right now, and I'm bringing them back dead or alive.
The masked man and Tonto, racing from town, did not stop until they had reached their camp.
Oh, Silver. Look out. Let me help you down.
But why are we stopping? Shouldn't we keep on? They'll be after us.
But they won't catch us, Mrs. Christie.
Just the same.
We've got to decide what to do. I think you understand what I mean.
It's almost the first of the month. Another week.
Exactly. Another week, Mrs. Christie, and your husband hangs. Unless we prevent it.
We must.
And we will.
But how?
That's something I won't know until I'm on the ground.
You mean you're going to Kansas?
I am.
Oh, you're doing so much, and you're a stranger.
Mrs. Christie, you're in trouble, and you're a long way from Texas, where you're known. If Tonto and I didn't help you, I'm afraid no one would. So we'll do what we can.
I wish I knew how to thank you.
Never mind that. We haven't much time for talk. First, we must decide what to do with you.
I'll go with you. I'm strong.
But that's impossible. I'm sorry, because I know how you must feel. But Tonto and I must not only travel fast, we've got to be ready for anything that may come up. And you'll just be in the way.
But what
It's too bad there's no one here you can trust who could hide you until we return.
Wait.
Yes?
I just thought I don't know why I didn't remember before, but I do have friends near here.
You have?
It just come back to me. People Tom and I knew well back home. They moved here 2 years ago.
They're people you're sure you can trust?
Oh, yes.
Where are they?
They have a place near Red Springs.
That's not 10 miles away.
Yes.
That's it, then. Tonto will take you there. What's the name?
Their name?
Yes. Who are they? I'll have to know in order to get in touch with you later.
Oh, yes. Their name is Lathrop. Glenn and Mary Lathrop.
I'll remember that. Tonto, Mrs. Christie is riding with you to Red Springs. Get her there as quickly as you can and return at once.
Tonto, do it.
And Mrs. Christie.
Yes?
Don't worry. You can believe me. Your husband won't hang.
In Mercer City, Foster was stuffing clothes into a valise when the door to his room opened and Yank Billings, who called himself Tom Christie, entered.
Hey, what are you up to? I thought I heard you in here.
Hand me those shirts.
Huh?
Didn't you hear me? I said hand me those shirts.
Now, you hold on a minute. What's the valise for? Just where do you think you're going?
To Dodge City.
Huh?
Didn't I speak clearly enough that time either?
What's in Dodge City that you want?
I have business to attend to there.
You wouldn't be running out on me, would you?
Just what do you mean by that?
Just what I said. You never mentioned no business to me that'd take you to Kansas. Seems funny that all of a sudden there'd be some I never knew about. I'm just wondering.
Wondering what?
Well, if maybe you ain't losing your nerve since the masked fella took Mrs. Christie away. I'm just wondering if maybe you ain't planning to clear out, leaving me and Doc English to face the music.
Very well. If I must explain, I must, I suppose. I haven't much time, and I was hoping you'd have sense enough to realize what I had to do without my explaining.
Go on. Explain away. I'm listening.
Yank, what do you suppose is the first thing that masked man will do now that he doesn't have to worry about Mrs. Christie's safety?
I don't know. What?
Head for Kansas, of course. Don't you realize that in a week Tom Christie will be hanged in Dodge City?
You ain't asking me to feel sorry for him, are you?
Oh, you stupid fool. The masked man will try to prevent Tom's hanging.
What can he do?
I don't know. But from what I've seen of him so far, I won't feel safe until I know Tom's been hanged. That's why I'm going to Dodge City also. To see that nothing goes wrong at the last minute.
All right. Then I'll go with you.
Have you forgotten that they're hanging Tom because they believe he's you?
Gosh, I almost did at that.
Tom Christie looks enough like you to be hanged, as long as you aren't around. Put the two of you side by side, however, and the law wouldn't be fooled for a moment.
I reckon that's so, all right.
So you'll stay here. If you have any notion that I'm running away, forget it. I don't run from any fortune until it's necessary. In this case, it isn't. We've got the game in our hands as long as we play it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking the stage to Wyndham and catching the cars there. The masked man and that Indian will probably ride to Kansas. I'll get there ahead of them easily.
And when you do?
I'll inform the authorities that I've learned of the possibility of a jailbreak. Nothing else will be necessary. Once the law's been warned, I doubt that even the masked man can prevent Tom's hanging.
Well, I'll tell you something, Foster.
Yes?
The way you put it, it sounds all right. Fact is, I ain't doubting you at all. But here's something to recollect just in case you do get notion.
Well?
I've killed men for double-crossing me before, Foster. And I ain't got no objections to killing again. I reckon that's plain enough.
Don't waste threats on me, Yank. Now, hand me those shirts and let me finish packing, or I'll never catch that stage.
Foster, however, had underestimated the speed with which the masked man and Tonto could travel on their great stallions. He didn't know when he approached the office of the sheriff at Dodge City 6 days later that the Lone Ranger and Tonto had reached town 24 hours ahead of him.
Come in.
Sheriff Burgess?
Sure, that's me. What can I do for you?
You mean, what can I do for you, Sheriff?
Huh?
I'll explain. I'd better introduce myself first. My name's Foster. I'm a lawyer. Practice down Texas way.
Yeah?
About a week ago, certain information came into my hands which I felt should be passed on to you.
Information, huh? What kind of information?
I believe you have a prisoner here by the name of Yank Billings.
Sure. He's out back now. He hangs first thing in the morning.
Then, Sheriff, be sure that he does hang.
Huh?
I mean that. Because recently I heard a rumor that friends of Billings would attempt to break him free.
What's that?
I might add, a very well-founded rumor.
Mister, sit down. I think you got some things to explain.
Gladly.
Now then, who'd you hear say this?
Well, I wish I could tell you, Sheriff, but I can't. It was simply information I picked up as part of the conversation among some tough characters in a cafe where I had a drink. No one could tell me who they were.
Whereabouts was this?
At Parsons.
At Parsons? And you heard it a week ago? Why didn't you get word to me afore?
Because I had business of my own to attend to first. And I wanted to tell you of this in person. I was afraid a letter might not be taken seriously enough.
What's your interest in this?
A lawyer's an officer of the court, Sheriff. And as such, I'd naturally dislike seeing a convicted criminal go free.
Uh-huh. Well, this one won't. You know anything about Yank?
Oh, I've heard his name. Nothing
Anybody
else.
mention to you that he claims he ain't Yank Billings?
Or don't all outlaws claim to be someone else?
Yeah, I reckon most of them do.
Well, who does this fellow say he is?
Huh? Oh, he swears up and down he handles Tom Christie.
Did you say Christie?
Sure, why? You know anybody of that name?
Well, I'm acquainted with a Tom Christie in Texas.
Texas, huh? Now, that's funny. What part of Texas?
San Carlos.
Yeah? Then that's the Tom Christie this feller claims to be. We never paid any attention to him, of course, but if you know this here Christie by sight...
You'd like me to have a look at Billings?
Just so, if you wouldn't mind. You see, I know he's Yank Billings, but at the same time, I'd feel a sight better if someone could tell me he ain't Tom Christie.
Well, I'll look him over now, if you wish.
That's fine. I got a redskin working for me a couple of days that I hired yesterday. Must be out back, I reckon. I'll let him take you. Tonto! Hi, Tonto!
Tonto?
Say, you don't know him too, do you?
Know him? Sheriff, I most certainly do.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Sheriff Burgess called at Tonto, Foster was unable to conceal his surprise.
So you know him, huh? You said that as though maybe it was important.
Well,
Yeah?
Nothing, Sheriff. Nothing.
Didn't you start to say something about Tonto?
Tonto?
Say, what's the matter with you?
You'll have to pardon me, Sheriff. I misunderstood you. That wasn't the name I thought you said. I never heard of an Indian by that name.
Well, I wouldn't think that was a handle easy to mistake. What did you figure I said?
Well, it doesn't matter. It isn't the same.
Well, it seems like the engine didn't hear me. He must be clear in the back. I'll get him if you'll wait a second.
Yes, of course.
I won't keep you long.
You.
Lucky for you, Foster, that you saw these guns. Step over here to the window.
I don't see why... How'd you get here so fast?
If you value your health, don't talk. Just obey orders.
But I refuse
Climb
to.
through the window. Get across this saddle.
You can't
Hurry.
help. You won't get away with this.
Steady, Silver.
The sheriff will be looking for me.
But you won't be here to be found. Come on, boy.
Now, here he is, Mr. Foster. Well, I'll be doggone.
There no feller here?
Now, sure enough ain't. But where in blazes did he get to?
That night, not far from Dodge City. So you came here to warn the sheriff, did you, Foster?
What if I did?
I have to give you credit. You're a crook, but you're clever.
You knew I'd be heading this way.
I still don't know how you got here before me.
2 good horses cutting across country can still make better time than the cars, Foster.
Yeah, so it seems.
If I hadn't stopped you, you'd have told the sheriff Tonto was with me.
I would have.
And if you'd been allowed to see Christie, you'd have denied knowing him. You would have claimed he wasn't Christie, making sure he'd hang.
Who's that?
It should be Tonto. I've been expecting him.
Dai, Kimosabe. Aye. Ho, Scout. Ho, feller. Ho.
You're right on time, Tonto.
Me get way soon after you leave.
I'm glad you did. I needed you.
Now, look here, both of you. What are you planning to do with me? I demand that you let
You're
me...
in no position to demand anything.
I still say
I'm going to dispose of you by borrowing an idea you gave me.
That I gave you?
Right. Tonto. The materials you use for disguises are in my saddlebags. Get them and bring them here.
Let me get them.
Disguise? What are you talking about?
You're just about Tom Christie's build, Foster.
Me?
And about the same height.
What if I am?
Your features are nothing alike, but I think Tonto can remedy that. At least well enough to pass in the dark.
Why, you...
Here.
Your thing. Good, Kimosabe. Don't move, Foster.
You can't get away
Tonto, you haven't prepared a disguise in quite some time. We'll see if you've lost any of your skill.
That same night, acting upon Foster's warning, Sheriff Burgess redoubled the guard around the jail.
That you, Sheriff? Yeah. Seen anything out of the way?
Not a thing.
Well, that fellow Foster was likely talking through his hat, but it wouldn't do to take chances. I've got men on both sides watching, and in the rear. I'm leaving you here in front.
Alone?
Well, I was going to have that confounded Injun give you a hand. I don't know where he's got to. I left a while back, but said he wouldn't be gone over an hour. Maybe I'd better call Jake around.
You want Tonto?
Oh, here you are. Why weren't you back afore?
Oh, me not gone long.
Never yet seen the Injun that had any idea of time. Look here, Tonto. If anybody tried to bust in this jail, do you think you'd have nerve enough to drill them?
Oh, me not afraid.
Fair shot, are you? Well, if you ain't, Bud here is. You reckon he'll be a help enough, Bud?
Sure. I'd rather have a redskin listening beside me than anybody else. Any shooting might have to be done, I can handle myself.
Good enough. Tonto, any orders Bud gives you, you follow, savvy?
Me savvy.
That's settled. But I'm going around back. If trouble comes at all, that's where it'll most likely hit. But I'll be dropping back every once in a while to see how things are going.
Me and Tonto will keep everything in line.
I'll see that you do.
Well, Injun, you heard what he said. You take your orders for me. You got pretty good hearing? Then keep your ears peeled for any noises you think shouldn't be. We don't want anybody sneaking up on us.
What that?
Huh?
You
Where?
Look by tree.
I don't see nothing. You sure you seen...
Hey, what?
Tonto.
It's all right.
He's out? You didn't hit him too hard, did you?
Him not hurt.
Good. How much time have I got?
Sheriff come back soon.
Then hurry. I left Foster behind that cottonwood. Get him while I find the deputy's keys and unlock the door.
Me get him.
Here they are. Have to find the right one. Not much time. Not that one. This one doesn't fit. Here's one. Looks like it might do it. Good. Tonto.
Me got him.
He's heavy. I'll give you a hand. Inside with him. You lead the way. Wait.
What matter?
There's someone coming. Tonto, it's Mrs. Christie.
That's bad.
Where'd you come from? I thought we left you in Red Springs. How did you...
I lied to you. I couldn't stay there. I didn't have friends in Red Springs. I just said that so you wouldn't suspect I'd follow.
But what are you doing here?
I came by train, the same train Foster rode. He didn't see me, though. I've been watching the jail ever since. I knew I'd find you that way.
If you're caught here, you'll be jailed yourself.
Please, I want to help.
There's only one way in which you can help.
I'll do anything.
I'll hold you to that. We have work to do in here and no time to waste. Get to those cottonwoods as fast as you can and stay there. We'll meet you as soon as we finished. And your husband will be with us.
You mean
that tonight he goes free, if you follow orders.
I will.
Then do as you've been told. Tonto, lead the way back to the cells.
It was scarcely half an hour later that Sheriff Burgess heard a smothered groan as he rounded the corner of the jailhouse.
What the... Bud, what in blazes happened? Where's Tonto? Did you get hit? Here, can you get on your feet?
Give me a hand, Sheriff.
Where's Tonto?
Oh, does that dirty redskin hit me, Sheriff? Hit me when I wasn't looking. I just came to. My head feels like it was ready to bust in two.
Yank Billings. That Injun was in on the scheme to bust Yank free. Did he steal your keys?
No, they're here.
That don't mean he didn't take them, then put them back. How much time did he have?
You hadn't hardly gone before he knocked me out.
Almost a half hour. Come on. If Yank's gone...
Door's locked.
You could have locked the door after him, just like they could have returned your keys. Quick, open up.
There.
Yank? Hi, Yank. You there?
You don't answer.
That's his cell ahead there.
Hey, Yank.
I'm betting every doggone dollar I got he's gone. Well, I'll be blasted.
It's him.
And sound asleep. Well, did you ever see the beat?
But the Injun, why'd he hit me? If he weren't out to set Yank loose, then what was he up to?
Well, there's only one guess I can make.
Yeah?
Something must have scared him off before he could finish. Maybe he heard something or thought he saw me coming back.
That could be.
Well, whatever it was, you keep quiet about this, savvy?
Huh?
The boys ever heard what happened, we'd be laughed right out of town.
At the same time, several miles from the jail.
Tom, I was so sure I'd never see you again. For so long now, I thought you'd been killed.
There, Beth. We're together again. Everything will be all right. Thanks to the masked man and Tonto.
Everything isn't all right, Tom.
But I'm free.
You're free, but the same men who tried to rob and murder both you and your wife are still at large. Yank Billings, Dr. English, Foster.
But you left Foster back there in jail.
He'll be released as soon as they discover the substitution we made.
Then what do you...
There's still work ahead of us. Those three men must be exposed and brought to justice once and for all.
I hope they go to jail for life.
After all they've done, they'll be fortunate to get off that easily. Tom.
Yes?
You and your wife go back to Mercer City. Tonto and I'll meet you there.
You're leaving us now?
I want both of you as far from Dodge City by dawn as you can get.
But you, what do you plan to do?
I'm staying behind long enough to see just what happens when they discover their prisoner has escaped.
It was at dawn the following morning that Sheriff Burgess, accompanied by his chief deputy, re-entered the jail.
Well, Bud, this is the hardest part of being a sheriff.
The hanging, huh?
It's nasty work, no matter how long you've been at it. Well, we'll do what our duty calls for. Everything's ready, ain't it?
Just like it should be. There's a crowd gathered outside of the town to see the show already.
The doggone fools.
I wonder how Billings spent the night.
From the way he was sleeping the last time we seen him, it couldn't have bothered him much at all. Yeah, there he is. Still sleeping just as sound as before.
Blamed if he ain't.
Give me your keys.
Here, Sheriff.
Hey there, Yank. Wake up.
You ever see such a sound sleeper?
Asleep? Why, he ain't no more asleep than I am. What in? Look here. He's been gagged and tied. Come on, give me a hand with him.
But who'll do a trick like this?
How do I know? Hurry up and loosen that gag. I'm getting it.
The masked man. You fools, where have you been? Why haven't you let me loose? You've let Billings get away.
This ain't Yank. What? Say, mister, who are you and how'd you get in here? And what did you have to do with Yank's getting away? Answer fast, by thunder, before I go to work on you.
I'm Foster. I'm the man who called on you yesterday.
You're crazy.
Wipe this stain off my face and you'll see.
Let me look at you a little closer. Jumping Jehoshaphat, you are, Foster.
The masked man tricked you. He captured me, made me up to look like Billings, left me here, and took Billings with him.
What masked man? Who are you talking about? What?
Wait a second. Something was just thrown through the window. It's a bullet, Sheriff.
Huh?
A silver bullet.
A silver bullet? You must be loco. There ain't but one man in the whole West uses bullets like them.
Hail, silver, away!
Look there!
That's him.
A masked man on a white horse. That must be the hombre that threw this here bullet in here.
By blazes, Sheriff, don't you get it? A silver bullet? That horse. He called his horse Silver. Sheriff, that's the Lone Ranger.
Sure enough.
I don't care who he is. I demand that you follow that man and bring him back. I demand
Too doggone much. Mister, I don't know why the Lone Ranger done what he done, and I'm going to have plenty hard time explaining this.
You should have.
But I never heard of that masked fella ever doing anything without a good reason behind it. I'm setting tight, and when the time comes, I'm betting I'm going to be darn glad things turned out the way they did.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The new Minolta XG7 35mm reflex camera is automatic, so you can concentrate on the action while the XG7 sets itself. All you do is focus and press the button. The optional auto winder even advances the film for you. With the XG7, you can change lenses fast, too. The Minolta XG7. Try it. You'll fall for it.
Mr. Van Dyke, you're here to play touche. The object, get 4 pieces of your color in a row. But touche has a hidden force that may flip a piece to your opponent's color. So you may outwit your opponent, but can you beat the force?
Touche, the unique strategy game with a hidden force that changes.
Dyke, you beat the force. This time.
Touche, by Gabriel.
When I decided to go into the small cigar business, I didn't want to be second best. That's why. Muriel air tips drive men mild with the easiest taste they could have found. And for something different, Muriel Coronella is the sweetest little miniature in town. Muriel, the biggest selling brand of small cigars around. Because nobody wants to smoke second best.
All across the country, they're lining up on the yellow brick road. The Whiz is...
Fabulous. Marvelous.
The Whiz is...
Wonderful.
Great. This is the best move I've seen. The Whiz is...
Really good. Funny.
Exciting.
It was beautiful.
The Whiz. It's joy. It's laughter. It's music. It's here. The Whiz. Rated G.
Now showing exclusively at the Midland Theater in Dolby Stereo.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
He leaned over the shining halo of her blonde hair, reflected in the soft glow of the new moon. Oh, no, not that. Holliday, my boy, why did you ever decide to write fiction for a living? You know, you could have gone into something interesting, like being a truck driver, with the open road in front of you and a motorcycle cop in back. Hey, Susie, where have you been?
Don't you remember, Mr. Holliday? I went down to Star Times office.
Oh. Oh, so you did. Tell me, what's new in Box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, what now, Mr. Holliday? What's new in Box 13? Yesterday, a man wanted to sell me a horse for $1,000 and a ranch to go around the horse for 25 times that much. The day before, my ad for adventure brought me a reply from a golf professional who simply wanted to drive golf balls off the tip of my nose.
Mr. Holliday.
Oh, was that Susie?
I said that when a nice young man like you runs an ad, he should get a whole box full of answers.
Oh, well, thank you, Susie.
He should get bushel baskets full.
Well, thanks again.
The place should be loaded with letters.
All right, all right. Now, what did I get?
One postcard. And from a kid at that.
A kid? You mean a child?
Sure, uh-huh.
Here, let me see it. A postcard from a youngster. It's probably a gag. Some small girl selling 10-cent packages of flower seeds for 50 cents. Sell 5,000 packages, and she gets absolutely free a St. Bernard dog. Well, let's see what really is on this postcard. I wrote to you, care of Box 13, because I thought you wanted it that way. I gotta see you right away on a very important matter. I am still doing business at the old stand. Signed, Johnny Moran. Johnny Moran? Why, he's a little boy who sells newspapers on the corner. Hey, Susie, get Johnny Moran up here right away.
Oh, I can't do that, Mr. Holliday.
Why can't you do it?
Because he's here already.
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Johnny, how are you, my boy? Why didn't you just come up and see me instead of writing a postcard first?
Well, I like to do things sort of businesslike. Besides, it was fun to answer an ad for Adventure Wanted. Would you really do anything, Mr. Holliday?
Sit down, Johnny, and tell me what your trouble is.
Well, I kind of wanted to see you alone. Sort of private-like.
Oh, that man-to-man stuff, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, where would you like to talk?
Well, I thought maybe you'd come down to the corner with me. I'll buy you a drink.
A drink? You interest me strangely, Johnny. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, Susie, you'll excuse us, won't you?
Well, I don't know. You better be careful, Mr. Holliday.
Careful?
I don't want Johnny teaching you bad habits.
Johnny Moran is a very nice boy. Can't be more than 12, but he certainly seems to know his way around. Yes, Holliday, if you were ordering a small boy, this is just the model you would choose. But this drinking business...
I'm worried about you, Mr. Holliday. You sure that lemon Coke is enough?
Lemon Cokes are always enough for me, Johnny. Especially when I spike them with an ice cube. Say, how's your banana split?
Well, this one's got a little too much chocolate. I like the last one better.
Better finish it, my boy. You want to talk business, remember?
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought you might have read about it in the newspapers. Of course, you could have missed it. It was way back on page 5.
What was on page 5?
Well, here, I got a clipping of the story. Read it.
Police announced they had recovered a portion of the jewelry stolen in last Tuesday's raid on Maury Jewelry Company. Held under suspicion of grand theft is John Moran. John Moran? Johnny, that's your father.
Yes, and he didn't do it, Mr. Holliday. I know he didn't.
Just a second. A part of the loot was found in Moran's apartment.
I don't care what they put in the newspapers, Mr. Holliday. He didn't do it. That's why I came to see you.
What about your mother, Johnny?
Oh, she died when I was a baby. Pop and I lived together. But he didn't do it, Mr. Holliday. Only they won't believe me.
Oh, you've been down to the police?
Sure, I went there right away. I even offered him my $18 for bail. You know what?
What?
The old DA just patted me on the head and told me to go home. But I'll bet you could go down and talk to that district attorney and make him let my father out. You can do anything.
Well, not quite anything, Johnny.
Yeah, but this would be easy for a guy like you. Besides, you're not afraid of anything. Not even a policeman.
Well, that's very flattering, Johnny, but I don't know what I can do.
Oh, you'll think of something, Mr. Holliday. You're a writer. You're smart.
Oh, but listen, my boy,
I'll bet you get my father out of jail in time for dinner.
Okay, Holliday. The boy says you can get his father out of jail in time for dinner. But what day? The story in the paper makes it look like they caught John Moran cold. You don't find stolen jewelry in a man's apartment if he didn't do the stealing. But there's a small boy waiting with all the faith in the world. So, Holliday, do something.
The district attorney will see you now, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks.
Holliday. Haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, I know. I've been pretty busy.
Huh, busy, huh? Well, then what brings a promising young author down to City Hall?
Because he's a promising young author who made a promise. And I hope he didn't make a mistake.
Hey, what in the world are you talking about?
About a man named John Moran. You've got him locked up in your nice new jail.
Yes, and from what we've got on him, he's going to stay there for a while.
His son thinks Moran is innocent, Clark.
Yeah. I feel sorry for that boy. He came down and talked to me, but what could I do for him?
You've got the goods on Moran, then?
Absolutely. The police found some of the stolen stuff in his apartment.
Well, what's Moran's story?
A woman who works in the same building with Moran asked him to stop in at the jewelry store and pick up her watch. While he was there, this stick-up artist walked in and held up the place.
And that makes Moran guilty?
Don't be in a hurry. The stick-up artist used him as a shield when he beat it. Moran claims a man forced him to drive the getaway car out into the country.
Well, that still doesn't make him guilty. I think you've got the wrong person.
This is where Moran's story went wrong. He walked into police headquarters and told it, but it sounded too good to be true. They detained him while a detective went over and searched his apartment.
Oh?
The detective found part of the loot. Moran couldn't explain where it came from. Well, to our office, it looks like he pulled a clever gag. We think he's in with the hold-up men.
What about the woman, the one who sent Moran after the watch?
Grace Willard? We don't have a thing on her. She's in the clear.
I see.
So, Holliday, you better forget about playing Don Quixote. Day of fighting windmills is over. Go home. Forget about Johnny Moran.
Sure, Holliday. Just forget all about John Moran. Write Finita the story and take it out of the typewriter. But how are you going to write the dialogue for a man who has to tell a small boy that his father hasn't got a chance? And describe the look in that boy's eyes.
I don't care what that old district attorney said. My father isn't a crook.
And your father should have been able to explain the stolen jewelry they found at your place.
I'll bet he could, too. They just wouldn't listen to him.
Oh, now, Johnny, if your father's innocent, they'll let him go.
So you won't help me either.
But I'm trying, my boy. What else can I do?
Oh, nothing, I guess. See you later, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Johnny, listen to me.
I'm kind of busy right now. I gotta earn a lot of dough, I guess.
Johnny.
Because lawyers come pretty expensive, I heard.
Oh, look, kid.
You better go home, Mr. Holliday. I should have handled it personally in the first place.
Small boys have that knack, don't they? They can just vanish into thin air when they want to. You're quite a character, Holliday. Go home and write this on your typewriter. Write about the small boy who wanted you to get his father out of jail. And you didn't quite make the grade. Hello?
Mr. Holliday, this is Johnny. I'm up at the place where we live.
Yeah, Johnny.
There's something funny going on.
What are you talking about?
I'm afraid to go into our place. There's a man in there.
You know him?
He's going through the place, though. And he's looking for something.
Johnny, listen. Run outside, find a policeman. I'll be right over.
I gotta get out of here.
Johnny, do what I said.
He just walked out the door. He saw me.
Get over to Moran's place fast, Holliday. You've got no time for fooling. He's not outside. Maybe he's upstairs. Oh, Johnny! Johnny! Where could that boy have gone to? Grace Willard, the woman who sent Moran after the watch. Is If she knows Moran, she knows his boy.
Yes?
Oh, Miss Willard?
Yes.
Well, I'm Dan Holliday. Would you know where little Johnny Moran is?
Come in. Now, what's this about Johnny?
Well, he phoned me a few minutes ago from his place. There was a man going through it. He saw Johnny making the call.
Johnny's disappeared.
Yes.
Will you phone the police? Do you think he's been hurt?
Well, the police knew nothing about it. I don't know what happened to the boy. That's why I came over here. I figured that if you knew his father, you knew Johnny, you know.
Poor Mr. Moran. I feel so badly about him. You know, if I hadn't asked him to get my watch, this never would have happened.
But that doesn't make it your fault, Miss Willard.
Oh, I feel terrible about it just the same. And now, Johnny disappearing.
He hasn't been here at all?
No. Let me think of it. Oh, by the way, I was just having some coffee. Would you care to join me?
Grace Willard is a very nice person. Really worried about the boy. Perhaps she'll come back with an idea.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Holliday. Now we'll talk.
Well, thanks.
Did Johnny recognize the man?
No, he didn't have time to say.
Well, perhaps he found a policeman on the street. He might have gone back to the house.
Well, maybe I ought to call back.
Johnny's a cute little fellow. Johnny has a father who's in jail. Johnny's quite concerned about his father and would like to set him free.
Grace Willard is stalling Holiday, waiting for something.
I don't know if Johnny will get his wish or not. You see, his father looks very guilty to the police.
Holiday, you idiot. That coffee was doped. The oldest gag in the world, and you swallowed it.
You look sleepy, Mr. Holliday. Are you feeling all right?
She looks like a reflection in one of those amusement park mirrors. She's long and skinny. No, she's short and fat. Holiday, get up on your feet.
How do you feel, Mr. Holliday? Are you all right? Answer me.
Get on your feet, I said. Walk, Holiday. Walk. Walk this thing off before it's too late.
You look very tired, Mr. Holliday. Let me get you a pillow.
Come on, Holiday. One big
How do you
effort.
feel, Mr. Holliday?
I can't make it.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Oh, take it easy, Holiday. Take it easy. Turn slowly now. Maybe your head still is connected to the top of your neck. That's better. Better? Huh. What am I saying? Where am I? An alley. Oh, fine. Dan Holliday, author, found lying in an alley between yesterday's newspapers and tomorrow's trash. What you need right this minute is a quick change, a fast bath, and a little chat with a district attorney.
I've got a man going up to the Willard woman's place right this minute, Holliday.
Thanks, Clark.
This ties her up with the Moran case.
Sure, else why would she give me knockout drops and have me dumped in an alley?
I'll bet anything she's disappeared. But why just knock you out? Why not dispose of you permanently?
I don't know, unless she was trying to kill time. Enough time to get something done.
Well, you can't do anything now. If she's disappeared, she won't stay lost for long. My men will bring her in.
Don't let her give him any coffee. She'll be out again.
Pardon me. District Attorney's Office, Clark speaking. Yes? Where? When? How is he? Thanks.
I'll see you later, Clark. I want to go over and see Johnny Moran.
I don't think you'll find him at home, Holiday.
Why not?
That was the hospital who just called. Johnny Moran was brought in a while ago, the victim of a hit-and-run driver.
And on top of that phone call about Johnny Moran is another one. Grace Willard checked out of the Wharton Hotel an hour ago. So, Mr. Holliday, they got you out of the way long enough to get to little Johnny. A small boy in a hospital. Me with an aching head and an aching feeling that something is very, very wrong. I think this is it, room 809. Johnny?
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
How do you feel, kid?
Kind of banged up.
Yeah, I know. The nurse said you weren't to do too much talking. So just let me ask a couple of questions.
It wasn't an accident, Mr. Holliday. He did it on purpose.
You sure about that, Johnny?
Yeah. I was walking down a side street. He had to swing way over to the wrong side to hit me.
Johnny, did he look like the same man who was in your place?
I didn't get a good look at him. He was bent down way behind the wheel.
Well, could you give me just a hint? Was he tall, short, thin, fat?
All I know is...
Yes? Johnny. Johnny. Johnny passed out and won't be permitted to talk for a while. Well, that puts it up to you, Holliday. Come on, you're an author. You write hundreds of situations like this one. Think. The boarding house where Johnny lives. Maybe the landlady saw the man. I certainly hope so.
Johnny Moran? Yes, I saw him come home, but it was quite some time ago.
Oh, did you see him leave?
Yes, he went upstairs. I heard him on the telephone, then he came running down.
Who was the man chasing him?
Chasing him? There was no one chasing him.
Are you sure of that?
Well, of course I've been here all the time. Oh, poor little fella. Don't know what's going to happen to him, what with his father and all.
This doesn't make sense.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. You see, Johnny called me, told me there was a strange man in his place. The man saw him, he hung up the phone and disappeared.
But I saw no man.
Are you sure?
Well, only Joe Coakley, but he's one of my roomers. That is, he was.
Was? When did he move?
Today, just after Johnny left.
Was he upstairs while Johnny was there?
Why, yes. Yes, he was.
Was he a friend of John Moran's?
Oh, no, he never spoke to anyone. Stayed in his room all day and went out at night.
Oh, one of those night flyers, huh? Could I see the room he occupied? This is Coakley's room, but it's empty. Well, Holliday, it looks like you're on the wrong track. Or are you? A stub from a dance hall ticket. I'd better talk to Johnny about this. Johnny, the man who came out of your room, was he about my height? Did he have grayish hair? Did he wear a brown suit?
Yeah, that's the man, Mr. Holliday.
How come you never saw him before? He lived right across the hall from you.
That guy? He only went out at night, after I was in bed.
Oh? I'll see you later, Johnny.
Hey, where you going?
Tonight I'm going dancing. This is a very nice place, Holliday. Admission 60 cents, which includes an evening of dancing. And from the looks of the customers, they're trying to get their money's worth.
Like to dance, fella?
Who, me?
You ain't not twins, are you?
No, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm a very bad dancer.
Oh, you let me be the judge of that. Come on, kid. You look good to me.
Oh, wait a second. Say, isn't that Joe Coakley over there?
Oh, you know Joe?
Yeah, and the girl with him.
That's his girlfriend, Grace Willard.
Oh, thanks. I'll see you later.
Hey, where you going?
This is it, Holliday. Only what are you going to do? They're leaving, and if you stop to make a phone call, you'll lose them. And I wouldn't like to lose that man. He's the one who hits small boys with big automobiles. They're going into that apartment house. This begins to look like the final chapter. Now to make a fast telephone call to an old friend, then better to get to the payoff. This is a very nice door. You can hear quite distinctly through it. Well, Holiday, here's where you cease to be a wallflower and become the life of the party.
Joe! It's Holiday.
Put up your hands, fella.
Sure. Sure.
Close that door, Grace.
Well, here we are. Aren't we?
I knew he'd find us, Joe. What are we going to do?
You finish packing that junk. We'll figure out something.
We can't let him stay alive.
Finish the packing, I said.
Too bad I didn't use poison in that coffee I gave him.
Quiet.
I noticed you were packing. Going away someplace?
What do you think? And get away from that bag, Holiday.
Oh, that's the stuff that was stolen from the store, huh?
None of your business.
Oh, going away together? You and Miss Willard?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. You pull that, go down and pick up my watch routine in a lot of cities, huh, Joe?
Make him be quiet, Joe.
Hey, Joe, who was the girl who worked with you before you met Grace? You know, the one who lived in Cleveland, or was it Chicago? I always forget. Come on, Joe. What happened to her?
Shut up, you.
What happened to her, Joe? Or the girl before?
How do you know there was another girl, Holiday?
Well, Miss Willard, you don't think you're the only one, do you?
You're crazy.
Yeah? Ask him where he was last night.
Don't pay any attention to him, Grace.
He wasn't with you. Know where he was?
How do you know he wasn't with me?
This stub of a dance hall ticket I found in the other room. It calls for only one admission.
You shut up, I said.
Just a minute, Joe. Were you down there last night? Were you dancing with that blonde again?
Suppose I was. So what?
You've got a lot of nerve. You had me set up this whole deal. Had me find John Moran to play sucker for us. Had me frame the business of picking up my watch. I timed it out perfect for you. What do? You go dancing with a blonde.
Grace, be quiet. This fellow's up to something.
Me? Now, what would I be up to?
What about that other girl he talked about? What happened to her, Joe?
Why don't you tell her, Joe?
Cut it out, will you?
Did she plant stolen jewelry in a sucker's room like I did to Moran?
Grace, listen.
Yeah. I'm listening. Go on, explain.
Holiday, where are you going?
Just opening the door. You see, I'd like the district attorney to hear the rest of your explanation, too. Well, this is the last chapter to a story I was afraid might have an unhappy ending. But Johnny Moran's father is free. The district attorney has Grace Willard. Joe Coakley and the stolen jewelry. And Johnny? Johnny is out of the hospital.
Mr. Holiday.
What did you say, Johnny?
I said you might have been killed going up to the apartment like that.
No, I was safe for the DA just outside the door.
Gosh, and you figured it all out by yourself.
No, you helped, too, when you telephoned me. And I hate to mention this, kid, but did you bring the $18 with you?
Sure I did. I pay off, you know. Here.
Oh, thanks, kid. I was just a little worried.
I was going to pay before, Mr. Holiday, but I didn't think you needed money that bad.
I needed it to put with this check. Here. There was a $500 reward for recovering the jewelry, and it's going to a bank account for you.
$500? Gee, gosh, I guess I'm rich.
Johnny, what are you going to do with all that money?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is take you out and buy you a drink. How about an Idiot's Delight?
A what?
Idiot's Delight. It's got a pint of ice cream, 3 bananas, some oranges, and 7 flavors.
Well, Johnny, I don't know.
Mr. Holiday, I just heard that Johnny got out of the house. Oh, there you are, Johnny. How do you feel?
I feel swell, Susie. I just invited Mr. Holiday out to have a drink.
He can't go out, Johnny. He's got some very important work to do.
Well, gee whiz.
Thanks a lot, Susie.
Thanks? What are you thanking me for?
You don't know it, but you just saved me from a horrible fate.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Original music was composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
It's the ultimate bubble. Bubblicious. It's the ultimate bubble. Soft and juicy. It's the ultimate bubble. So delicious. It's the ultimate bubble.
Available in regular or new wild strawberry.
Bubblicious. The ultimate bubble. Bubblicious.
You can try hard, or you can try soft. Soft will get 'em every time.
Loves Baby Soft.
You can play hard, or you can play soft. Soft will make 'em toe the line.
Loves Baby Soft.
You can love hard, or you can love soft. Soft will make his love light shine.
Loves Baby Soft.
The soft, fresh, slightly sexy scent from Love with Love.
Congratulations, you've hit a bedroom bonanza as Better Rest announces for the very first time clearance days throughout all Better Rest showrooms. Save up to $588 on bedroom furniture. Save up to 50% on bed frames. Save 33% to 50% on bedding and bedroom accessories. Combine any of these clearance items with a famed Better Rest sleep system and you'll appreciate your bonanza for many nights to come. Get in on clearance days at Better Rest, the better way to sleep.
The first thing you notice about the big shaver is that the handle is hollow, practically worthless. Bic put the money into their top quality bonded stainless steel blade. That's why Bic can charge only 19 3/4 cents a shaver. And each one gives you days and days of close, comfortable shaves. The Bic shaver, hollow handle, superior blade, incredible price.
Are you ready for Paradise Alley? For the Carboni brothers, Cosmo, Lenny, and Victor. I want it. Times are tough. Dames are causing problems. And trouble's brewing.
You got a lot of style for a guy with pigeon stuff on your shoulder, Cosmo.
Sylvester Stallone. Paradise Alley, rated PG. Now showing at a theater near you.
Up the stairs, onto the screen, and into your party clothes. It's National Lampoon's Animal House. For big laughs and wild fun.
Food fight!
Don't miss the comedy smash of the year. National Lampoon's Animal House, starring John Belushi, rated R.
Now showing at the Embassy, Briarwood, Independence Center, and Trail Ridge Theaters.
I just discovered something great. It's Rely, a really different kind of tampon. There's nothing else like it. The special shape, the unique material, the different way it's made. But don't just take my word for it. Find out for yourself what makes Rely so different. Look for the ads in your favorite magazines. They'll tell you all about Rely. It's really a great tampon. Remember, they named it Rely.
Guess who?
Garlic.
Garlic. That's strong.
Loud and clear. You ought to get the Signal.
Get the signal?
Signal mouthwash. It fights strong mouth odors, even onions and garlic.
New Signal, a mouthwash so effective it fights strong mouth odors, even onions, even garlic. Clinical tests prove it. Your cleaner, fresher breath will prove it.
Guess who?
You got the Signal.
New Signal fights strong mouth odors.
You're smiling and all the while your heart just pounds away. The training builds and ends on this fateful day. It's the Pepsi generation face to face at a frog jumping race. Come on, come on, come on and have a Pepsi day. Come on, come on, come on and taste the Pepsi way. Come on and have a
afraid to wear contact lenses? I was. I thought they'd hurt, feel scratchy. But watch while I slip into something comfortable. My new AO Soft lenses. Unlike many contacts, AO Soft lenses are so soft and so comfortable even to a scaredy cat like me. It's almost like wearing nothing at all.
Ask your eye specialist about AO Soft lenses. AO because they're from American Optical, and soft because they're soft.